The hero was only 5 years old at the time. Ruins and devastation, the wreckage of buildings and burning ash, which sparking and dancing in the air, burned everything in its path. The city shrouded in smog and distraught mother clutches her wounded son. Her heart is bursting with helplessness and pain. Her cry breaks the silence into millions of molecules. The debris of a building fell on the baby's head, causing severe brain damage. The wound was very serious, but there was no help available. Because of this incident, the boy lost the ability to feel emotions. Not pain, not joy, not sympathy, not hate, nothing. Since then, 36 years have passed. It was 1849. In the darkness, against the background of destroyed, cracked walls, a man and a woman are talking. The woman believes that only she is right, and she does not care about the opinion of her interlocutor. A man with a scar on his forehead offers to kill a man known only to the two of them because he believes it is the only way to stop the genocide. The woman is visibly nervous. She strongly disagrees with the interlocutor because she thought they had agreed on everything. He thought that by letting things go, the situation would resolve itself, but that's foolish because their lives are at stake. Fearful memories gave the woman the right to be so insistent. Their argument was broken by a sickening hiss. They turned around and in the ruins of the broken building saw a huge snake, which as if hypnotizing looked at people unblinking gaze, from which the frost ran down the skin. The woman was terrified and wanted to run away and pulled Cheondo behind her, but he stopped her decisively. He was ready to fight this vile monster. It was vital for him to kill this monster to get to the place they were rushing to. The dagger flashed like lightning in the darkness. The woman cried out, and Cheondo flew upward with a force he didn't understand. An inexplicable power helped him climb higher and higher. He was confident and fearless. When he came close to the monster's head, he didn't hesitate for a second to deliver a crushing blow to the monster's huge eye. The animal, making incomprehensible sounds, began to shake its head frantically. The woman on the ground looking at it was very worried about Cheondo. The man held on tightly to the horn on the viper's head, but the wound didn't seem to have knocked the monster out much. Thinking for a second, he figured out how to end this once and for all. Fearlessly swinging his dagger, flying at breakneck speed, he ripped that thing's belly open from start to finish. With a sense of accomplishment, he landed on the ground. The woman ran to meet him, very worried about him. She tearfully begged him to be careful not to get into trouble. He looked at her and understood nothing. She looked at him questioningly. Cheondo wondered how she was going to stop Ian if she was afraid of a lone monster. He doubted very much that they would be able to convince him or change him, and it seemed to him that the only way out was to kill Ian. The woman was furious, accusing Cheondo that human life was nothing to him. But knowing all of Ian's misdeeds, I realized it wasn't him. He justified his attitude by saying that he only felt that way because he knew how many innocent victims Ian had made. Cheondo had no complaints, no emotions. He was cold as a rock, thinking about feelings. He realized that if he had emotions, the one he disliked the most was pain. His mother was determined to go back in time to change Ian's mind. Cheondo didn't care that people were suffering from Ian, and his mother knew it well, but he didn't like the idea of returning to the vulgar any better, and the easiest solution for him was to kill Ian. He couldn't understand his mother. Why so much trouble? He was brought out of his thoughts by his mother's voice, who was pointing somewhere. She told me with undisguised joy that they had arrived. They found this place. In front of them stood a building. It was glowing with a magical glow, as if hundreds of fireflies were circling above it. It was here that the legendary Midout was located, which would bring them back to the past. Mom firmly ordered him to come in, and Cheondo didn't interfere. Once inside, he began to doubt that they would be able to find the Midout. He remembered how many times all their plans had failed and was ready to give up. But his mother was more confident than ever that this time everything would work out. Gritting her teeth and pointing forward, she didn't doubt for a second that he was here. She stomped her foot as hard as she could to show that they had to go back in time. A blindingly bright light flashed in the room. The walnut-sized orb shimmered and shone with an alluring, mesmerizing light, radiating magic and enchantment. They stood staring at him with joy that they had finally found him. Cheondo suddenly had doubts about whether it was really what they were looking for, because the object was hidden carelessly, but his mother reassured him that he should eat it. He was crazy to think that this little glowing nut could take them back in time. His mother angrily called out to him to be careful with the object and not to hesitate, and eat it quickly. He was fine with it. Cheondo gently took the Midout in his hands with 2 fingers, but a shadow of doubt flashed across his gaze as to how they would divide it into 2. The mother again burst out with anger, that there was no need to share anything, let him eat by himself, and she would just hold on to him. He agreed, but he didn't understand why his mother reacted so strongly to everything. the mother started making ridiculous excuses, pretending she didn't understand what was going on. She stood behind him, hugging him tightly around the waist, wondering if he was ready. Cheondo was very surprised and didn't understand how to react to such a reaction from his mother. She only sighed behind his back. Cheondo looked determinedly at the mid-out. He was ready to swallow it. As soon as the mid-out was in his mouth, he felt a savage pain, as if hundreds of hot coals were burning him. The unbearable pain made him fall to the floor and he tried to spit the object out, coughing after spitting out the mid-out. He couldn't understand what had happened. Suddenly he heard his mother shriek. He turned around and saw the giant monster wrapped around her, making noises that were incomprehensible. When he saw the monster, he was very surprised, because he didn't realize how long it had been in the room. As he looked around, he saw that the room was packed with these monsters, and he thought frantically about what could have triggered their appearance. He remembered the legendary item and realized everything. The mother cried out in pain, blood spurting from her mouth. A woman's blood slowly dripped from the monster's horn. The monster wrapped around her harder and harder. Cheondo froze. He was confused and did not know what to do, how to help his mother. Suddenly he heard his mother screaming for him. She begged him with all her might to get out of there. He stood there and did not know what to do, because his mother could not be saved. So he thought about it and decided to leave. In tears, the wounded woman screamed at him to run. He stopped. Doubts gnawed at his soul. Why should he run? He was only here for his mom. Once again looking at the mid-out, he realized that he didn't care what the world would be like, and going back to the past alone made no sense. The man clenched the legendary item tightly in his fist. He lay down on the floor with his arms spread wide. He had made up his mind. He was staying here with his mom. As he lay in the darkness, he felt with every cell of his skin as the room became more and more filled with ghastly monsters that seemed to be climbing out of every crevice. Mother couldn't understand why he lay down, why he gave up. He could only hear her calling him and asking him to get up. Suddenly, the monster that hurt his mother dropped dead. Cheondo saw his mother breathing heavily. He went over to see how she was doing to decide what to do next. But then a strange sound caught their attention and they turned around to see what was wrong. In the distance lay the defeated, bloody monsters, and near them stood an unknown man. Astonishment froze in Cheondo's eyes. A very young boy stood in front of them, bruised, scarred and bruised. It was Ian. Cheondo was surprised that Ian could fight so well at such a young age. The mother called out to Ian. She wanted to know where he'd been all this time. Cheondo wondered if they knew each other and how Ian had gotten here. The woman was very quietly asking Ian for something. A second later, a dagger flashed through the air. The woman's head fell to the ground, and Ian turned and walked toward Cheondo. It all happened so fast that Cheondo couldn't understand a thing. Ian approached Cheondo, who was sitting on the ground. He stood looking down at him silently, without making a sound. The thought flashed through Cheondo's mind that he, too, had come to an end. Ian's eyes were full of tears, but at the same instant, the blade flashed through the air. Cheondo realized that Ian wanted to get rid of him, and with frantic speed he put the mid-out into his mouth. Ian hadn't expected it and he really didn't like it. Gritting his teeth, he held the mid-out in his mouth. Swallowing it, he waited for a miracle. And then he felt an invisible force pulling him somewhere. Ian was furious, his face twisted with anger, and he hadn't expected this turn of events. Disappearing into space, Cheondo realized that after 15 years of research and 7 years of searching, he had succeeded, and that was what his mother wanted. He did not understand what was happening and slowly floated in a tunnel of bright light. Suddenly he remembered the sword Ian had used to kill his mother. Cheondo didn't expect time travel to be such a long process, and in his fantasies he imagined it happening in an instant. A bump against something hard interrupted his reverie. Cheondo didn't understand where he was, whether he had come to the right place, because he had to register in 1820. It was a sunny day. A large, beautiful building stood in front of him. He remembered that this was the main square of Srethu. His childhood memories were very different from what he saw now. Cheondo realized that he was distracted by the city, so he headed towards the building. When he went inside and saw the huge number of people, he realized that they all want to get into the Srethu. The hero did not think that so many people are willing to sacrifice themselves for others. Cheondo knew that in the future, all these people would die because of Ian, just like his mom. Remembering her, tears rolled from his eyes. He did not understand what was happening to him, why he was crying. These were feelings he did not know. He stood there and couldn't figure out how to stop the tears that flowed from his eyes. His thoughts were interrupted by a passerby who asked if he was all right. The stranger offered Cheondo his help. After thanking the passerby, he found out that he had come to join the Srethu. The stranger thought that Cheondo was crying because he was looking for the right person and couldn't find him, so he decided to offer him a handkerchief so that Cheondo could wipe his tears. Cheondo wanted to thank the stranger, looked at him and froze in disbelief. The passerby was very surprised when he saw Cheondo's reaction. Cheondo didn't doubt for a moment that Ian was standing in front of him. Cheondo was startled, not expecting to meet him after traveling back in time. He stood there not knowing what he should do. Ian asked why Cheondo did not respond to his questions, but he did not get an answer. After standing for a while, Ian said he was in a hurry. In parting, he advised Cheondo to be more restrained. Cheondo watched the receding figure of Ian and decided to wait for a more opportune moment for his revenge. He realized that he was dealing with a professional killer and would probably fail, so he decided to just follow him first. Cheondo remembered their first meeting and she hadn't been as welcoming as she was today. Ian couldn't understand where his scar had gone or why he was so kind and friendly, even though he knew him differently. In these musings, his turn to register came up. The woman at the front desk offered to fill out forms and clarify their numbers. Cheondo, on the other hand, never stopped watching Ian for a second. Ian didn't understand why the woman was angry because he needed one form. She advised him to read the recruitment rules carefully, because he didn't have a partner. His entry into the strata was jeopardized. Cheondo heard that Ian had not given up hope of finding a partner and would register later. The receptionist warned Ian that everything had to be done by 6. Cheondo really wanted to see who Ian would register with. He was curious as to who Ian's first partner was. Cheondo heard Ian address someone. Ian walked over to the team of men and wanted to join them. Seeing the bewilderment in their eyes, he explained to them that he had no partner, but he wanted to register very much. Overhearing all of this, Cheondo was getting even more confused. The guy on the team was fine with taking Ian. Ian got very excited and started thanking the guys, but suddenly he made it a condition that he would be captain. Such insolence made the boys speechless. Cheondo saw their faces change and there was no trace of their smiles. Ian couldn't stop praising himself. The guy on the team didn't hold back with anger and said all about Ian's desire to be captain. Ian wanted to apologize, but no one would listen to him. Things were getting heated, and the guy pushed Ian, because he was already the captain of the team. Ian stood silent, not uttering a word. Cheondo, watching from the sidelines, thought that the scary thing was about to happen and Ian was going to kill everyone. But Ian, on the contrary, stammering with excitement, asked the guys to forgive him for such impertinence, but no one would listen to him. Cheondo didn't understand why Ian hadn't killed them. He remembered well that his mother had paid with her life just for looking at Ian. Cheondo thought it was a ploy to become captain. Cheondo thought about the fact that it was unlikely that an outsider would be allowed to join an already formed team, remembering how he had been in a similar situation with his mother. And then an ingenious plan popped into his head. He was determined to get on Ian's team, no matter what. An insidious plan of revenge quickly matured in his mind. Cheondo was waiting for the opportune moment to approach him, but some guy beat him to it and Cheondo realized he had missed his chance. He made Ian an offer to join his team. The guy complained about not having a partner either. Watching their conversation, Cheondo suddenly recognized this guy and froze with horror. A soulless and ruthless executioner. The first person to join the genocide was Christian Heinzel. Christian was very excited about the meeting. Cheondo kept his eyes on the couple. Ian thanked him for his help and determined from his clothes that the boy was a totem. Ian knew that the people from the totem specialized in magic. The boy was pleasantly surprised at such knowledge of Ian. They met and Ian offered his candidacy for team captain. Chris was very surprised, but didn't seem to agree. However, Ian had one more request. Chris readily agreed to hear him out. Ian said that he really wants to become an operative and walk with his team from start to finish, becoming one family. Chris responded by jokingly calling Ian a dreamer. Chris said that he would like to just become a sergeant and leave, as he doesn't think far into the future. Listening to their conversation, Cheondo didn't understand how a person who had destroyed so many families could want a family team. It looked strange and not logical. Chris, in good spirits, agreed to cooperate. Ian didn't mind either. Standing across from each other, they were ready to accomplish any goals. They decided to go indoors as it was starting to get dark. Cheondo, watching this, unwittingly witnessed the two super assassins teaming up. He sat frustrated and didn't know how to get on their team to avenge his mother's death. The chance to kill Ian was vanishing before my eyes. He thought of different ways, scrolled through the options, but nothing sensible came to mind. From despair, the hero was ready to give up, but the memories brought him back to his childhood, where he walked with his mother, holding her hand tightly. Mom looked at him lovingly with her kind eyes. She laughed merrily, calling his name. Cheondo didn't want to open his eyes to stay there longer. In his carefree childhood next to his mom, he opened his eyes and everything disappeared. Ian decided to try to make a difference since he was already back in the past. He was determined not to go back to the life he had experienced before. Ian was more determined than ever. He'd do his best to make those two disappear forever. Ian and Chris went back to reception to fill out the forms. They barely made it before closing time. Once registered, they were unabashedly happy and cheerful. Together they set out to find a place to live. On the way they chatted and wondered about each other's ages, not even realizing that Cheondo was following them like a shadow. Chris wanted to understand why Ian wanted to become an operative, because it's very difficult and risky. A lot of people have died trying to become one. Cheondo tensed up overhearing this conversation. He really wanted to hear the answer. Ian's answer was simple and banal. He wanted fame and money. After a moment of silence, he named his main goal, and it was revenge. Strangely, Chris took the news very positively. Christian was curious to know what Ian thought of him. Christian looked at Ian questioningly, but the man averted his gaze. But a minute later they were already showering each other with compliments, not noticing they were being followed. Cheondo was determined not to let this couple out of his sight. Chris and Ian walked into the hotel where they had gotten a room. Cheondo followed them, but stopped at the entrance. He had no money. He remembered that he'd thrown all the stuff away before he found the mid out. But this did not dishearten him, and he went to look for a night's lodging close to the hotel. After wandering around a bit, he saw a wooden bench, which he was very happy about. No sooner had he gotten comfortable than he received a hard kick in the back and flew off the bench. Behind him stood a bald-headed Ambo and demanded payment for the night's lodging. Cheondo was very upset but didn't show any sign of it. After a while, he decided to sleep standing up. Cheondo was falling over with fatigue. After all, he hadn't slept in 3 days, but he would definitely think of something tomorrow. When he opened his eyes in the morning, he didn't immediately realize where he was. As he tried to get up, he realized he had just slept on the sidewalk. Sitting on the sidewalk, he realized how exhausted he was by the recent events, that he fell in his sleep and didn't even feel it. Although the sidewalk was very clean, he remembered sleeping in the ruined city with his mother. The trash on the sidewalks digging into his back, leaving deep cuts. Invigorated and full of energy, he decided to continue his stakeout. He was very curious as to what Ian was doing now. Ian's morning began with a warm-up. Standing on his hands, he counted. Seeing this, Cheondo was very surprised. Ian practiced hard, bringing the tally already to 178. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Chris suddenly appeared. Cheondo watched them with interest. From surprise, Ian fell to the pavement. Chris was very amused by this. Chris inquired why Ian was practicing alone. Ian had nothing to say. He was used to practicing alone. Chris suggested that we train together and start by having a wrestling match. Just as Ian was about to go for his sword, Chris stopped him, suggesting hand-to-hand combat. Ian staggered back, not knowing how to respond. Just when he wanted to ask Chris about his gift of magic, a glowing stream picked him up and threw him to the ground with force. From the surprise, Ian was confused and didn't immediately realize what was happening. Scattering rings of fire around him, Chris made it clear that battle is about the unexpected and one must always be on guard. It finally dawned on Ian that there would be no indulgences and the fight had to begin. Gathering all his power, he rushed to attack Chris. Concentrating, he threw a punch. Chris teased and taunted Ian, pretending to be scared as hell of him. Ian's blow hit a soft and springy barrier and he flew away from Chris like a ping-pong ball. Chris smirked mockingly and used his new magic. Ian stood like a statue, unable to move, his body paralyzed, even his eyes staring blankly at one point. When the magic stopped, Ian was curious as to what other spells Chris still possessed. Thoth happily decided to demonstrate. Twirling the rings of fire with his hands, he read the already new spell. A dense, green cocoon was rapidly enveloping Ian's body, and he was trapped, unable to see anything around him but the incomprehensible substance, a trap from which he was unable to escape. After a minute it was all gone and Chris offered to finish, but at one point Ian whistled through the air. He did a few somersaults and with a terrible thud he crashed down, hitting the pavement. Chris chuckled and suggested we go out for breakfast. Cheondo, watching it all, drew his own conclusions. He knew he'd lose 100% to such an opponent. Many questions were running through his mind, to which, unfortunately, he did not know the answer. Doubts tormented his soul. He did not know what to do. Meanwhile, Chris and Ian decided to wash up before breakfast, Chris kindly letting Ian through first. Chris watched Ian walk away and thought about something of his own. Cheondo sat there thinking that he had watched Chris and Ian to know their weaknesses, but he had only discovered their strengths. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to give up. He decided to live a quiet, measured life until things resolved themselves. Cheondo walked wondering where he could wash up. He was so preoccupied that he didn't realize he'd bumped into someone's shoulder. He wanted to apologize, but didn't have time. A bright, fiery flash whizzed by his ear and crashed into the wall with a crash, shattering it. In front of him stood Christian, who had noticed Cheondo watching them for a long time, and Chris had a lot of questions for him. From surprise, Cheondo didn't know what to answer, frantically going over the answer options in his head. Christian's face twisted with anger. He violently grabbed Cheondo by the hair. Cheondo fell to the ground and Christian continued to ask questions. Chris didn't stop to ask the questions he wanted answered. Christian's madness frightened Cheondo, but Christian continued to pull Cheondo's hair harder and harder. He was boiling with anger that the boy was silent. Cheondo was getting tired of this and reached behind his back where his sword usually was. The blade flashed in the darkness with a whistle, and Cheondo defeated lay on the ground, Christian sitting on top of him and blocking all his movements. Chris got even angrier. Cheondo's arm was stiff and unresponsive, but he gathered the last of his strength and struck. But no such luck. The sword got stuck in the protective barrier and Christian remained unharmed. They looked at each other hatefully. After asking the question one last time and receiving no answer, Christian was seized by a wild rage. Grabbing Cheondo by the hair, he beat his face against the pavement with exasperation. Cheondo cried out in wild pain, but remained silent. It made Christian even crazier. Cheondo's face wasn't alive with wounds and bruises, and Chris didn't think to stop. With the last of his strength, he stopped his hand. Chris stopped and crouched down next to him, waiting to get answers. His trembling hands and face were cupped in blood. Cheondo cried out in pain. He pretended he didn't know Chris and didn't understand why he'd been beaten so badly. Cheondo knelt down and folded his hands in a pleading gesture, a trick he had used many times and it had always worked. Seeing this, Chris was taken aback for a second, but a moment later, not believing in Cheondo's sincerity, he clutched at his throat with a dead grip. Cheondo, like a beached fish, tried unsuccessfully to inhale. Chris released his grip and Cheondo complained about his hard life. Chris despised him for humiliating him, but he wanted to understand why Cheondo was following him without knowing who he was. Cheondo stammered, trying to think of something to justify himself. Chris promised to spare Cheondo's life if he could convince him that he meant him no harm. Cheondo wanted to answer, but he couldn't produce a word. His throat was paralyzed. He remembered Chris grabbing him by the throat and realized it was magic. Chris, without hearing a word from Cheondo, decided to kill him. Even in the book, the members of Ian's team were characterized as powerful, ferocious, and ruthless executioners. It didn't quite fit, because Ian seemed like a nice enough man, even weak in places. Christian, on the other hand, was a real monster. Cheondo resigned himself to imminent death, just so long as it was painless, for he hated pain. Hearing that, Christian, like a true sadist, perked up. Christian read the spell. The earth shook and spewed a flaming sword from its depths. Leaning on his sword, Chris looked at Cheondo with a look that didn't bode well. Looking in front of him, Cheondo saw a cruel, sick, narcissistic bastard. Without wasting time, he decided to strike Chris first, hoping that the suddenness would help him. But he felt he'd run into another defense barrier and decided to just run away. Chris was furious. Magical burning circles reappeared and Cheondo fell down, unable to move. Cheondo's body paralyzed. He lay like a zombie staring at one point. Suddenly, illuminating the darkness with bright flashes, Ian appeared. Cheondo heaved a sigh of relief. Ian asked Chris what was going on here. Chris was not happy to see him and asked him not to interfere. Ian asked Chris why he was bullying the guy. Cheondo felt better. The pain in his throat receded. Ian asked how Cheondo was feeling. He wasn't very well. Chris snidely remarked that Ian was weak-willed and would have a hard time fighting. But Ian was firm in his decision. He was adamantly opposed to violence against the weak. Chris looked at Ian questioningly. He didn't worry about Ian kicking him off the team, because Ian himself was automatically kicked off. Their argument was gaining momentum. Chris tried to calm Ian down and explain everything, but Ian was adamant. Chris told Ian that Cheondo was following them. Chris suggested that perhaps Cheondo was the killer. Cheondo was astonished to hear this. Had Chris figured him out so quickly? Ian didn't understand why this guy was following them. Without hesitating a second longer, he asked Cheondo about it. Cheondo thought quickly about what to say. He was afraid to say anything unnecessary. Chris and Ian kept their eyes on him, waiting for an answer. Cheondo's mind, as it was, had not a single sensible thought in it. The boy's eyes grew harder and harder, and miraculously, a brilliant idea occurred to Cheondo. He decided to ask to join their team. Chris and Ian were very surprised. This was definitely not the answer they had expected. An icy silence hung in the air. Cheondo couldn't understand why they were silent. He realized that he was no match for them, as they could easily live in a luxury hotel. He wasn't ready to kill Ian now, so he decided to just live, but he needed money to do it. Cheondo had high hopes of joining the team and living off of Ian, but Christian scuppers all his plans. Remembering that Christian was the most human of the team in the books, Cheondo didn't understand why he had attacked him. Cheondo saw that Ian wasn't happy with Chris either. Cheondo waited impatiently for Ian's answer, but he remained silent. Ian wanted to know why Cheondo wanted to join the team, but he didn't hear anything clear. Without a purpose, Ian considered it all pointless. Cheondo disagreed, because Ian himself had recently been ready to join any team. Hearing this, Ian blushed and Cheondo noticed it. Chris was against it and advised Cheondo to find another team. But Cheondo didn't even think of taking no for an answer. He stubbornly stood his ground. Cheondo was willing to do anything just to get on Ian's team and asked to take him instead of Christian. Hearing this, Christian exploded with anger. Chris realized that compared to him, Cheondo was very weak and had no skills. Chris lands a jab on Cheondo. Ian barely had time to stop an enraged Chris. Sighing heavily, Cheondo didn't understand why Chris was wasting so much energy and his magical energy on him. Chris, in turn, did not understand Cheondo, who was proud of being a weakling. Cheondo also admitted to lying to Chris out of fear. Chris didn't believe this guy who had gotten brave enough to think he'd be on the team. Cheondo didn't deny it. Ian, unable to listen to any more of this, stopped the argument. He didn't understand why these two were fighting. Ian convinced Christian that he wasn't going to kick him off the team and decided to get to know the new guy. Ian recognized his name as Jin Cheongdo. Ian explained to him that if he wanted to stay on the team, he had to accept Chris. Ian inquired what skills Jin Cheongdo possessed. Jin Cheongdo was good at memorizing information. Ian smiled upon hearing this. Christian, however, did not miss the opportunity to sarcasm once again. Jin Cheongdo thought he could do better than Chris and Ian. He knew Chris was a graduate of the School of Magic. The boys waited patiently, and then Jin Cheongdo had a brilliant idea. He admitted that he can see the future. Chris and Ian froze in amazement. Interrupting each other, they expressed doubts about the truth of Jin Cheongdo's words, but he was determined to prove to them that he was telling the truth. Jin Cheongdo said he knows Christian's name. The boys stared at him waiting for an answer, but no sooner had he spoken the name all the way through than a powerful fist blow knocked him off his feet. Chris thought it was bullshit, and Jin Cheongdo thought Christian was a scumbag. Ian also wanted to know his future, and he was most interested in whether he would become an operative. In his mind he knew that Ian would be a murderer and a psychopath who would bring people a lot of grief, but he kept silent. As much as he wanted to, he couldn't say it. Jin Cheongdo lied about not seeing Ian's future. Jin Cheongdo admitted that he had cheated thinking Ian was strong. He made up as he went along that he wanted to be part of the team so he could watch Ian and then see his future. Ian looked at him and believed every word he said. Only Christian didn't believe the blunderbuss. Ian was upset that he wouldn't know what the future held for him. Jin Cheongdo didn't hold back and praised his ability in front of Ian. He assured Chris, with an ingratiating look in his eyes, that he would stop lying as soon as he became a member of the team. He really begged to be given a chance. The boys wondered. Jin Cheongdo waited anxiously for the verdict. Chris agreed, but on the condition that Jin Cheongdo would always be there for him, and that's what it was all about. Ian graciously agreed to pay for Jin Cheongdo's lodging and they all went on vacation together. Jin Cheongdo stepped out of the shower. He didn't immediately notice Chris standing in the doorway. Chris wanted to talk to Jin Cheongdo alone. Christian came to see if Jin Cheongdo can see the future or if he's lying again. Jin Cheongdo readily agreed to be tested. But no sooner had he called Christian by name than he exploded with anger again. Jin Cheongdo couldn't understand what was wrong with Chris. The warm light of the nightlight flowed softly, illuminating the dark room, and tea was cooling on the table. Chris and Jin Cheongdo continued to argue. Chris laughed nervously and rubbed his forehead, unable to believe Jin Cheongdo's words. He thought the whole thing was bullshit, but only one Jin Cheongdo knew that Chris was using a pseudonym because he had read it in a book. In the distant future, the whole world will know this secret. Jin Cheongdo asked Chris how he knew his name then. Chris couldn't think of anything better than to assume that Jin Cheongdo is a scout and whether Jin Cheongdo realizes what he's here for. Jin Cheongdo was confused because he thought they needed him. Doubts crept into Christian's head for a second. But no, he will watch Jin Cheongdo. Jin Cheongdo hesitated, for it was up to him to observe everyone. Chris was relentless and wanted to bring Jin Cheongdo out into the open, without blinking an eye. He lied again that he wasn't a crook and could see the future. And if Chris doubts that, he can just keep an eye on him. They looked into each other's eyes and Chris thought that Jin Cheongdo wasn't lying. Chris adamantly forbade Jin Cheongdo from calling him by his first name. From now on, Jin Cheongdo should call him Christopher. Jin Cheongdo was silent. Chris was starting to get angry. Jin Cheongdo didn't understand the purpose of Christian hiding his name. Jin Cheongdo didn't relent and suggested that they call him Chris, but the man was adamantly against it, believing that only friends could call him that. They argued about it for a while longer before Chris threw Jin to some kind of box. When he opened it, he saw bandages and band-aids. Chris angrily advised Jin Cheongdo to clean himself up because the wounds and abrasions on his face made him look terrible. Jin Cheongdo didn't argue and thanked him. Chris turned and left the room, slamming the door loudly. With relief he lay down on the large and very comfortable bed. As he was falling asleep, he remembered that there was a gathering tomorrow. Worried that nothing would change, he fell asleep. Through his sleep he heard some sounds. Someone was calling his name loudly and insistently. When he opened his eyes he saw Ian laughing. He was rushing him, for today they were going to training camp. Jin Cheongdo didn't wake up yet and didn't understand what they wanted him to do. When he realized what was happening, he jumped up and started to pack quickly, but Chris assured him that he could take his time. Now Jin Cheongdo didn't understand why they woke him up then if there was time. After gathering themselves, the three of them went to the training camp to familiarize themselves with the assignments. Ian hoped that Jin Cheongdo would be able to handle the tasks. People were crowding around the camp, because today they were announcing the lists of those who had been selected. Jin Cheongdo saw himself on that list and couldn't believe his eyes. Christian and Ian didn't hide their surprise either. When filling out the form, Jin Cheongdo didn't realize what date of birth to write, because no one should know that he was from the future. Immersed in his thoughts he heard a familiar voice. The guy Ian had asked to be on the team walked into the room. He didn't hesitate to address Ian, as he was very interested in which team the loser had joined. Chris wondered how this guy knew Ian. Ian pretended to see these people for the first time. With terrible curses, the stranger tried to throw himself at Ian, but Jin Cheongdo's crushing blow stopped him. Grabbing his arm, the boy howled in pain. Chris and Ian watched from the sidelines. After finishing up with the bully, Jin Cheongdo headed to the medical exam, calling Chris and Ian with him. Ian was amused by this situation, but Christian walked in silence with his head down. A soldier, Lee Dongben, met them on the street and offered to take them to the camp. On the way back to camp, each of them was thinking about something different. The first one interrupted Ian's silence. He was glad they were a team now. He asked Chris to apologize to Jin Cheongdo. Chris only smirked at that. He wasn't going to apologize to this upstart. But Jin Cheongdo didn't need this man's apology. Their conversation was interrupted by a soldier. Unbeknownst to everyone, they had arrived at their destination. The soldier gave instructions and they went inside the camp. When they got to the room, they looked around and saw that they would be sharing a room together. After some joking on the subject, they began to settle into their new place. When they heard some noise, they turned toward the hallway. In the hallway, there were foremen standing outside each room. With a glare at Ian, the female foreman ordered him out of the room. Ian didn't argue with her. Ian thought to himself that the instructor looked like a very strong woman. As they lined up in front of her, everyone noted that she was very small in stature. She handed out uniforms to everyone and ordered them to change for formation. Ian, Chris, and Jin Cheongdo tried to make a joke about the appearance of the clothes. But the instructor barked in such a voice that everyone hurried to hurry up and change. When they were lined up, she checked each one and corrected anything that wasn't to her satisfaction. After making sure everything was in order, she introduced herself. Her name was Ruri Hugh. She didn't care how they addressed her, as long as they respected the chain of command. After voicing all her demands and telling them where the training schedule was, she gave them nicknames. From this day forward, they were first, second and third for her and should arrive at the first call. Having honored all the admonitions, Hugh withdrew, allowing the boys to rest a little. Ian and the boys went back into the room. They sank to the floor with a sigh of relief. Ian was exhausted, but he tried not to show it. Suddenly the door swung open noisily and everyone looked over there. On the doorstep stood a cheerful girl and her crew. They lived in the neighborhood. Jin Cheongdo recognized her, but didn't say anything. Jot Martin introduced herself and they exchanged pleasantries. She herself was from Totem and was a wizard. Jot was just burning with curiosity and wanted to know what specialties the guys had. Fire swirls swirled around the room. It was Jot demonstrating her abilities. Ian revealed that he is a swordsman and martial artist. Ian wanted to turn to Christian, but the chair suddenly flew up in the air and fell back down. It was Chris demonstrating his mastery of telekinesis. Jot looked at it with admiration and delight. Jin Cheongdo was watching from the sidelines and wanted to appear inconspicuous. He was thinking about his weapon and how he could live without money. He was brought out of this state by Jot, who was standing next to him, hugging Jin Cheongdo. She was talking non-stop, trying to find out all about his abilities. Jin Cheongdo pushed her away without hiding his irritation. Jot tried to apologize. Unexpectedly, Ian stood up for the girl. Jin Cheongdo didn't like it at all. An awkward pause hung in the room. No one knew how to proceed. The guy who came with Jot called out to her and they got ready to leave. Ian said goodbye and invited more people to come in. When the door slammed behind the guests, an oppressive silence hung in the room. The first to break the silence was Christian, who called Jin Cheongdo a rude person. Jin Cheongdo apologized, but Chris didn't stop and reprimanded Cheongdo like a boy, not understanding why he reacted so strongly to the girl. Jin Cheongdo hoped that this would go away at some point, even if it took a very long time. A picture of him lying unconscious on the ground wounded flashed before my eyes. Above him, sobbing with grief and helplessness, sits his mother. He revealed that he has difficulty in communicating with people. Ian listened to him very attentively. Ian wondered if Cheongdo had this trait innately. At that time, only Jin Cheongdo told about his injury and that he had no emotions at all. Chris couldn't believe it, because he saw Cheongdo crying when he hit him. Cheongdo explained that he could cry without experiencing anything at all. Chris laughed. He thought, that makes life very easy. Jin Cheongdo didn't care what Chris said, because words meant nothing to him, but he had a dream. Without working to have a lot of money to live comfortably, Chris advised to just learn how to communicate properly with people and it would help him make tons of money. Ian offered to contact him if he needed help. Jin Cheongdo thanked and agreed. Chris sent him to fetch water and practice his social skills. Ian wanted to object, but Cheongdo assured him that it was fine and he was fine. As he stepped out into the hallway he heard voices. Cheongdo stopped and listened. Jot discussed Jin Cheongdo with her team. The guys urged Jot not to take the guy's antics to heart, but she thought that Cheongdo was not the worst character a person could have, and in her opinion, he was not handsome at all. Jin Cheongdo silently continued to eavesdrop on the conversation. Jot Martin. He knew who this girl was because he had read about her in a book. She would rise to level 3, become a great wizard and go down in the history of Midra. And now she's just a gossip girl who spilled a bunch of information. Jot continued her musings, but suddenly stopped abruptly at half a word. She saw Cheongdo walking towards them. He walked over to the table and started pouring water. Everyone was silent. In sepulchral silence, the water poured into the glasses with a terribly loud sound. The pause dragged on. Jin Cheongdo, without uttering a word, turned around and went into the room. Chris and Ian thanked him for the water. Together, they all decided to stop by the leader of the two team later. Break time was over and practice began. Hugh's instructor gave clear commands and was not happy with their execution. Jot Martin was the first to fall out of favor with the instructor. An exhausted Chris drank the water greedily. Seeing Cheongdo, he inquired about their instructor's future. Cheongdo nervously thought of how to get out of it this time and touched the scar on his forehead. Chris thought that as soon as Cheongdo touched the scar, his ability to see the future would be activated, and only Cheongdo knew that he had just scratched his forehead, but now he would always have to touch the scar when making predictions. Putting his fingers on the scar, he described Ruri as a strong, principled woman who was skilled in martial arts and very fond of honesty. Chris added that she's FM. Ian didn't understand what it meant, but Cheongdo said it was a field manual. At this point they ended their discussion of the instructor. Chris assumed that Jin Cheongdo had the highest score on the written test, but was disappointed when he found out that Cheongdo had never taken the test. What interested him most was why Jot was pretending to be a weakling at practice. She wasn't happy with them and wouldn't shut up for a second. The instructor continued the training without slowing down. Suddenly some guy flew up behind her joking and smiling. It was Sunbi. Hugh was very surprised to see him. Everyone else wanted to know who it was too. He smiled sweetly, but the menacing look didn't bode well. Commands spewed from his mouth without stopping. Ian followed the commands like a robot, afraid to do anything wrong. Sunbi praised everyone. Unexpectedly, he decided to check on Jot. Sunbi mused to her until she made a mistake, and again everything went round and round. But for everyone, he was cruel and ruthless, no indulgences. Ian didn't understand what it was all for. Everyone felt like it was no longer a workout, but just a mockery of them. But everyone was silent. Jin Cheongdo looked at Jot, who called him a weakling, but for some reason is silent. Sunbi was not relentless and tormented them harder and harder. Against Sunbi, Ruri's instructor is an angel. Sunbi was yelling at someone again. It was Cheongdo. He couldn't take the abuse and stopped doing push-ups and now stood looking at the instructor in Sunbi. Sunbi wanted to punish him for such impertinence, but Jin Cheongdo refused to obey him. After all, he wasn't their instructor. Everyone else silently hated him for it. Sunbi was taken aback by such boorishness. Turning to Ruri, he asked who the rebel was. Ruri tried to send him off to deal with his group, but Sunbi didn't think of leaving their training session. Sunbi ordered Jin Cheongdo to do everything unconditionally. Toph disagreed and thought such behavior was absurd. Sunbi asked if Cheongdo had come here for fun. Jin Cheongdo wanted to reply, but Ian pulled him back. Before Jin Cheongdo could continue his argument with Sunbi, he felt a blow. As he fell to the ground, he saw that Chris had done it, calling Cheongdo a psychopath. He demanded that he stop insubordination. Jin Cheongdo wasn't hurt. He was hurt that everyone was silent. Sunbi stopped Chris, and Cheongdo ordered him to get up from the ground. A flustered Ian walked over to them and promised Sunba to sort it all out, but Sunbi gave Ian a very rude telling off. Jin Cheongdo made a comment about being rude to people. Sunbi blushed with anger, while Cheongdo boldly looked him straight in the eye. Sunbi demanded angrily, lowering his gaze, but Jin Cheongdo looked at him with defiance. The angry Sunbi, cursing and shouting curses, walked away. Ian breathed a sigh of relief. In the formation, they started shouting, thinking Jin Cheongdo was crazy. Ian didn't like that Cheongdo was being discussed again. Suddenly, Hugh's instructor interrupted this banter and continued the training session. After knocking, Cheongdo opened the door. Inspector Ruri had summoned him to her office and it didn't bode well. She reprimanded him for unworthy behavior and disobedience to his superiors. Cheongdo started to justify that brutal orders that turn violent are not fair and not human. Ruri had other views about the orders and laws in the camp. The inspector told us that not only strength but also experience is needed to work in the Srethu. Not only the strongest will survive in the fight against the monsters. Every boss has real combat experience and therefore should be listened to in everything. Ignoring the words of an elder can lead to death. Ruri advised Cheongdo to listen to the people at the top, but if he doesn't agree, he should get into the top. Jin Cheongdo understood everything and agreed with instructor Ruri. He decided to obey, but he didn't like it. He wanted to find a way to make things right. Ian and Chris stood in the hallway. Chris was very unhappy with Cheongdo's antics and thought he was a spy. Ian didn't believe it. No sooner had Jin Cheongdo left the instructor's office than Chris grabbed onto him with a dead grip and threw him to the floor. He was very angry that because of Cheongdo's stubbornness, the whole team was suffering. Ian tried to stop an enraged Chris. Somehow, Cheongdo's hands were magically handcuffed. Without realizing anything, the boys looked around and saw a man heading towards them. Chris decided to find out this kind of thing. It was the chaperone clone. He announced that Jin Cheongdo was arrested and sentenced to 10 days for insulting his superiors. In the cell, he just sat on the floor, staring at one point. He was bored and didn't know what to do. Sleeping on the floor proved to be very uncomfortable, especially after the soft bed he had slept on at the hotel. 2 days passed and he heard voices. Someone came to him. It was Ian. He came to see his partner. Cheongdo was lying on the floor and didn't even get up, only complaining of back pain. After a moment, as if he had forgotten himself in a delirium, he began to complain and ask to go home, but Ian couldn't say anything to Cheongdo. Life in the camp went on as usual. The main topic was the arrest of the psycho from Unit 1. The girls were telling each other how hard and cold it was in the basement. Judd felt uncomfortable with everything that was going on. When she saw Ian, she wanted to know where he was going in such a hurry. Ian was on his way to Youngdo's place. He told Judd how horrible the situation in the basement was. Judd sighed sympathetically. She offered her help and decided to go with Ian because she felt guilty about Cheongdo's arrest. Holding hands, they headed for the basement. Judd's partners wanted to keep them company, but they were turned down. Jin Cheongdo sat in his cell and reflected on his life. The guard's voice brought him out of his meditation. Cheongdo looked at him questioningly and the guard said he was free. He didn't understand why he was let out so early. The guard advised him to go see an instructor. Instructor Hugh announced that Cheongdo was free, thanks to his friends. Turns out Ian and Judd came by and asked for his release. The instructor recalled with warmth in her voice about his friend's visit. Cheongdo couldn't believe it. Judd Martin's behavior threw him off balance altogether. Walking down the hallway, Cheongdo heard someone call out to him. Ian and Jade came rushing toward him, worried about Jin Cheongdo. When he saw the boys, he thanked them heartily and bowed in respect. Jade was very uncomfortable and she asked Cheongdo to raise her head. She felt guilty in front of him and held out some kind of vial to him as a sign of reconciliation. It's a pine-flavored drink ball that Jade bought on Christian's advice. Cheongdo thanked Judd for her concern. Jade stuttered with excitement and decided to apologize to Jin Cheongdo. She was embarrassed that he heard her discussing him. She promised that the guys on her team would apologize to him, too. Ian listened to their conversation and couldn't understand what they were talking about. Jade was also very ashamed that she had silently endured the humiliation at practice. She realized that of all the trainees present at the training session, only Cheongdo was the only one who was brave and not afraid to oppose Sunbae. Jade was pestering Cheongdo with questions. She wanted to get to know him as well as possible. Jin Cheongdo tasted the drink and said that it had a very strange taste. Jade breathed a sigh of relief. When she realized that Cheongdo had forgiven her, she threw her arms around him and laughed happily. In order to keep up with the team, Jin Cheongdo had an extra practice in the evening. Instructor Ruri has graciously agreed to give the training individually. Deciding to support Cheongdo, Ian came there as well. The room was quiet. Chris was sitting on the bed all alone reading a book. Taking a break from reading, he saw the guys coming back from practice. It was very late. Cheongdo was exhausted, because after prison, he went straight to practice to catch up on his workouts. Chris looked intently into his eyes. Chris cast a spell and the room was filled with a warm glow. The glowing vortexes easily swept over Ian and Cheongdo. Without understanding anything, the guys were in their cozy beds, falling asleep. Cheongdo praised Chris for that. Making himself comfortable, Chris continued reading. Cheongdo slept very poorly. He had nightmares in his sleep. Coming down from the second tier, Cheongdo saw that Ian was already awake and reading the newspaper. Cheongdo watched from the sidelines and tried to figure out what Ian was interested in. Ian was so engrossed in reading that he didn't even notice Cheongdo. Jin Cheongdo looked closely and realized that it was the third assignment. He'd heard that from Ian, who'd said his ultimate goal was revenge. Could this be the genocide of the Mudos? Cheongdo wondered to himself. Cheongdo decided to approach Ian and find out what he was doing. Ian, reading the newspaper, shared the news that Rain would become an operative again. Cheongdo agreed to this, as Rain was a good candidate for the position. Ian admitted that he was jealous of the opera. Jin Cheongdo was very surprised by this. Ian immediately turned the conversation into a joke. The thought that Ian might be jealous of someone did not bother Cheongdo, because he knew that the one Ian was jealous of now would die by his own hand. Apparently the desire to take the place of an operative was more important than human life. When Chris entered the room, he saw Ian reading, and he was curious to know what Ian was reading. Without noticing anyone around, Ian was reading Mind Dependency by Mishra Arsha. When Chris recognized the title, he was surprised, because it was the author's last book, which was very difficult to find. Ian got it from a friend and offered to let me read it. Chris of course agreed because he really wanted to read it. Cheongdo's head appeared from the second tier. He was interested in their conversation and decided to find out which part it was. Jumping down on the floor, he bragged that he had already read the book. Ian was surprised, but he believed it because Cheongdo could see the future. Cheongdo said that the sixth book will be the last one. Chris got upset and asked me to tell him what the last two parts were about. He thought for a second. Cheongdo agreed, warning that the ending was very strange. Chris and Ian didn't expect that answer. Chris was reluctant to listen to the content of the books. Ian backed him up, thinking it wouldn't be interesting afterward. Cheongdo wasn't going to talk them down. Cheongdo was drinking water in the hallway and didn't immediately hear his name being called. Chris and Ian ran toward him, out of breath, overtaking each other, begging him to tell them the rest of the book. Cheongdo paused for a moment, touching his scar with 2 fingers. He began to speak. The ending of the book was sad. The main character committed suicide. Chris was disappointed with this ending. Ian wondered how people reacted to that ending. Cheongdo revealed that he didn't expect this ending himself. Ian was silent and thinking about something of his own. Chris wanted to know about other books by this author, but Jin Cheongdo couldn't tell me that Mishra Arsha died because he was in the center of this hell. The writer's killer could have been Ian, because he was involved in the massacre, but Cheongdo couldn't say it out loud. Ian could not calm down and was asking why the writer stopped writing. Cheongdo didn't like that Ian was asking so many questions and said that the author was just dead. Jin Cheongdo got more questions. Everyone wanted to know how and when it happened. Jin Cheongdo had to lie that the author was eaten by a monster. Chris knew the author was from Salem and offered to visit him. Jin Cheongdo tried to talk them out of the idea. Chris and Ian were thinking the same thing. They were happy to have Cheongdo on their team. Ian believed that Cheongdo's ability to predict the future would play a huge role in saving humanity. Cheongdo was glad that Ian thought so. Chris admitted that he had thought of kicking Cheongdo out of the team because he attracted trouble like a magnet. Chris promised that if Cheongdo continued to behave like that, he would go to the hospital and then to jail. Ian said that when Cheongdo was in jail, Chris was very worried about him. Ian thought they were lucky that Cheongdo had joined them and thanked him again. Cheongdo was also happy that the guys accepted him into their team. Chris called it cute and made a funny face. When Ian saw all this, he started laughing out loud. Chris didn't understand why Ian was laughing. In the morning, they were told that the camp training was going to a new level. Each trainee was given an individual number that was attached to his uniform. Everyone was distributed by specialty fighters with fighters, medics with medics, wizards with wizards. Ian and Cheongdo were put on the same team as the fighters. Chris, who was great at magic, went to the mage team. When Chris entered the auditorium, he saw quite a large number of mages, which pleased him, but he decided not to stand out. He heard someone call out to him and offered to join him. It was Jad. He sat down next to her and they shared their impressions of the weekend with each other. Jad happily introduced her classmate to Christian. It was Rin Caro and he cautiously extended his hand to say hello to Chris. Chris said hello and extended his hand in return. Chris noted to himself that Rin's hand was wet and sticky, which was very unpleasant. The class began. Instructor Ruri drew a task on the board, to which all present had to give an answer. The essence of it was that it was necessary to show how the body would change if 80% of 100% of the force was removed. To answer the question, she called out number 113. It was Jin Cheongdo. Cheongdo was confused. He didn't know what to answer. Ruri remained silent and waited patiently for an answer. Instructor Hugh reminded Cheongdo of his promise to obey the rules of the camp and to treat people of higher rank with respect. After executing the order, Cheongdo immediately showed a sense of exhaustion. The new assignment called for an even greater reduction in force. Cheongdo wondered how it could be done. He tensed up and thought, but he was getting nowhere. Thank God Ruri came to the rescue and decided to demonstrate it on herself. Cheongdo listened attentively and memorized every little thing that Instructor Ruri taught them. When the inspector finished, she allowed 113 to take her seat. Cheongdo realized that all martial artists only fight because of their bodies. The fight was in full swing. The girl concentrated all her anger in her fist and swung to strike Ian. His reaction was lightning fast. He struck a blow. The girl staggered and almost fell. Quickly pulling herself together, she struck again, this time with her foot. Ian barely had time to make a block. As if in a slow-motion movie, he saw the fist coming toward his nose, and he barely had time to dodge it before he breathed a sigh of relief. Catching a good moment, Ian knocked her to the ground and she collapsed to the floor with a thud. Once on the floor, the girl groaned softly. The fight's over. It was a workout. Ian helped his opponent up. Cheongdo was eagerly waiting for the class to end. The instructor selected the next contestant to spar and offered to choose an opponent. 425 poked his finger at Jin Cheongdo with a mockery. 113 obediently stepped into the ring. For 25 hoped that the life force expended during the training 113 had not yet recovered. It was sneaky, but 425 was hoping for an easy win. Cheongdo started the fight, putting all his strength and power into this strike. 113 defeated his opponent from the first blow. In the other room, trainee number 112 had a perfect test. It was Christian. Chris reflected that the life force training had been easy for him and that it was not a difficult task. Chris talked to his classmate and they agreed that the test was not difficult. Jad watched Chris from a distance. Chris met a guy Judd had introduced him to, who was surprised that Chris had passed all the tests, as he thought his level was low for a mediator. Christian inquired about Rin's test. Rin started making excuses that he hadn't gotten his turn yet, but he was a great mage and would certainly turn it in. Chris had had enough of this and was about to leave. Rin held out his hand to say goodbye. Shuddering in disgust at the memory of Rin's sticky, sweaty hand, Chris lied that he was allergic and couldn't touch a man more than once. Rin sympathized with him. Rin wanted to brag about his family. Chris knew absolutely nothing about Rin's family. Rin's cheeks were flaming with pride that his family was so famous and he thought it was ignorant not to know such a famous surname. Chris laughed back at him. He didn't care about Rin and his family. But Rin didn't think to leave Chris alone. He thought it was strange that Christine didn't have a last name. After all, only vagrants don't have a last name. Chris was pissed off beyond belief. Rin realized he'd said something stupid and tried to apologize and forget about it. Chris was boiling with rage and anger. He was ready to tear this lowlife into little pieces. Rin couldn't utter a word out of fear. He stuttered in mood until the instructor called out to him. Turning around, he ran faster than the wind, which saved him from Chris's fury. A guy in the audience watching them decided to ask Chris what the two had in common. After a little chatting, they decided to watch Rin fight. In battle, Rin was flawless. The instructor was delighted with Rin. He admired his skills. Rin was very proud of himself and thanked the instructor. Chris looked at them and didn't understand why they were acting like this. Back in the room, Ian and Cheongdo planned what they would do tomorrow. They wondered what Chris's plans were for tomorrow, but he didn't look important and that really worried Ian. Christian decided to find out about Rin Caro from Cheongdo because he was a fortune teller. Chris had a lot of questions. Cheongdo, upon hearing Rin Caro's name, froze with his eyes bulging. Cheongdo wanted to understand what happened between them, but Chris assured me it's alright. He's just a weird guy. Jin Cheongdo lied about not knowing him. Cheongdo tried to remember, but there was no character with that name in the book. He decided to find out what Chris was interested in Rin Caro for. Chris noted that he had good abilities and wanted to know more about Rin Caro's family. He didn't accept why Rin was bragging about his family. Maybe he just wasn't adequate. Cheongdo had assured Chris that Rin Caro was not an important character to pay much attention to, but Chris was worried that the third instructor was enamored with Rin. Then Cheongdo said that the instructor is just a greedy person and will be sentenced to jail in the future. From Rin Caro he wishes to benefit, or maybe he already has. Chris was glad the instructor was being punished. It was hot in the ring. The fight was going on. 425. A tall, muscular man. His fist was like a huge sledgehammer, the impact of which will only leave a wet spot. 425 made a hook and the opponent jumped a few meters away. It was Cheongdo. Jumping onto the parapet, Cheongdo pushed off and flew at his opponent with a frantic speed to strike. 425 didn't expect this and collapsed to the floor. 113 was on top of him and raised his fist to finish him off. 425 held back Cheongdo's fist with his last strength and tried to resist. The fight continued for some more time and the huge killing machine was defeated. 113 was victorious in this battle. Satisfied with such a result, Cheongdo left the ring. The corridor was full of people, all crowded around the stand with the test results. Ian and Cheongdo also came over to look at the grades. Cheongdo didn't like the result. He only had 93 points compared to Ian's 100 points. Cheongdo thought his score was low and wanted to get to the bottom of it. His thoughts were interrupted by 425, who thought Cheongdo was inadequate. 425 accused Cheongdo of being particularly cruel to win at any cost and promised revenge. Ian realized that Cheongdo had distinguished himself again, but he didn't say anything. Cheongdo didn't understand what 425 was accusing him of, because he just didn't want to get beaten up. Swearing foully, 425 grabbed Cheongdo's shoulder painfully, his fingers digging deep into the skin. Cheongdo grabbed his shoulder and 425 was about to strike, but he was stopped by Ian. He, as head of the team, apologized to 425. Ian was also rebuked and Ian and Cheongdo decided not to listen to it anymore and left. Cheongdo was well aware that fighting outside of class was forbidden, but he was terribly annoyed by all this unnecessary chatter. Ian called Cheongdo over to wash up. The latter didn't mind. Walking ahead, Ian sighed heavily. Cheongdo didn't understand what this was related to. The corridor was illuminated by lanterns, like fireflies burning everywhere. Walking up the stairs, Ian stopped abruptly. He somehow only now remembered that he had important business to attend to and withdrew. Cheongdo looked at the departing Ian and didn't understand anything. Cheongdo realized that Ian didn't like the story Jin Cheongdo had gotten himself into again, which was why Ian was sighing so heavily. This whole thing didn't bode well. Cheongdo was worried that Chris and Ian would kick him off the team, or maybe even worse, want to kill him. He strained to think how best to handle the situation. Cheongdo was well aware that everything now depended solely on Ian, so he needed to be on his guard. While pondering this, Cheongdo didn't notice instructor Caleb walking up to him. When he saw Caleb, Cheongdo remembered that the instructor and Rin Caro were not important characters in the book he had read. Caleb walked up to Cheongdo and without ceremony decided to give an errand. Caleb would send Cheongdo out for cigarettes in an orderly fashion, explaining in detail which ones he needed. Cheongdo wanted to object because it was pouring outside. Caleb was unbowed because it was the rain that made him reluctant to go on his own. Cheongdo realized that he didn't convince Caleb, so he thought about it and wanted to back out. Cheongdo remembered that he had promised to follow the orders of his superiors and behave properly. Thinking about it, he had completely forgotten about Caleb. Cheongdo felt someone shaking him by the shoulder. Caleb was angry that Cheongdo was disobeying him again. Cheongdo decided not to anger the instructor to fulfill his order and asked for money for cigarettes. Caleb didn't have any money, and neither did Cheongdo, so the instructor told him to sign up for a loan. Putting on his cloak and throwing on his hood, Cheongdo reluctantly went outside, noisily opening his umbrella. He left the camp. Cheongdo raised his head and looked up at the sky, which was covered with black, dense clouds, and the rain was pouring down like a bucket. Sighing with hopelessness, he slowly wandered to the store. The door swung open and Ian stepped into the room. Ian looked around and saw Chris, but he didn't see Cheongdo and asked about it. Chris knew nothing, for when he came to the room there was no one there. They wondered where Cheongdo might have disappeared to. Ian tried to find out what problems Chris had had at practice. After a little thought, Chris told me what the 3 instructors didn't like. Ian tried to find out why Chris thought that. Chris explained that the 3rd and 4th instructors were in charge of a group of mages. Chris found it easy to study. He quickly grasped the material, but for some reason the grades were always lowered, although Chris counted on the highest score for his knowledge. Ian assumed it was all Cheongdo's fault. Chris thought so too, but he didn't want to tell Cheongdo about it, but he was tired of dealing with his problems too. Chris decided that Ian should do it, since he was the team leader. Ian agreed with that and didn't bother to tell Chris about today's incident. The door creaked softly and Cheongdo walked in. Ian inquired how it had gone. Cheongdo didn't understand why Ian was so worried about some errand. Chris wanted to make sure that Cheongdo just did the task and didn't argue with the instructor, or else he would strangle Cheongdo with his own hands. Cheongdo hurriedly reassured them that everything went fine and they shouldn't worry. Chris asked Cheongdo to keep it up even though he thinks there are many injustices in the camp. Ian and Chris realized that Cheongdo hadn't done anything stupid today and calmed down. A shroud of memories came over Cheongdo again. He saw himself as a little defenseless boy. Alien, faceless faces. Cheongdo was very worried about what Chris and Ian were saying about him when he wasn't in the room. Cheongdo decided to try not to make any more mistakes. Cheongdo's new day started with sparring. He had a new opponent, or rather opponent. With a challenge, the girl looked Cheongdo straight in the eyes. She was determined to win. Swinging around, she threw a punch. Cheongdo thought about what he should do to avoid doing something stupid again. Without expecting it, Jin Cheongdo himself received a rather weighty punch to the jaw. Out of surprise, he began to fall backwards, quickly thinking of what he should do. Cheongdo thinks he needs to pull himself together and not relax. Before he could think about it, he received another blow so strong that he shrieked and fell. As he lay on the floor, he realized that it looked like he had broken a rib. He had no strength left at all, and he was like a squeezed lemon. When Ian found out what happened to Cheongdo, he was very upset. Cheongdo hoped he would be taken to the infirmary, but he was wrong. All fighters crippled in battle were taken to the mages' auditorium, where they conducted their drills on the injured. Cheongdo was lying on a stretcher like a guinea pig, and the trainee mages were practicing their skills on him. When Cheongdo was treated and released, he met Ian on the way to the auditorium. Cheongdo wanted to know what score he got for sparring and asked him about it. Ian said that Jin Cheongdo was rated at 63. Cheongdo was very upset, but Ian supported him as much as he could. Ian couldn't believe that Cheongdo had succumbed to his opponent in a fight. Ian thought it was stupid. Cheongdo sincerely didn't understand what it was that Ian didn't like again. Ian was furious. He didn't understand how his health could be jeopardized for the sake of a grade. Cheongdo was upset that Ian didn't like the way he was trying to get along with people. Ian opened his mouth in surprise and shock. Ian advised without hesitation to use his full strength and power to the fullest. Chris was shouting without any expression. The 63 points Cheongdo had gotten had thrown him off balance. Now if Chris fails the tests too, it's all going to be very damaging to their team. Ian was the only one who calmed everyone down and promised that everything would be fine. But Chris was unstoppable, because he had to be with Caleb and Rin Caro, and he was constantly getting low scores. Cheongdo suggested complaining about the instructor. Chris gave up on the idea. He didn't think it would make a difference. He was more concerned with who was a strong opponent for him. At the moment, it was Jot, who would become quite a famous person in the future. Hearing this news, Chris and Ian did not hide their surprise. Cheongdo assured them that it was true. Christian didn't understand why Jad, because he thought she was very weak. Cheongdo couldn't believe his ears and smirked. Chris thought that if you compared Rin Caro to Judd, she could be killed with one punch. Even Ian thought she was weak. Young Do had never watched Jad, so he knew nothing about her as a rival. Even teammates thought Jad was weak, but still stayed together. Cheongdo decided to be careful with his predictions so as not to arouse suspicion. Chris suggested getting rid of Judd before she became strong and powerful. Such a suggestion displeased Ian very much. Chris didn't understand how Ian could give up his dream of becoming an operative because of some girl. Cheongdo decided to calm Ian and Chris down by assuring them that although Judd would become famous, she was no threat to their team. Chris made a very serious face and wanted to know what kind of future Jin Cheongdo would have, what kind of power and strength he would have. Cheongdo thought about how best to answer that question. Cheongdo decided to lie about not seeing his future. Ian knew that Cheongdo didn't see his future either and couldn't understand why, but he wanted to know what was ahead of him. The constant questions about the future were already stressing Cheongdo out, and he wanted to stop asking about it. Cheongdo assured Ian, Cheongdo is just an exception to the rule, but he can tell many other events that will happen. Suddenly Chris covered his mouth with his hand. In complete silence, Chris, Ian and Cheongdo turned to the door. Judd and Rin Caro stood on the doorstep. The uninvited guests continued to stand without uttering a word. Ian eyed them warily and warily. Chris didn't hide the fact that he wasn't happy about the guests who came into the room without even knocking. Rin Caro was scared to death and started apologizing. Judd also began to make excuses, defending Rin Caro. Chris was not in the mood for a friendly conversation, and he didn't like the fact that the guests had barged into the room without even knocking. Judd and Ian were very curious about what had happened between the two, and they watched them with interest. Chris advised Rin Caro to watch his language and asked him to remove himself along with Judd. Judd said goodnight to everyone and the door closed behind them. Cheongdo didn't understand why his ability had to be hidden. He didn't think it was such a big secret. Chris said that Cheongdo was a rare idiot. Chris wanted to keep Cheongdo safe from the evil that people might do after learning about his ability. From Judd, who would pester Cheongdo with her curiosity. From the evil third instructor who would just ruin Cheongdo's life. Ian supported Chris, and they felt sorry for Cheongdo because they thought he couldn't stand up for himself. Cheong didn't think so and didn't understand why he was considered a weakling. Chris drew such conclusions from the outcome of today's fight and sympathized that Cheongdo was a tough opponent. Cheongdo admitted that he was purposely giving in. The argument between Chris and Cheongdo was gaining momentum. Ian explained that yesterday, the guys on the other team had called Cheongdo inadequate, and because of that, he'd decided to give in. Chris wanted to know what exactly those people wanted. Ian said that Cheongdo is a very strong opponent and others don't like it. Because of that, they decided that Cheongdo wasn't worthy of receiving the highest score. Chris was angry and wanted to know who had decided that. Ian only knew this guy's name. His name was Aku. Ian met yesterday to talk to him. Ian wanted to know why he had said such a thing to Cheongdo. Aka refused to discuss anything. Ian then reminded him that Cheongdo was the winner in a fair fight. Aka's opinion did not coincide with Ian's. Aka thought it was necessary to fight on equal terms. Aka reminded him that Ian was adjusting to the opponent himself. Seeing the situation escalating, Aki's friend hurriedly withdrew. At the unexpected claim, Ian began to make excuses. Aka got angry and said that Ian was just like Cheongdo. He told him what the training camp system was. Everyone at camp is competitive with each other. There are 6 high honor roll classes. If the score is low, the trainee is placed in the lowest rank, no matter what rank she is in, so it is better to rank high. Ian was outraged by Aku's position, because it contradicted the ideology of the Srethu. Aka had nothing to reply. Aku was well aware that he was being sneaky. Walking up close to Ian, Aka started to get downright boorish. Unable to tolerate such disrespect, Ian grabbed the boar by the hair. Tilting his head lower and lower and toward the floor, Ian decided to put the lowlife in his place. Ian warned Aku that he wouldn't tolerate his antics because he thought he was weak. Ian warned Aku to stay away from his comrades. Leaning as close to Aki's ear as possible, Ian hissed his final warning, hoping Aki understood. Ian was sorry and thought he had overreacted, but anger and resentment for his friends gave him no right to do otherwise. Chris was eager to find out what Ian had been talking to Aku about, but he was as usual joking. Only now did Chris realize the whole mechanism of evaluating interns. Cheongdo also realized why Aka was angry with him. Chris decided he could use some work on controlling his power too. Cheongdo's previous score was 93 points. After analyzing the whole situation, Chris came to the conclusion that he needed to work on controlling the force. Chris thought control was a very important skill. It developed stamina. In order to stay on the team, you have to get stronger. That was Chris's opinion. Cheongdo was in complete agreement with him. Chris advised not to procrastinate and start practicing the next day. Cheongdo didn't mind, but he didn't know where to start. So Chris became Cheongdo's personal trainer. He turned out to be a very demanding coach. Cheongdo took a punch to the jaw for his disobedience. It was painful, but Cheongdo's progress improved quickly. Chris was proud of himself and rejoiced at Cheongdo's success. The girl who defeated Cheongdo in the last fight noticed a change in her fighting technique. She noted restraint and marked improvement. Cheongdo didn't think it would be so noticeable. The girl smiled sweetly back. But in a second this furious fury was unrecognizable. She was ready for battle and very much counted on her victory. While she was yelling senselessly, she missed the kick that Cheongdo had given her. He delivered his blows in cold blood and with precision. After locking his opponent's arm, Cheongdo threw another knee strike. Not a single muscle on Cheongdo's face did not flinch. He was cold and indifferent. Cheongdo did a somersault in the air, and while her opponent sat on the floor with a confused look, performed a choke hold from behind. The hand squeezed his neck harder and harder. The desperate girl tried to strike Cheongdo with her last strength. After another moment, she begged for victory. Cheongdo loosened his grip. "It's over, the fight is over." The instructor praised Cheongdo for his excellent work. Ian raised his index finger upwards and was very happy for Cheongdo. Cheongdo responded in kind. The girl was upset about her loss. Cheongdo thanked her for the fight and asked her not to be angry with him. The girl was very surprised by this. She laughed and didn't understand how she could be angry with Cheongdo if she was weaker and lost, but she promised to take revenge. Cheongdo listened to her without uttering a word. He heard Ian calling him. Ian told his friend it would be a good idea to help the girl up. Ian, who was watching the conversation from the side, told Cheongdo that it would be a good idea to help her up, and she put her arms around his neck, noting that although he was rude, she was grateful for his help. Holding on to Cheongdo, the girl walked slowly. Each step was difficult for her. It looked like she had a broken rib. Now she understood how Cheongdo felt after the defeat. She had broken his ribs too. Now they were even. After handing the girl over to the mages for healing, Cheongdo and Ian slowly walked down the deserted corridor. Ian was delighted with Cheongdo's fighting tactics today, and he realized that only thanks to Chris and Ian's advice could he win the sparring match today. They did not notice how they came to the stairs. Ian was very happy that Cheongdo had gotten better and regretted that this fight was not seen by Chris. He thought that he would have appreciated the success of Cheongdo. It was very nice to have his advice was not in vain. As they went up the stairs, they decided that it would be a good idea to see how the instructors evaluated Cheongdo, and they went to the grading board. On the way, Jin Cheongdo was surprised that the girl was not angry at him for losing the fight, because he remembered the scandal Akeem had caused him. By comparing these two fights and his two opponents, Cheongdo has concluded that everyone reacts differently to the situation, and that fact must be accepted. Thanks to this situation, he realized that all people are different, and to expect the same reaction to everything that happens is just silly. Ian smiled, glad that Cheongdo had finally come to the right conclusion and realized that he was wrong. Ian has been trying to tell Cheongdo that everyone is different and it's wrong to expect the same reaction from different people, and we have to accept that. Ian was in a great mood. He was 100% sure that today's grading would be top-notch. He was worried about Cheongdo's grades, but today it seemed like everything would be fine. When Ian came to the grading board, his eyes opened so wide with surprise that they seemed to fall out of their orbits. He looked at the board and couldn't believe his eyes. Ian thought it was some kind of evil joke. There was a 0 on the board, which shocked Ian and Cheongdo. As they were sure that everything had gone perfectly, there was a sepulchral silence in the hallway, the lantern shining dimly on the wall making the room even darker. Exhausted from resentment and unfairness, Cheongdo sat down on the sofa in the hall. The last thing he wanted to see right now was someone. He really wanted to be alone. All of this did not fit in his mind in any way. There were so many questions in Cheongdo's mind but not one answer. He was devastated. Ian shouted out of his stupor and was as indignant as Cheongdo at the injustice. Thinking about all of this, they didn't notice that Instructor Ruri came up to them and turned to Ian. Ian only stammered his assessment, but Hugh's instructor ordered him to follow her, and her tone did not bode well. Jin Cheongdo and Ian didn't understand what was going on, but they didn't argue, and Ian obediently followed the instructor. Cheongdo was alone with his thoughts. No matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't understand why Ian had gotten a 0. Cheongdo knew from history that Chris and Ian were the best of the best and were in the top 1% of the most talented trainees when they graduated from the training center. But what happened today didn't fit the picture of their successful training. Cheongdo's thoughts were interrupted by a rude, boorish shout as someone kicked him forcefully in the boot. Cheongdo looked up and saw the boorish third instructor Songbi in front of him. He didn't know who he was, but with a snide, nasty smile, he told Cheongdo that the fourth instructor was waiting for him and asked him to follow him. As he approached the door of the fourth instructor's office, Young Do heard a shout so strong that it sounded like his eardrums were about to burst. Looking inside, Young Do saw that Ian was being reprimanded for picking a fight outside of training, which didn't bode well. Sunbae, who brought in John Do without missing a moment, immediately quipped that Ian's team is considered to be very troubled and it's worth paying attention to. The instructor was sitting at his desk, all purple with anger, shaking a sheet of denunciation in front of him, which described in all colors how Ian had beaten the man. The instructor was beyond furious and did not even question that it could be a lie. Instructor Ruri was also present at this conversation. She knew nothing about this incident, so she stood silent without saying a word, watching the fourth instructor with a sidelong glance. Gathering his courage, Ian wanted to clarify how things really happened because Aku was a cheat in this situation, but the fourth instructor cut him off half-heartedly. Without letting Ian finish, he turned his gaze to Jin Cheongdo and pointed his finger at him, and in a tone that did not tolerate objections, ordered him to tell his point of view about the incident. Cheongdo was confused. He didn't know what to say, because Ian hadn't told him all the details about his meeting with Aku, and now Cheongdo just looked at the instructor and kept silent. The instructor came very close to Cheongdo, his face crimson with anger, and he asked him why the team leader was solving problems by force, making his team look like victims. Cheongdo looked away from that crazy instructor. He had no answer. He knew that Ian had done it to protect the honor and dignity of not only Cheongdo, but the whole team. Ian wanted what was best for him. Initiative is punishable, and everything Ian has done to resolve this conflict has backfired on them. Cheongdo's indignation was unprecedented as he realized that if the grades remained at the same level, then history would change beyond recognition and he would no longer be able to control the future, making him completely useless and helpless. Thinking about what to do, he went through 100 options in his head in a minute. He needed to get out of this situation immediately. There was nowhere to retreat to, and with more air in his lungs, Cheongdo decided to speak his mind about the fight. He loudly and clearly made it clear that his team is not to blame. Yes, they have faults. Yes, they are not perfect, but they are in camp to learn everything. Cheongdo was unstoppable. He clearly and succinctly expressed his point of view, considering Aku a cretin and an upstart who solves his problems by complaining. The fourth instructor and Ruri listened to him without interrupting, and Jin Cheongdo decided to tell how it really was, without hiding the details. Cheongdo summarized that when he was training with Aka, he always beat him in sparring and Aka didn't like it. He accused Cheongdo of being inadequate and wanting to beat people up. Aku realizes that he is a weak opponent. That's why he hurts the whole team. Sunbae, who brought Cheongdo to the instructor, was also in the office, so he listened to the story with great curiosity. The fourth instructor opened his mouth in surprise, because the complaint Aku had written didn't contain a word about it, and the instructor Ruri was standing next to him, shocked at what she had heard. Cheongdo continued his story that Aku was provoking Cheongdo in every possible way, and if Ian hadn't interfered in their conversation, the fight would have been unavoidable and Aku would have started it and then he would be in their place now. Cheongdo, full of determination, assured everyone present that he was 1,000,000% sure that Aku would have hit him first without Ian interfering in all of this. Boldly looking the instructor in the eye, he called Aku a coward and a manipulator, who should now stand in their place and be held accountable for his actions, while Ian in this situation was only helping a member of his team, and that's what any true leader would do. When he finished his story, Cheongdo exhaled. He didn't care whether he was punished or not, as long as justice was served. The instructor was even more furious. He could not or did not want to believe this story. He was gnawed by doubts that it was too much, very detailed. Penetrating into every detail told Cheongdo all this. Ian tried to stand up for his comrade, trying to defuse the situation. He said that Cheongdo has a phenomenal memory and that even he does not remember so many details, but Ian assured that he did so only because he wanted to protect his team and not to shame the honor of Srethu. Not knowing what to say, the instructor clenched his teeth and cursed softly, but a second later his shout tore through the space, demanding that Aka be brought to him immediately. Panting and pretending not to understand what was happening, Aka was taken to the instructor, skillfully pretending to be a victim. He babbled about justice and how cruel it was for a victim and a rapist to be in the same room. Instructor Ruri interrupted the whole circus without ceremony and gave Aku a chance to talk about the conflict, because he wanted to. 425, stammering and trying to get out of it, began his story about Ian threatening and hitting him, and how he tried to fight back. At first he said it was the body, but then he changed his mind and decided it would be the head. Cheongdo couldn't contain himself and exploded. He decided to ask Aku why he was saying one version and then changing it a moment later, how he could be trusted and what was true and what was false. Ako did his best and blamed Ian for not understanding the situation and attacked him, grabbing his head. Ian realized that 425 was a very slippery type and to keep silent in this situation would be very foolish, so he decided to tell the audience about all the threats from Aku, noting that he did not see a single bit of regret or remorse in his eyes. Akka had nothing to say for himself, so he started to pity him for not wanting to be in the same room with the criminal, but it looked very pathetic and miserable. Ian calmly asked Aku to tell his version of what had happened and to give his evidence that 425 had been wrongly injured. Aku didn't like what Ian was saying to him. His face disfigured by anger looked frightening, but Ian calmly continued his speech, pressing 425 with facts to which he had nothing to answer. But then, out of the blue, Aku attacked Cheongdo, blaming him for all of his problems, once again showing his lowly nature. Ian, who had come up behind him, warned Aku of the consequences, but suddenly Aku froze in place, feeling a hand firmly on his shoulder. Ian's tone icy cold, and 425 hiccuped loudly. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, the fourth instructor ordered everyone to stop. His already red face turned into a ball of fire, so angry was he. Sitting down on the couch and putting his hand on his head, he reminded the three of them where they were. He was very annoyed at the behavior of the trainees. Ruri stood motionless with her hands folded behind her back. The fourth instructor was very angry, pointing his finger at Cheongdo and saying that the latter's behavior really pissed him off. Then, with the same aggression, the fourth instructor turned on Ian, sputtering with anger. He accused him of violating the camp rules and suspended him from the next training session. Ian was stunned by such an unfair decision of the instructor. Out of resentment, he could not utter a word in his defense. But Ruri didn't stay silent. She charged at the fourth instructor, accusing him of injustice. Ruri insisted that he shouldn't be suspended from the training. Just take off half of the points as punishment and it would be fair. But the fourth instructor was impenetrable. He was sure that he was right and that this was a just punishment. He was not interested in other opinions. Deciding to teach Ian and Aku a lesson, he invited them to demonstrate their strength not on each other, but to fight the monster. But Instructor Ruri was not satisfied. She thought that it would be fair to punish Akka too, because he also threatened her team, and if it was to be punished, it should be punished to all participants of the conflict. The fourth instructor didn't expect such insolence from Ruri. He was furious that someone was questioning his decision in front of the trainees. But Ruri, like a stalwart tin soldier, stood her ground. She considered this punishment too harsh and tried her best to undo it. The fourth instructor jumped up from his desk. He couldn't understand how Ruri dared to discuss his decisions and argue with him. It wasn't his plan and he was getting angrier and angrier. Seeing the situation escalating, Sunbi decided to calm down the instructor. He brought him coffee and asked him not to take offense at Ruri, because everyone knows about her little thing. Ruri always follows the principles, so everyone should calm down. Sunbi calmed down the fourth instructor as best he could, advising him to take it easy, saying that it was just a childish squabble that wasn't worth the attention and nerves. Ruri stood behind him and watched as Sunbei tried to calm the instructor down. Sunbei winked cheerfully at her, giving her hope that he would solve the problem. Ian was tired of the uncertainty and decided to act on his own. Turning to the fourth instructor, he told him that he had had 10 successful sparring sessions today and suspension from training would be too harsh and unfair a punishment. Before he could finish, the instructor's anger was upon him, and he was ready to lock Ian in jail for 5 days. Jin Cheongdo didn't understand why everyone was so worried about Ian, since he had been imprisoned for 10 days for a lesser offense. Ian fell silent and just waited for the fourth instructor to decide. It was useless to prove and fight. But then in defense of Ian was Ruri. She was adamant in her decision that both parties to the conflict should be punished. Ruri was ready to do anything to finally end, but ended fairly. Now, to make things fair, she decided to involve the teachers and get their opinion, and if most of them decide that Ian is guilty, she will stop resisting and Ian will get his deserved punishment. There was an awkward pause. The fourth instructor stared at Ruri, thinking how he was fed up with this girl and where she had come from, but Ruri stood silent, her gaze full of determination. She was not used to backing down. She always achieves her goals and this time she would achieve it, no matter what it cost her. The fourth instructor had weighed all the pros and cons and had made a decision and was ready to announce it. With a sour face, as if doing a favor, he finally decided that both trainees would be punished. Ruri looked at Ian victoriously, glad that she had achieved what she wanted and that justice had been done. And Ian looked at Ruri gratefully, even though he was sure he didn't deserve to be punished and had acted according to honor and conscience. But thank you for that. The fourth instructor with a haughty face was finishing his coffee, showing how annoyed he was with everything that was going on and everyone present. With undisguised anger and exasperation, he crumpled Aku's complaint in his hand and barked for everyone to get out of his office. Aku, Ian, and Cheongdo stood silently in the office of the fourth instructor, each thinking about something different, but they were all glad that it was finally over. Aku was the first to break the silence, and in his usual manner, he made a quip about how Ian and Cheongdo were worried about each other. He thought it was very funny. Ian tried to remind Ek that the punishment applied to him, too, so he shouldn't get too excited. But Aku didn't care, because the most important thing for him was to ruin the lives of others, and from this, his mood only improved, provoking the guys. He did not forget to remind them that they had better not touch him, otherwise next time everything might end badly for them. Stumbling backwards and getting into the excitement of his impunity, Aku confessed that he had never had any injuries or scratches and how cleverly he had fooled everyone. Ian and Cheongdo looked at Aku as he walked away and realized that they should be as careful as possible and wait for a trick every second. Cheongdo didn't really listen to Aku's nonsense. He was more concerned about the fact that the instructors didn't believe him, and he had so clearly explained to them what had gone wrong. Cheongdo has been wondering how he can bear to be in the top 1% with such low scores, and now it seems like it won't be realistic. Jin Cheongdo woke up to someone shaking his shoulder. Ian was very concerned about his friend's condition, assuming it was Cheongdo's body's reaction to the stress. Cheongdo apologized for making Ian worry and said that he was worried about the scores, because if their team didn't get the right number, they would be kicked out of the camp. But most of all, Cheongdo was afraid of Christopher's reaction. He remembered how Chris reacted to his low scores and it made him feel uncomfortable. Ian remembered the conversation very well, and his look became sad, because even if Chris wanted to hit him for it, what could he do? Ian went on to say that it was probably fair, because his points were hurting the whole team. He closed his eyes for a second, leaning against the wall, wanting peace and quiet and for this to be over. But Ian was realistic and realized that he could have a conflict with Chris today and there was no telling how it would end. Cheongdo read in the book that Ian would take the first place among the other teams and that he was very violent and aggressive. But it didn't fit with the Ian that Cheongdo saw in front of him, so maybe the book was a lie. Cheongdo nervously twiddled his thumbs and realized that to his deep regret, everything he had read in the book was bitter but true, and one day he would see it all with his own eyes. Chris was very angry and launched a bucket of water, which flew through the air like a fluffball and landed in the middle of the room with a thud, the water from the bucket spilling onto the carpet, forming a huge, wet stain in the middle of the room. The fingers on Chris's hand were sticking out in different directions, like they were cramped, and he was still trying to understand what Ian had just told him. Ian had been trying to calmly explain to Chris for several minutes that he had received a punishment of 50 points today, but he didn't want to hear it, swearing and freaking out. Chris asked Ian about it again and again, as if he hadn't heard, and he looked like he was going crazy. Chris apologized for the umpteenth time. He really was genuinely sorry for what had happened and for letting everyone down. Chris looked at Ian with a completely uncomprehending look and remained silent, his behavior alarming and frightening at the same time. Chris looked at the same point, but his soul was torn from a single question. He really wanted to know from the guys how they could do this to him, but Chris was silent, because he was very guilty before them. Chris began to remember what had happened today at the Mage Training Center. He was experimenting with magic spells as usual. Fire lightnings like hand snakes flowed smoothly from one hand to the other. He had an idea to use magic to look into Cheongdo's past and finally find out what this guy is really like. Like a movie, images of Jin Cheongdo started to pop up in front of Chris. Even now it was obvious that this man was causing their team more trouble than good, and anger started to rise up in Chris. Rubbing his hands, Chris realized that he saw nothing interesting in the past. Then he read a spell and a bright multicolored flash illuminated the room. Light shimmering filled the entire space. Right in front of Chris illuminated the board with the inscription "Anticipation of the Future." Chris was very surprised when he saw all this. It was the first time he was able to open a portal to the future. Yes, there were a lot of odds, but it can be worked on and everything can be fixed. Chris remembered about Cheongdo and decided to get more information from him about this ability. He was proud and pleased with himself. But his joy didn't last long. With a rumble and crackle, the portal exploded, blowing into small pieces. The trainees present in the audience were thrown back by the blast wave. Chris didn't expect this, and at the doorway he saw Caleb and Ruri frozen in surprise. And it was a bad time for Caleb, because it didn't bode well for Chris. Chris stood in the middle of the ruined auditorium. All the walls were cracked and small splinters. Looking at such devastation, Chris did not understand how all this could happen. The auditorium looked like a horror movie. There were bricks and concrete everywhere, mixed with smoldering books. If you didn't know what happened here, it looked like hordes of monsters were doing battle here. Chris was so happy about his success that he lost control of his power, and that's what it led to. Behind him stood Jad and Rin Caro. They couldn't believe their eyes that Chris had done all this. Christopher was thinking about one thing: why they all showed up at such a bad time. Suddenly he became dizzy and suddenly began to fall. Falling on one knee and putting his hand in front of him, Chris felt exhausted and devastated. Without controlling himself, he used all his strength and energy. Chris realized his mistake. He is always teaching and reproaching everyone, even though he does as many stupid things as everyone else. And he smiled thinking about it. Caleb noticed Chris smiling and walked over to him. The third instructor was not laughing. He didn't see anything funny in the fact that this asshole had trashed the training ground and didn't know what to do with it. Caleb came close to Chris, and the instructor was furious that an expensive device had been damaged, which made Chris tense up and wait, because Caleb could expect anything. Chris, like many others, realized that the building and property could be subjected to this during training, but how to communicate this to Caleb? So Chris waited silently for what would happen next. After standing there for a while, Chris thought of nothing better to do than apologize and leave. With a quick step, he caught up with Chris and grabbed him by the shoulder, trying to turn him towards him. Chris looked at the instructor with a frightened look, not realizing what was going on. While Chris was thinking about what to do, he felt a blow to his jaw with such force that it seemed to him that his head was about to be torn off and rolled on the ruined auditorium. Jad and Nanrin Caro stood aside and froze in surprise. Jad shrieked, but immediately covered her mouth with her hand. She was very worried about Chris. When Chris came to his senses, a protective barrier had appeared in front of him, which meant that he would not be able to fight back against Caleb, and he sighed heavily. That sigh infuriated Caleb even more, and he lashed out at Chris with more accusations, accusing Chris of endangering everyone in the classroom and swinging to strike Chris again. He suddenly stopped when he saw a fourth instructor enter the classroom. Looking around and seeing the dirt and devastation, he ordered Caleb not to have fun, but to clean up the classroom quickly. And then, with a hateful glare at the fourth instructor, Caleb lowered his hand and stepped away from Chris. The fourth instructor noted that Caleb, as an instructor, should keep order, and Caleb put a smile on his face and ran to fulfill the orders of his superior. Turning to Chris for a second, Caleb hissed angrily that he wasn't going to let it go and that Chris should be ready to go on. The fourth instructor, visibly nervous, called out to Caleb again, and he obediently walked toward him. As soon as Caleb and the fourth instructor left the classroom, Jad rushed over to Chris. She wanted to make sure he was alright. Rin Caro reluctantly followed her. He didn't enjoy pretending to be worried about Chris. As he approached Chris, he mockingly said that breaking the equipment was a big mistake for Christopher. Chris felt guilty too. He thought that because of his carelessness and self-confidence, innocent people had been hurt, but Jad assured him that they were fine and Caleb was just a manipulator who used people for his own purposes. But that didn't give him the right to bully the trainees. The scoreboard was treacherously glowing with 64 points. Chris looked at the numbers and felt empty inside, realizing that he had ruined it all with his own hands. Chris realized that those were terrible evaluations and how cruel Caleb was, especially to Chris. He remembered it all with a shudder and said out loud, standing in front of Ian and Cheongdo, that he had gotten 64 points today, interrupting each other to ask why it was so. Chris assumed that his bad grade was the result of his poor training, and added irritably that why would Cheongdo ask stupid questions when he could see perfectly well with his own abilities. Cheongdo decided to remain silent because he couldn't understand what Chris was up to. Chris irritably threw a book at Cheongdo and advised him to develop himself before worrying about his grades. Jin Cheongdo silently took the book and walked over to Chris and calmly explained that he had already read the book, and if Chris was so concerned about his education, he should find another book. Chris cursed and allowed himself to keep the book he was reading, then quietly cast a spell and dipped his hand into the fire stream. Ian and Cheongdo watched the action mesmerized, and in a second another book was already in Cheongdo's hands and he thanked Chris quietly in amazement. Ian knew it was weapon summoning magic, but it was the first time he had ever seen it used to summon anything, and he was curious about it, so he hurried to ask Chris about it. But Chris said that there was nothing amazing about it and that magic only worked within the confines of the room and that the range of possibilities in martial prowess was very limited. Ian understood that, but he still thought magic was a very amazing thing. morning, Cheongdo was sitting quietly on his bed. He didn't see or hear anything because the new book Chris gave him was so interesting that he was completely absorbed in reading it. After the hustle and bustle of everyday life, the night crept up imperceptibly, and everything was covered with darkness outside the window. The room was dark and quiet. Tired from a hard day, the boys were peacefully sleeping in their warm beds. Only Chris couldn't sleep, lying there with his eyes wide open. He didn't know how much time had passed, but sleep still wouldn't come to him, so he threw back the blanket and sat up on the bed. He sat still and stared straight ahead without blinking. It was a mystery what Chris was thinking about. No one knew how long it lasted, but something very important was bothering him, and he couldn't find a place to go, scurrying around like a wounded animal. In the total darkness, the door creaked pitifully and closed quietly. Cheongdo woke up to the sound of a slamming door and saw that Chris's bed was neatly made, while Chris himself had disappeared somewhere. Cheongdo looked out into the corridor and saw Chris, who had changed into a training suit, heading towards the exit, lighting his way with magic lights. Chris disappeared around the corner and the hallway slowly began to sink into darkness. In the last rays of the jumping lights it could be seen that a letter lay under one of the doors. Cheongdo decided to follow Chris. He could never understand the actions of Ian and Chris. Everything they did seemed strange and illogical to Cheongdo, and now Chris is standing in the dark. Cheongdo hid behind the parapet and couldn't explain what was going on. He was beginning to doubt the book he was reading about Srethu, because it didn't fit with what he had read. Cheongdo sat in the dark and thought, but there were more questions than answers and he felt like his head was swelling up and about to burst. The silence of the night was broken by Caleb's loud shouting, calling Chris a son of a bitch. As he headed toward him, Caleb was sure it was Chris's doing, and so he was filled with rage. Sunby shook the letter in front of Chris. It said that Caleb was a bribe taker and a crook, which made him very angry. Cheongdo thought that Chris was crazy to take revenge for Caleb's low grade, and God forbid someone should see all of this. Caleb was furious that a trainee dared to threaten him and accuse him of bribery. Cheongdo was worried about Chris. He thought that Caleb was going to kill Chris. Chris looked at the expression on Caleb's face. Anger and hatred shrouded his eyes, and also a wild desire to kill Chris, right here and now. The situation was heated to the limit and could end sadly for Chris, so Cheongdo decided to intervene. Sitting behind the parapet, Cheongdo mentally asked Chris not to do anything stupid and behave like in the book, because he had already gotten into a lot of trouble. But as soon as Cheongdo decided to go out to stop this madness, something strange began. Chris looked confidently into Caleb's eyes, took his hand aside and snapped his fingers a few times. The darkness of the night erupted from the bright light that illuminated everything around the camp. Chris stood with his head down and his arm raised high, and behind him, a huge ball of lightning, shimmering with all the lights. Caleb was scared and it was very noticeable, because he didn't expect Chris to dare to use magic against him. Raising his head high, Chris pronounced the spell loudly and clearly chiseling each word, staring intently into his opponent's eyes. Caleb shouted curses and barely had time to cover himself with his hands from the flames that whipped at him from all sides. Cheongdo watched from his hiding place and regretted that Chris was always trying to deceive him, making it worse for himself. Caleb, realizing that Chris was not a timid man and could fight back, was on his feet, shouting curses and threatening to get even, covering himself with his hands from the flashes and bright lights. The instructor wanted this to be over quickly. In an instant everything stopped and in front of Caleb stood Chris, smiling broadly and holding out the briefcase to him. With a sly tilt of his head, he explained to Caleb that he knew all about the bribe Rin Caro had paid and that he wasn't going to get involved in any of this shit, but Caleb gave him no choice. Caleb thought nervously about how he could get out of this story, glancing at Chris, but he couldn't think of anything to say. Chris continued and explained to Caleb that the mayhem in the auditorium was staged to attract attention, and suddenly, he opened the briefcase, filled to the top with money, right in front of Caleb's nose, who opened his mouth in surprise and couldn't understand where Chris had gotten such a sum. But Chris was in too good a mood, and he continued, mockingly wondering if Caleb was the money. Caleb didn't know what to do. Chris had taken him by surprise, so he decided to deny everything, hoping to remove suspicion that he was somehow connected to Rin Caro. But Chris pressed the facts. All the trainees noticed how Caleb was loyal to Rin Caro while inflating his grades, even though his knowledge was more than mediocre. Overhearing Chris and Caleb's conversation, Cheongdo was surprised that Rin Caro was from the third team, and then he remembered that he had predicted that Caleb was expecting a bribe, but it was just a guess and why Chris had kept it secret. Chris had noticed that for all the other members of the third team, Caleb wasn't doing any favors. Cheongdo, sitting in the dark on the cold, concrete floor, concluded that this was a huge mistake for Chris, and it was a good thing that everything was okay. Chris's arguments didn't appeal to Caleb at all, and he kept pretending he didn't understand what was being asked of him, making a cute face and putting his hand to his heart. Chris admitted that he only wished that instructor Caleb would be more lenient and kind to him, calling Cheongdo a bastard who'd ruined the instructor's mood. Chris tried to explain to Caleb that it wasn't his fault, and punishing him for someone else's mistakes was too much. Caleb laughed in Chris's face, assuring him that such nonsense and trivialities did not bother him as an instructor. The longer Cheongdo listened to their conversation, the more he was amazed by Chris's duplicity and unscrupulousness, something he had never expected from him. Chris and Caleb stood across from each other, and the latter, not choosing his words, explained to Chris that he was no less a jerk than Cheongdo and that he had more than his share of faults, and Caleb had a lot more to list. But Chris interrupted him and he stopped talking. Chris was only interested in one answer: whether they had a deal or not. The instructor stood and thought how he should do the right thing. From such tension his face was covered with sweat. Drops of sweat traitorously rolled off his face and fell on his uniform. Taking the briefcase with the money, he hastened to assure Chris that he always treated his men with understanding and care. After receiving his money, Caleb wondered if Chris was in too much of a hurry, returning the briefcase so easily. But Chris stood and just listened to the instructor. What happened today would be a lesson to Caleb, and he would remember this day well. Wishing the departing instructor a good journey, Chris laughed merrily. He was in a great mood and no one was able to spoil it. Cheongdo just had his eyes open to what Chris really is and how he could not see it. And since when is it the norm for Christopher to pay for points with bribes? You should be careful with him. Chris decided that he could relax and took his time and enjoyed lighting a cigarette. Cheongdo appeared out of the darkness, accusing Chris of bribery. The cigarette almost fell out of Christopher's mouth in surprise. He didn't expect to see Jin Cheongdo here. Christopher turned to face Cheongdo and stared intently into his eyes. Chris agreed with Cheongdo and slowly released the cigarette smoke, adding that it would only be a bribe if Caleb reported it to his superiors. Cheongdo wanted to convey to Chris that Caleb was not someone he could trust, and tomorrow this could end with Chris either in jail or arrested for bribery. Cheongdo knew that in the future Christopher would be in a lot of trouble because of the bribe, but Cheongdo was not sure he wanted to help this guy, and the fate of Chris from the book is very different from what is happening today, and how to make it all right Cheongdo did not know yet, because in the end Chris will have a terrible and sad fate. To himself, Cheongdo noted that Chris had an amazing ability to annoy people around him. Chris assured Cheongdo to have no doubt that Caleb wouldn't give up such a tidy sum. Cheongdo thought that there was probably no other way out, because if their scores were as low as they were, they would be eaten up and they would be out of the camp in no time. Chris was smoking and he was sure he was doing the right thing, and he was sure it wouldn't be so easy to put him in jail. As much as Cheongdo hates to admit it, Chris was right. Chris remained silent. He knew that very well himself. But Christopher has a lot of questions for Cheongdo, and most importantly, why if he sees the future did not stop Chris and let him do it, or this game on a special script known only Jin Cheongdo. Only now did Cheongdo realize why Chris was so brave to do this operation. Chris was sure that everything would work out because Cheongdo, as a seer of the future, was silent, and Chris took it as approval. Cheongdo tried to rectify the situation by calling his gift an inconvenient ability in which he only sees significant and big events in a person's fate without small details, adding that his gift is more like a history book. Chris was very surprised at such an ability and naturally didn't believe it. Chris started asking Cheongdo uncomfortable questions, and Cheongdo couldn't stand it and said that Chris was obsessively interested in him. Chris didn't hold back and his hand balled into a fist and flew into the air. A powerful punch landed on Cheongdo. From the surprise and pain, Cheongdo crouched down, and Chris from on high continued to admonish him, thinking that Cheongdo was too relaxed. Chris called Cheongdo a useless braggart who needs to be hit just for prevention so that he doesn't let his guard down. Cheongdo tried to justify that he doesn't know how his brain works, so he can't see the details of the future. But if he understands it, things might be different. Cheongdo thought aloud that it might be a good thing, because with such a phenomenal memory as his, knowing the future with all the details would make his head boil and explode, so he was glad that he couldn't feel anything. Cheongdo's monologue cheered Chris up a lot for some reason. He knew what to say to him. Chris wondered if Cheongdo had ever been happy. Happiness. Cheongdo wondered. He didn't know what it was, for he had never experienced it. Cheongdo couldn't understand why people were so obsessed with their emotions and why it was so important to them. Cheongdo's attention was attracted by a strange sound, and he looked around to look, but saw nothing. He tried his best to see what it was, but it was dark and deserted. Chris watched him with interest. He didn't understand what had alarmed Cheongdo, and he wanted to know about the strange sounds, but Chris couldn't hear anything. After looking around once more and seeing nothing but a faint moon hiding behind the clouds, Cheongdo thought he was just imagining things. It was morning. The sun shone its bright rays on the camp building. Today was the last day of training. The instructor stopped the sparring, praising everyone for a great job. Cheongdo's face was smashed and blood was flowing from his nose. It was happening again today. He lost again and was lying on the floor. Cheongdo had always participated only in backyard fights, and there are no rules, so how to fight by the rules he simply did not know. The instructor's loud voice announced that number 111 was invited into the ring, and he had to choose his own opponent. Ian looked at 425 with challenge and said he would fight him. 425 slowly raised his gaze to 111, his eyes full of hatred. Getting up slowly, 425 noticed that he had warned Ian to stay away from him, and reluctantly, as if doing him a favor, Aku made his way to the ring. Aku was so angry that it seemed like a fire was burning around him and sparks were flying in all directions. His eyes filled with vengeance and his face twisted with anger. He showed how much he wanted to win this fight. This made absolutely no impression on Ian, and he calmly and confidently offered to start the fight. 111 didn't care what Aku would do. He turned around and headed to the other corner of the ring to start sparring as soon as possible. Turning to face his opponent, Ian nodded, showing that he was ready to fight. Aku chuckled at Ian, hoping he was just bluffing and was sure he would win this fight and Ian would die. Ian looked at him with pity and thought he'd had enough of that arrogant bastard, but he needed to teach him a lesson. Aku assumed an intimidating pose and glared at Ian with a look of hatred, promising to wipe 111 to powder. And at that moment it seemed that the air around Aku was red hot. Seeing that Ian was standing open-mouthed, Aku was lightning fast, hoping to strike a sudden blow. Thinking that only a dumbass could stand so openly, Aku approached looking at the solar plexus and was about to strike there. He was sure that Ian didn't know the basics of combat and wouldn't be able to resist him. But something went wrong. A moment later Aku was lying on the floor from a powerful blow and his head felt like it was drunk with lead. When he touched his face, he felt that it was broken and bleeding. But how did it happen? He tried to look around, but all he saw was Ian's blurry silhouette and it scared him. Before realizing what was happening, 425 felt a new blow, which was even more powerful than the previous one. Ian confidently struck a blow without giving his opponent a moment's hesitation. Aku's face looked horrible. All over it was bruised, and blood was slowly dripping from the cut skin. In pain and despair, he lunged at Ian like a wounded animal, clenching his fist tightly to strike. Aku's fist, with a thud, hit the target. This time Ian relaxed and missed the punch, which was his mistake. Ian stayed on his feet, but his breath came in short gasps and he tried to inhale with his mouth open. Coughing, he felt fine and was ready to continue. This reaction to the blow surprised Aku, and he looked at Ian with a look of incomprehension, because he had expected a completely different result. Aku looked at Ian, who towered over him like an indestructible mountain that could not be defeated. Ian looked straight into 425's eyes, and there was so much power and majesty in that look that it was creepy. There was fear in Aku's eyes. He was scared for his life and cowardly looked away, his arrogance bursting like a soap bubble. Ian looked at Aku and realized that he was very much afraid of him, and it looked so pathetic. Out of fear, Aku mumbled something threatening to Ian. And then Ian struck him a blow, then another and then another. Ian was calm and focused, striking one after another without stopping. It seemed to Aku that he had been beaten for ages, and when Ian stopped, he fell to his knees in front of 111, holding his stomach with both hands. Ian stepped away from Aku and waited to see what would happen next. After waiting a little longer, Ian turned to the instructor. He wanted to know how long he had to beat Aku to stop the fight so that the judges would announce number 111 as the winner. Cheongdo, who watched the fight, noted that as an amateur Ian is a real psycho and should be careful with him. Cheongdo realized that Ian had much more combat experience and that he could control his strength on a completely different level, to which Cheongdo was still learning for many years. Thinking about it, he raised his finger up and showed it to Ian, realizing that they had gotten good grades anyway. Aku sat on the floor with muffled moans and sighs. He was so beaten he couldn't get up. He waddled slowly toward the infirmary, and his teammate, who was sitting next to him, didn't even move to do anything to help him. She just mockingly called Aku a weakling who runs to the infirmary at the slightest scratch. Aku in turn called her a bitch and told her to shut up. Aku moved slowly down the hallway. He was badly injured and every step was difficult for him. Sweat was pouring off him and he stopped to catch his breath. When he looked down, he saw the puddle spreading treacherously under his feet. He froze, looking at the outrage with bewilderment, nervously twiddling his thumbs. He refused to believe that this shame had happened to him. Akko hissed in nervous, hysterical laughter, finally realizing his embarrassment, for he had peed right in his pants. From the windows of the building, Akko could be heard cursing himself for not going to the bathroom beforehand. Chris's hand was working on the magic ball, and suddenly he remembered that he had bribed Caleb yesterday. Working with the magic ball carefully and very carefully, Chris was curious how the bribe would affect his grades, because now he was counting only on good grades. With care, Chris treated the magic ball like a small child, protecting and cherishing it, focusing all his attention on it. In front of him noisily, like a turbine, slowly began to open a funnel. It was a portal parallel. Lost in speculation about his points, Chris all this bored, and he decided to end his magical experiment. The portal closed silently and disappeared, leaving behind only a light haze and the quiet crackling of fading sparks. When Chris finished, a crowd of his classmates gathered behind him, amazed at what they had seen and standing there with their mouths open. Jad was the first to come up to Chris. She laughed and congratulated him on a great experiment. Jad couldn't believe it was the first time Chris had done it. Without speaking, they froze and stared at Caleb approaching them. Intentionally loud with contrite joy, Caleb began to praise Chris, predicting the highest score for his magic, because such magic is difficult to realize even for an instructor. Caleb pretended to be madly happy for Chris and smiled like a fool. Judd and Chris stood stone-faced, silently watching the madhouse, and only Chris thought Caleb looked like an idiot. It looked awful from the outside. Having been bribed, Caleb was unnaturally happy for Chris, never stopping to praise his abilities. Chris stared at the jerk and realized how much Caleb pissed him off. Caleb, as if on purpose, did not calm down. Now he was very interested in when Chris had managed to improve his skills so much. Chris decided to joke and said that it was funny. Chris decided to sarcasm and said that he was so well trained, obviously not from the fact that it was Caleb who gave the knowledge. The instructor responded the same, calling him a modest talent with high intelligence. Exchanging pleasantries, they parted. Ian was in a very good mood. Joy and pride were overflowing. On his chest he wore his captain's badge with a well-deserved first place. It had finally happened. He had been striving for this for so long. Jongdo and Chris walked up to him. They were very curious about what that coveted badge looked like. They were genuinely happy for Ian. Chris praised Ian and learned that in addition to being captain, Ian had been awarded an extra 50 points. Their conversation was interrupted by a noise at the door. A second later it opened wide and Jad and his crew came into the room with shouts of congratulations. They were rushing to congratulate Ian on his position as captain. Being happy for Ian, Jad offered to celebrate this great event, especially since they had not come empty-handed. Today Jad was treating everyone, so she had snacks and drinks with her. Laughing, she asked Ian to remember to take care of them at the next training session as captain. Ian invited everyone in and the guys leisurely began to fill the room. Jad said loudly that she had brought the entire first group to celebrate the event, and the last to enter the room was Rin Caro, who looked away from Chris's stern gaze. Judd was having a lot of fun and suggested that they all have a good time, especially with the weekend ahead of them, but she heard someone call out to her with a hand on her shoulder. Chris was standing behind her, his expression not boding well, leaning in close to her ear. He asked since when Rin Caro was a member of the first group, making a pretty face and putting her finger to her lips so that no one would overhear. She told him that Rin Caro wasn't getting along well with her group and she was begging him to let her have fun with them just this once. Chris warned her to keep an eye on Rin Caro, and Jad responded with her usual spontaneity by making a heart to Chris. Not bothering, the guys set up a feast right on the floor, cutting up an unpretentious appetizer and laying it out simply on paper. After eating to her heart's content, Jad approached Chris and Ian and suggested that they play a game. The boys were surprised, but curious as to what the game was. Covering one eye with the cards, Jad whispered cryptically that this game was called Hado and had to be played for money. Chris was very surprised, because it was the first time he heard about this game and did not know the rules, but Ian was familiar with this game. Thinking about something of her own, Jad hummed and made a suggestion. As always, smiling charmingly, she promised to teach everyone and the initial bet was 500 canters for 1 point. Not thinking long, Chris decided to try to play this game once. He wanted to learn so badly. Jad was sitting on the bed shuffling the cards. She was in a good mood and it was very noticeable. Ian stood aside and thought that if you play for money, it would be considered gambling. Jad as a team leader had to think about it. Some time passed and there was no trace of kind. Smiling Jad, on the bed sat Furious Fury and threw lightning in all directions. Chris looked at Judd with incomprehension, and the girl showered him with accusations that Chris was a liar and pretended he couldn't play. Chris had already won a pretty decent amount of money, but his luck wasn't leaving him, which made Jad even angrier and more doubtful that Chris was playing for the first time. At some point her patience broke and her face twisted with anger, for she had expected to recoup the money she had spent on wine and appetizers. Chris decided to shame Jud by saying that with such dirty intentions she was unlikely to ever win. Jad decided to go the other way and asked her partner if he had noticed any cheating on Chris's part. At the same second, Koa shouted Abra, sharply raised his hand with the map up and looked around at everyone with a crazy look. Chris and Jud were startled by this surprise and looked at each other questioningly. But the performance didn't end there, and with a shout of Kadabra, Koa raised both hands up with his tongue out, and after these words a pillar of fire shot through the bed. It all looked ridiculous and cheap, and no one really understood the purpose of Koa's circus. Jad speculated that maybe he wanted to warn her about foul play. Jad went after Koa, yelling at him so loudly it was like the whole camp could hear her. Jad was so engrossed that she didn't notice Rory's instructor entering the room, who was very surprised that people who called themselves captains were gambling. It was night outside and there was only one window with a light on, where the furious instructor Rory lined up all the guilty team captains in a bar and tormented them. After the door closed behind Rory's instructor, Chris suggested that Jud keep all the money and clean their room instead, but immediately changed his mind and offered to play another round. Then he became silent and thoughtful. Eventually Chris suggested that if he loses, the two of them clean up and split the money. Jud gladly agreed, noting that Chris was a gambler, and he was not ready to lose in Hado to some girl. In the end, Jud and Chris cleaned the room together, but Chris promised to get even. The whole camp was asleep and only in one window a light was burning and laughter could be heard. The exhausted Jad collapsed on the chair. She didn't have the strength to move. Ian was standing next to her and watching the scene, chuckling softly. Jud was angry with Rory, for she had almost died standing in the plank, even though she had made her feel better than the other captains. Chris was very amused at the memory of the three of them standing in the bar. It was a good thing he was lucky he wasn't a captain. Jad took the bottle of wine in her hand and thought Chris's joke was disgusting, and if they were all going to be together again, they should continue the party. Jad was telling in a mysterious voice how monsters sneak up on inattentive teams and attack them from behind. Koa was mesmerized and listened to the story without blinking. After finishing the story, Koa asked Jad why all mages and wizards are so fond of all kinds of jewelry and whether they do not interfere in battle. Twirling her earring in her fingers, Jad explained that it wasn't jewelry, but a very necessary item. Koa averted his eyes in surprise. He still didn't understand anything. Rin Karo tried to explain to everyone that every magic ability has a usage pattern that is meant only for it, and it's not very convenient because it's all stored in your head. Koa didn't understand anything and sat there with a dumbfounded look. Jud decided to explain to everyone in accessible human language, taking a drawing of a lion as an example, which cannot be shown instantly because it takes time to draw. But if you have a piece of jewelry, the need to spend time on the drawing is eliminated because that one is already saved in the jewelry. I mean, 1, 2, 3, and miraculously, you have the drawing in your hand. Koa nodded approvingly. It was very clear to him. Chris was also interested in this skill and wanted to figure out how it worked. Ian was a bit familiar with this skill, so he gave everyone the advice that if you want to kill a mage, the first thing you should do is break his jewelry. Chris didn't like this advice from Ian and got angry, because he always thought that fighters should fight monsters, but not mages. The order of actions that Ian called was wrong, because even if the mage is exhausted, he still leaves a piece of consciousness hidden in the jewelry. That is, to get to this piece of consciousness, you must first kill the mage, and then break the jewelry. Sipping leisurely from his glass, Ian assumed that such jewelry must be terribly expensive. Holding on to her earrings and making a sad grimace, Jad admitted that they are very expensive, because she cannot afford defective or easily broken ones. For example, she paid 2 million canters for hers. Ian opened his mouth in surprise. It was much more expensive than he thought. Turning to Chris, Ian asked what the price of his jewelry was. Chris hesitated and didn't answer, obviously hiding something. Only John Doe, who was sitting quietly on the sidelines with his hand on his cheek, knew the truth, because the total value of the Ragaus was 345 million, but Chris was just avoiding answering because he was ordered not to brag. Chris turned to Ian, interested in his jewelry. Smiling broadly, Ian touched his ear and hastened to disappoint everyone that it was just a gift from a friend and not a magical piece of jewelry. Jad and her friend began to speculate that the girl must be involved. Giggling foolishly, This amused Ian even more, and he tried to assure everyone that it was definitely impossible and that it was a friend. Just a friend. But Chris had already caught the wave and said that the earring looked very expensive, and that Ian had friends who could afford such expensive gifts. Jad concluded that in that case she had no friends and laughed out loud. But Chris couldn't stop. He made up new versions about the origin of the earring. This time Chris suggested that Ian killed someone and took the jewelry off the corpse. It was no longer funny and Ian began to get angry. And only Cheongdo did not take part in this fun. He stood behind and silently chewed cookies, completely indifferent to everything that was happening. Cheongdo heard them talking about a girl, but as far as he knew, Ian didn't have a girlfriend. Rin Caro's insistent voice brought him out of his thoughts, and he noticed the indifference on Cheongdo's face and decided to ask why he was bored. Cheongdo hurriedly assured Rin Caro that the party was fun and interesting and that he was excited about it, even though he was only there for the delicious food. Rin Caro made surprised eyes but kept silent. It was obvious that he didn't believe Cheongdo at all. Cheongdo looked at Rin Caro with a sidelong glance at the table, wanting to understand why Rin was picking on him and what he really wanted. Rin Caro also had a lot of questions for this guy. Cheongdo seemed secretive and unsociable, and Rin Caro wanted to understand what was behind it. Cheongdo was the first one who couldn't stand it, so he turned to Rin Caro and asked him directly what he wanted from him. Rin Caro was confused by the pressure and said that he just wanted to know if Cheongdo was bored here. To keep the conversation going, Cheongdo offered Rin Caro a sandwich, but he hesitated and didn't know what to say. Cheongdo held the sandwich right under Rin Caro's nose, assuring him that it was delicious, and he didn't do it out of politeness, but so that Rin Caro would finally get something to eat and shut up. Rin Caro thanked and silently began chewing. Jad watched the couple carefully. All through the party, they certainly looked very strange. As she ran up behind them, she hugged their necks, and Cheongdo and Rin Caro slowly turned around and stared at her in surprise. Jad was laughing very loudly and demanded that everyone immediately start hugging her. From the outside she looked crazy. Cheongdo just did not pay attention to her, but Rin Caro's jaw dropped from what she saw. As time went on, the party was in full swing. The guys were having a lot of fun. Toward dawn, some of them started to peck their noses and fell asleep on the way, but Jad looked cheerful and it seemed that she could have fun for more than one day in a row. It was dawn, and having concluded that they had had a great time, everyone began to slowly disperse. On the way out, Jad said goodbye to everyone, wishing to see you soon at the next training session, and the noisy crowd moved smoothly into the corridor. The door slammed shut with a clatter and there was a welcome silence. Chris was very tired and wanted to change. Ian decided to go and get some water and offered to get Chris some, but he refused. Ian stepped out into the hallway, which was dusky and silent. Ian took a quick sip of his glass of water and emptied it. He was very thirsty. He poured himself another glass of water and thought for a moment. After all the hustle and bustle of the day, and then the party, which lasted until almost morning, it was nice to be alone with himself. A loud sound that made him flinch made him turn around to see what was going on. Ian peered into the darkness and saw a silhouette at the end of the corridor, but in the dim light he still couldn't make out anything and headed out to meet the man. When he came a little closer, he froze on the spot, not understanding anything. Cheongdo stood at the end of the corridor without moving or making a sound, and his pale face was completely devoid of eyes. The sight of it sent goosebumps running down Ian's skin. The silhouette took a few steps and in front of Ian stood the usual Cheongdo and stared at him intently. Ian exhaled in relief and thought that Cheongdo had also decided to drink some water before going to bed. But he stood there like a robot, not moving or making a sound, just standing there looking at Ian, who couldn't understand what the hell was going on. Cheongdo's eyes were very sad, but suddenly they began to fill with tears as he looked at Ian sadly. After a moment, Cheongdo's lips trembled and blurted out a sad smile. It was so unusual to see a smile on Cheongdo's face. Ian watched this with great surprise, unable to utter a single word. He was as if petrified and just stared at Cheongdo. After a second, the smile disappeared from Cheongdo's face and he took on a familiar look. Ian stretched his hand forward and took a step toward Cheongdo. He wanted to join him in his first smile, but what had happened had just thrown him into a stupor. Cheongdo looked at Ian with eyes full of pain and sadness, smiled once more, and abruptly turned around 360 degrees and ran. Cheongdo ran down the night corridor without looking back, but Ian looked at him and couldn't move. coming out of his stupor a little. He still didn't realize what it was and took a quick step towards the room. As he approached the room and opened the door, he froze at what he saw. Chris stood in the middle of the room and gave out commands, while Cheongdo silently picked up trash from the floor, not paying any attention to Ian. Ian jumped on Cheongdo, wanting him to explain what Cheongdo was doing in the hallway and why he ran away without explaining anything. Ian's indignation was unbounded. Cheongdo raised his head and looked at Ian, not understanding what Ian wanted from him or what he was being accused of. But Ian kept insisting that he saw Cheongdo just now in the hallway, and moreover Cheongdo was smiling at him. Chris watched the couple in silence with his arms folded across his chest, wondering how it would end. He knew that Cheongdo was in the room cleaning it, but he kept silent out of curiosity. Ian realized he was confused and just stared at Cheongdo. Cheongdo cautiously suggested that Ian might be hallucinating because everyone knows that Cheongdo has no emotions and can't smile. Ian thought hard for a minute, then exhaled a relieved breath and smiled, as if nothing had happened. Ian apologized and suggested that he must have made a mistake, but Cheongdo didn't believe him. Listening to Ian's nonsense, Cheongdo concluded that either Ian was crazy or there were ghosts walking around the camp. The rest was over. The teams were facing each other. Ian's team was fighting against Jad's team. Chris was fiddling with his handheld zippers. Cheongdo was just looking at the opponents, and only Ian was waving his hand cheerfully, wishing the opponents to do their best and God forbid not to get hurt. Jad dignifiedly accepted the backstabbing from Ian and hinted that it remained to be seen who should be more careful. The competition began. Jad was controlling the magical lights like a tame kitten. It was obvious that the training had not been in vain and she had improved her skills. Judd and Ian stared at each other unblinkingly, lightning and sparks flying all around them, and it looked like everything was going to burn to a crisp. The silence was broken by a deafening explosion and everything was blown to pieces. When the dust and fog cleared a bit, everyone saw Judd lying in the corner without one boot. The ring had been blown to small pieces. She was unconscious, and the team members were trying to bring her to her senses. Ian also went over to see how Judd was feeling and apologize at the same time. It couldn't be helped that team training had begun. The instructor loudly announced the end of practice. The members of Team Judd, exhausted, lay on the floor and breathed heavily. Team Ian winning the competition. Chris was sitting on the floor, exhausted from the fight. His knuckles were bloody, and his face was covered with abrasions and bruises. Ian was supporting his friend as much as he could, while Cheongdo was thinking that even though Ian had won all the fights between the teams, it would be hard for them to catch up. It was time for the last decisive battle. The opposing team was chosen by drawing lots. Ian stuck his hand into the bag and pulled out a piece of paper with the number 4 on it. Ian's team wasn't particularly thrilled with what they saw, but their faces were full of disappointment. Jad saw their sour faces and went over to see what was wrong. Ian sat with his hands over his face. He didn't want to talk about it, and Chris asked Cheongdo to explain the situation to Jad. Cheongdo rubbed his eye and began to choose his words. He didn't know how to tell Jad about the conflict so that she would understand the situation. Jade listened attentively to Cheongdo, who told her about Aku, their fight with Ian, and the last fight. Jade's eyes widened more and more as she listened to Cheongdo, until they looked like two huge saucers. After listening to Cheongdo very carefully, Jade was angry and determined to win, even though the fourth team had a psycho like Aku. Koa, who had also heard the conversation, sympathized with Ian sincerely. Even though he had also attended the training, he didn't even know about it. Chris clarified that Aku was a martial artist and that was the only reason why mages had never crossed paths with him. But then Jad made another stupidity. In the fourth team was her friend Yueni, and Jad would not want to spoil her relationship with her. From such statements, Chris went crazy and said that Jad is crazy because it is no longer fun. Their lives are at stake. Akka tried to overhear what they were talking about. He was curious about what the guys were discussing, but unfortunately he couldn't hear very well. Chris asked Jad to come to her senses and assess the situation soberly, but Jad complained that she was very scared. Chris hastened to assure her that Akka had already left them and was no longer following them, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Chris added that they were fighting with the same group, so Judd was going to have a very unpleasant conversation. Chris decided not to hide the truth that he considers Judd a weak link, and in this fight she must try very hard not to let the team down. Chris clearly explained that it is not personal points, but the fate of the whole team. So if Jad comes out and immediately defeated, then all will not be sweet, and she should understand this. Judd knew her weaknesses, and she promised with bitterness in her voice to do her best. But Chris was firm and strongly recommended Judd not just to try, but to do everything possible and impossible. Jad was confused. She didn't know how to get better in such a short period of time without letting anyone down. Chris decided to give Jad a clear instruction to follow. First of all, Jad must obey Ian's orders without question. It didn't matter if she was a group captain or not. The second point in Chris's instructions was that Judd always acted alone, and that was a huge problem because this is a team competition. Chris gave several examples of Jad leaving her teammates behind and jumping out in front of everyone, thus only hurting her team. He also added that Judd never listens to anyone and does not hear anyone, acts only as she likes and generally behaves like a madwoman, ruining everything in her way. Jad started to justify that when there is a fight, it becomes very noisy, which is why she can hear her team. Chris listened to Jad and thought about it. He could see why she was acting like that. And finally the puzzle in his head came together and he decided to figure out how to fix it. He didn't think for long. A brilliant idea quickly came to his mind and he snapped his fingers loudly and hurried to share it with everyone. Chris decided to use what he knows best. Of course it was magic. By casting a communication spell on everyone, they would be able to talk while thinking about the other person, who would hear the voice in their head. If you can't hear your voice, you can always take advantage of this by activating this function by lightly touching your ear. Everyone is delighted with this know-how. When only Ian, Chris, and John Doe were left in the room, Chris decided to give some advice to John Doe. Chris was very serious and warned that the importance of the assessment was now more important than ever. So he and Ian would stand behind the team, and when everyone had already shown their abilities in one way or another, they would be the last ones left. John Doe thought he should also be a backup with his team and asked about it. Chris waved his head negatively. He asked for backup in case the first team didn't do their best. Young Doe was to go to the front of the line and take it as seriously as possible. Jin Cheongdo understood and agreed without objection. The first team was in full battle readiness. Number 111 Ian, number 112 Chris, number 113 Jin Cheongdo. From now on there are no friends in the opposing team. Number 121 Judd Martin, number 122 Sora Moore, number 123 Lemon Milo, number 131 Bat Koa, number 132 Bat Lao, all determined and ready to fight. After listening to the final instructions, the first team formed up and were ready for battle. Opposite, the fourth team was lined up and the start of the battle was announced. The teams threw themselves at each other, not really knowing how to proceed. Chris apologized that Jed would have to be the first to take the attack. She wasn't ready, but she had no other choice. Jed fearlessly rushed to the attack, realizing that now a lot depends on it. In front of her, bullets swept Lemon Milo, leaving behind him lightning discharges. Sora Moore, previously a quiet and calm girl, at this moment was like a Gorgon jellyfish that mercilessly fired fire. Her target was Yuan. Sora Moore frantically searched for Yuan, who had disappeared from her field, but when she saw the other opponents behind her, she tangled their bodies with a magical rope, depriving them of movement. Unsuspecting Jed turned to look around and check the situation, as she suddenly saw that she was being attacked by Yuan with all her might. Jed was confused and frozen like a paralyzed woman, expecting to be defeated, but Koa, who came out of nowhere, saved her by knocking Yuan out with one clear punch. Bat Koa and Bat Lao were fighting in pairs, back to back, and when they saw that Sora was in need of help, they began to slowly move towards her without stopping the fight. Sora was sitting with her hands tied. She was immobilized with magic ropes. Not far from her stood Jed and Lemon Milo. They were watching with their mouths open as Koa and Lao deftly disarmed the enemy. Lao flew high up and with a deft move bound her opponent, rendering him completely helpless. Then with a precise, swift blow she knocked him out, making him howl in pain. And after removing the shackles, just let him go into the abyss. The opponent with shouts and screams flew, accusing Lao of cruelty. Cheongdo looked around and saw that he was next to Aku. Aku was standing with his back to Cheongdo and had no idea what surprise awaited him. But then a member of his room jumped out and rushed to meet Aku, trying to warn him of the danger. Cheongdo gathered all his strength into a fist and prepared to fight. Aku abruptly turned around and saw Cheongdo. Aku froze in surprise and began to think about what to do. Just before the fight, Cheongdo and Chris had a conversation in which Chris asked Chris to help him keep Team Aku as far away from him as possible, and then Cheongdo asked what that was for. The answer was obvious. Chris replied without hesitation that he was taking the bastard on himself. He had a score to settle with him. There was a loud bang. A direct blow straight to the jaw. Cheongdo disarmed the opponent. Drops of blood scattered, staining everything around. Aku, from fear and surprise, crouched down, closed his eyes. Jed fought as fiercely as if it were the last fight of her life. But the opponents were not ending. Jed scattered them like puppies in different directions, and they appeared again and again, like mushrooms after the rain. It seemed that all of them were hunting only for Jed. It was good that she came to the aid of Sora Moore. Ian watched the mayhem for a long time, which was hard to call a fight, and decided to take matters into his own hands. He ordered everyone to retreat and gather around Jed, and Sora to regain her life force. A bright pillar of light rose out of nowhere. Sora stepped into it and froze, feeling every cell in her body fill with life force. The restored Sari, along with Koa and Cheongdo, must then break through the defense and come forward, which they immediately rushed to do, leaving behind them lightning bolts. Lau and Lemon were ordered to control the surroundings, and they didn't hesitate to take defensive stances, fully prepared to repel the enemy's attack. They should also take care of Jad by covering her from the back, so that she could properly prepare for the attack. Jad was ready to attack and summoned all her magical powers to help herself, but for now she just stood there and skillfully juggled the fire. At some point, the fire burst out and hit Cheongdo. The pain pierced his body like a stun gun. Cheongdo clenched his teeth to keep from screaming, and Koa, who was standing next to him, didn't know how to help him. Koa shouted loudly to get Jad's attention and asked her to be more careful because she almost killed Cheongdo. Jad apologized and promised to be more careful. When Cheongdo came to his senses and the smoke and fire had cleared, he was wondering why Jade had just shot fire when he had different information about her. Or maybe he had false information. Cheongdo shouted to Jad to use the magic of flight, hoping that she heard him and would take his advice. Jad was visibly nervous. She realized what Cheongdo wanted, but complained that she couldn't go up in the air alone for more than 10 minutes. Cheongdo didn't understand why she had to go up in the air and hang there for 10 minutes, because it was obvious that Jade was heavy and she wouldn't be able to do it. Jad was offended by this. She thought it was absolutely tactless and impolite to call her fat. Polite or not, this wasn't a good time to curtsy, and Cheongdo told Jud to just control the fire while not flying herself. Jade didn't understand, and Cheongdo hurriedly explained that the flames Jade was creating were considered part of her body, which meant that they could be controlled just like other parts of her body. The flames were flying around chaotically without hitting the target. Cheongdo patiently advised that if Jade couldn't aim, he should just try to control it. Without hearing a word in response, Cheongdo menacingly barked into the communication that he was waiting to hear if she understood him or not. Jad gingerly tried to control the flame with one hand, and it obediently, like a babbling brook, flowed through her fingers. Then she repeated the same thing with her other hand, and no wonder she did it. She controlled the flames like an experienced wild animal trainer, pulling herself together and concentrating. Jad created a stream of fire that was gaining more and more power with each passing second. Sora watched the action as if mesmerized, eyes wide open, and then shouted for Jad to shoot. Jad juggled the flames with extraordinary ease. It was obvious that she enjoyed controlling the fire. 1 and the 4th team was already caught in her fiery net. 2 and they were already tied up. With a little more magic, we gathered the fire stream into a single unit and directed with all its power at one of the opponents. Aku cried out at the unbearable pain that burned through his body from top to toe, but he clenched his teeth and pretended to be fine. But before he could exhale, Aku immediately received a second fiery blow, which was so strong that it was impossible to endure it, and he howled, writhing in wild pain. His team members watching all this, shaking with fear. With a wild scream, Aku rushed forward, trying to break through the fire trap and break free. Flames whipped at him from all sides, but he didn't give up. When Koa noticed the outrage, he had to make sure Aku didn't get out of there. All opponents should be in the same place. Running up to Aku, he brought him back with a swift and accurate leg kick. Jad regained a bit of her strength, created a new stream of flame, and with all her hatred, deftly directed it towards Aku. But Jad miscalculated a bit, and the stream of fire went straight at Koa, who was there and didn't have time to dodge. It hit Koa with such force that he clenched his eyes in pain, and the bright flash almost blinded him. Covering his hands, he tried to get out of this fiery trap. Everything around him was burning and exploding, but he stubbornly looked for a way out. After getting out of this hell, Koa felt his strength leaving him and he was about to fall, thinking to himself that a little more and he would have turned into a barbecue. As he fell slowly, Koa felt someone pick him up from behind, but he had no strength left to see who it was. It was Ian. He was very excited and was praising all the guys for their good work. Chris walked over to Ak and laughing began to recite some spell, turning his hand left and right. The ground cracked and rumbled, and Aku flew into the abyss at breakneck speed, then slammed into the ground with the same crack and noise, making a muffled sound. He lay still, afraid to even breathe. Chris smiled and noted with amusement that he was handling the leftovers personally. Chris is just a great magician. All the magical powers he can subdue with ease, and everything always turns out just as he said. In battle, he showed himself only on the good side, activating all his magical knowledge in time. thanks to the active participation of Ian and Chris. Thanks to the fact that they guided and taught everyone else in time, the team turned out to be very friendly and united. And it was thanks to all this that the first team won so quickly. Hooray! They won 100 points out of 100. Now each of them will get the highest score, and Jad was the most happy about it. The emotions just overwhelmed her. It was the first time that one team won an unqualified victory. The whole team cheered and congratulated each other. They thought they were the best. They thought they were the strongest, and it was the pure truth, with which you cannot argue. The first team was having fun celebrating their success, but then abruptly everyone went silent, and what they saw shocked them. With a sharp swing, the instructor of the fourth team gave Yuani a solid slap. It turned out that the fourth team had a show punishment. They were lined up in front of the whole camp and reprimanded. But it did not end there. The instructor organized a beating of his trainees in front of everyone. Ian was so shocked by what he saw that he couldn't say a word. Ian understood that they had conflicts with the fourth team, but to be subjected to such humiliation, he didn't want even his enemies. Ian couldn't even imagine that the instructor of the fourth team was such a bastard. Chris didn't share Ian's sympathy for the fourth team, and he was tired of hearing the same old. Jad was as happy as a child, for the day had turned out quite well. They had gotten great points, and got revenge on the insolents and upstarts, and most importantly improved their skills. They returned to the camp satisfied and happy. But then Jade stopped abruptly. She looked at Jin Cheongdo and asked how he guessed to use her abilities in a completely new way. Cheongdo was confused, not knowing what to say, because he didn't think Jad would pay attention to it, so he quietly mumbled back that that's why he had eyes to see. Ian smiled and winked in a conspiratorial voice, emphasizing that this was not an ability, but Jin Cheongdo's little trait. It was only through Cheongdo's advice and guidance that Jade finally realized how to use her abilities, and she had already thanked him 100 times, but she still thanked him again every time she saw him. Till she saw Koa passing by, Jad switched her attention to him, wondering how Koa and Lao could run upwards so easily during the fight, because looking at them, it seemed that they were not running, but floating in the air, rising higher and higher. Koa assured Jad that it was very simple. She had to channel her life energy into the part of her body that needed strengthening, and if Jad practiced a little, she could do it, too, but she hesitated to answer, wondering how best to explain. But without thinking of anything, she just laughed and joked that she could not do it. That's why she is an ordinary sorceress. Cheongdo stood aside and listened carefully to the silence. For a second he thought he heard some suspicious sound again. Cheongdo looked where he thought the sound was coming from and froze, listening again. What's going on? This time he heard the sound clearly. He took a few steps forward. He stopped and looked around, trying to find where the sound was coming from, but it was dark and quiet. Jade stood quietly watching Cheongdo. She didn't understand his strange behavior, so she just watched. After a moment, she turned to Cheongdo, expecting him to finally explain his strange behavior. Cheongdo was very serious. It was obvious that this was not some kind of dalliance or joke. He was only interested in one thing. This foreign sound was only heard by him or everyone else too. Jad listened to the silence for a moment, but hearing nothing, she thought Cheongdo might have imagined it. Cheongdo didn't argue with her, but simply fell silent and thought. He remembered Ian saying he saw him smiling, and if Ian hadn't told him that, Cheongdo might have thought he was slowly going crazy. Cheongdo tried to find an explanation for what was happening, because it couldn't be a mass hallucination or just him. He stood there thinking tensely, while Ian stood there trying to understand what was bothering his friend. Unable to come up with any explanation for what had happened, he decided to think about it later, because it wasn't as important as what would start next week. After the formation, Instructor Ruri solemnly announced that survival training would begin this week. For trainees will be specially created extreme situations, the purpose of which is to strengthen physical and spiritual strength in the shortest possible time. It is when the head and body are tired, and the surrounding reality is harsh and merciless. It will be very difficult, but if you experience it once, then it will be postponed for life and very helpful in life. But if you sit down and retreat, you will have to go through the entire cycle of training in the training camp from the beginning. Chris, Ian, and Jin Cheongdo listened to Ruri's instruction very carefully, and their task was to endure the test to the end, relying only on each other. Instructor Ruri was very careful to explain every detail, trying not to leave out anything important to pass the test. She gave them an item that consisted of 3 abilities. A small green and white token appeared in Ruri's hand. It was item number 1. This token could be used to contact you if you wanted to give up. When you used this function, you would automatically be considered the loser. But there was one thing. The instructor's face became very serious. If you feel your life is in danger, you should not be heroic and force yourself forward. In this case, you should immediately contact your instructor. Ruri walked over and stopped in front of Ian. Because it was directly related to him and everything she had listed was part of the team captain's duties, Ian nodded affirmatively. He understood perfectly. The instructor continued that in order to pass the tests, everyone should wear an object that will take exactly half of your power and life energy. She held out her palm, on which there were exactly 3 rings. They were lilac in color and emitted a faint shimmer. All this was necessary to realistically recreate the worst situations. Also, this ring had the function of tracking the location of the trainees, so without a good reason, they were forbidden to change the route. Chris put the ring on and instantly felt his strength leaving him, a state he did not like at all. Cheongdo put the ring on as well. The changes in his body happened lightning fast, not exactly adding optimism to the upcoming trials. Looking at the ring, and then at the guys and the changes that had happened to them, and not for the better, Ian didn't really want to try on the gadget. As soon as Ian put the ring on, Chris came up to him, laughing, noticing that his expression left a lot to be desired. Chris was curious about how Ian felt and what he was feeling, but Chris didn't like the object, and especially not the state he was in afterwards. Only Cheongdo had been in this state many times before without this object, so he didn't feel any new sensations. So when Chris asked him how he felt, he said that he was fine. Cheongdo tried to remove the ring from his finger, but it was stuck to his finger. He was surprised because it had been a long time since he had put it on and it was strange. But he suddenly remembered instructor Ruri's warning that trying to remove the ring from his finger by force is equivalent to defeat. So he decided not to touch the ring. The ordeal began. The first thing Ian's team did was to train to communicate with Ruri's instructor. The next leg of the journey was to traverse the forest to arrive at their destination. Night caught them on their way, and they had to camp in the open air, to the delight of mosquitoes and other insects. Sweaty, dirty and tired, they recovered their strength by washing in the river. The cold water instantly added strength and vigor. When they ran out of food, they had to eat edible plants. Cheongdo was a great expert in this matter, but Ian and Chris did not know anything about it, so they were completely helpless in the wilderness. The next test was confinement in an enclosed space that was so tiny that Ian, Chris, and Jin Cheongdo could barely fit in it, and it was also considered part of the training. Ian didn't understand the purpose of having them locked in a confined space and how it could be useful in the future. Chris assumed it was a claustrophobic assignment or that the instructors just liked to torture people, and his lips trembled. Only one Cheongdo looked at it with a positive attitude. He realized that when dealing with monsters, this skill is very useful and can save a life more than once. Chris felt sad. He remembered that a few weeks ago he was fighting with the instructor, pretending and obeying, living his carefree life as a trainee, and now he was sitting here. In an attempt to lighten the mood, Cheongdo decided to tell the story of how he and his mom were trapped in a monster's stomach. Jin Cheongdo was sickened by this memory. Because the monster's stomach was stuffy and smelled very foul, there was sticky slime everywhere. Jin Cheongdo tried his best to pierce the monster's stomach, but he could not. Chris was very interested to hear how Cheongdo got out of there. Cheongdo and his mom thought for a long time, looking around for a way to get out of this trap, and then they simply blocked the monster's stomach acid with life energy, and then slowly worked their way down the gut, and once they hit the monster's weakest point, they finally punctured it and were able to break free. They spent a total of 3 days in the monster's stomach, and compared to the current situation, Cheongdo liked it much better. Ian was silent. It seems Cheongdo was right and there was no arguing with that. After all sorts of tests, the last day of training was finally scheduled. The forest was quiet and peaceful. The birds chirped and chirped, but it was interrupted by the loud voice of Ian, who was trying to contact Ruri's instructor. With great difficulty he succeeded and stood in the clearing listening intently to the instructor's instructions. They came to the seashore and were tasked to go into the sea and stay there for 2 days. That is, until the end of the training tests. Chris reported that the rear is clear and the connection was interrupted. Ian asked with hope in his voice if Chris could pass this test or if it was very difficult for a mage. But before Ian could finish his sentence, Chris was already standing inside the huge air bubble and joked that it was Ian and Cheongdo who had to worry about passing the test. Ian and Cheongdo stood there with their mouths hanging open in astonishment. And then, without expecting it from themselves, they asked if it was possible to stop the water. Chris raised his index finger up, pretending to be a great magician and wizard, and replied that everything would be as he wished. Cheongdo started to persuade Chris to take him into his air bubble, but Chris was against it, because his life force was cut in half and he just couldn't handle 2 people. Chris said that Cheongdo's health allows him to pass the test on his own, but he knelt down in despair, begging Chris not to refuse him. Christopher felt uncomfortable watching Cheongdo humiliate himself and asked him to get up. Cheongdo got up from his knees and firmly promised Chris that if Christopher got tired and his strength began to fail, he would do everything he could to remedy the situation and help Chris. Chris hated the cold sea and he had no desire to stay in the cold water for long. He hesitated and couldn't make the right decision for himself. A nervous laugh escaped his chest. He didn't know what to do, but pulling himself together, Ian's team headed towards the sea. Ian, Chris and Cheongdo were sitting in the bubble, bored, and Ian, in order to entertain his friends, was recounting a book he had read. Cheongdo was keeping the conversation going as best he could, and only Chris was sitting silently with his head on his knee. Ian was very alarmed by this behavior of Chris's and glanced at Christopher with concern from time to time. Ian tried to ask Chris how he was feeling, but he didn't answer. Suddenly, Chris's eyes widened. He opened his mouth and began to gasp. Chris was getting worse and worse, coughing convulsively, then choking and gasping for air with his mouth. Ian and Cheongdo were scared out of their wits for Chris. They ran up to him and thought about how they could help Chris and what to do first. Chris sat motionless with his head down on his knees, and the boys were nearby, ready to help in any way they could. Chris raised his head, and it was obvious that he was having a hard time. His head was aching and his ears were ringing, so he asked his friends to talk as quietly as possible. Ian suggested that Chris stop maintaining the air barrier because he could see how hard it was for him to do so, but Chris got angry and told everyone to shut up and stay out of his way. Chris held on as best he could. His strength was failing him by the minute. He felt as if he had been put through a meat grinder several times. So disgusted did he feel. Ian and Cheongdo watched in horror as the air bubble began to crack and water began to ooze out and fill the space inside. Chris was struggling to hold back the barrier. Sweat trickled down his face. He opened his mouth from the exertion and a stifled cry escaped from his chest, a cry of despair and helplessness. The icy water began to fill the air barrier at a breakneck speed. Ian and Cheongdo were already standing waist-deep in the water. The water did not stop coming for a minute and reached the level of Cheondo and Ian's chest. They could not figure out what to do next, but then they realized that they could not see Chris. Cheongdo was very scared for him and started frantically fumbling with his hands on the bottom and calling out loudly to Chris, hoping that he would hear him and give some kind of signal. Ian finally found Chris's body under the water and pulled him out of the water with a quick jerk. Chris didn't move at all and didn't show any signs of life. Cheongdo thought it was like exhaustion. Ian agreed with Cheongdo's diagnosis. He held Chris tightly and ordered Cheongdo to grab Chris's legs as quickly as possible, but Cheongdo didn't understand why and looked at Ian questioningly. Ian was very angry as he recalled how Cheongdo had promised and swore that he would take care of Chris if he needed help, so now was the time to fulfill his promises. For now it was necessary to eliminate water contact with Chris's body as soon as possible. Cheongdo felt very embarrassed that he hadn't thought of this and he hurriedly started to help Ian. After picking Chris up, they held him very gently above the surface of the water so that he could regain his vitality. Cheongdo had always thought that Chris was very resilient, and he didn't think that Chris' strength would run out so quickly, even considering the item Rory had given him. Ian hurriedly interceded, noting that Chris had used up too much energy in the meantime. Chris was lying still, his eyes closed, and it looked like he was asleep. No one knows how long it was before Chris opened his eyes. Still without moving or making a sound, he looked around with one eye, looking around and studying the surroundings. Realizing he was safe, he closed his eyes and smiled in relief. Chris folded his arms across his chest and continued to lie silently, not giving any sign that he had come to his senses. When he got bored, he decided to try and get up. But in the same second, Chris felt that Cheongdo tensed up a lot for some reason, as if he sensed something. Cheongdo asked Ian if he felt anything strange, while Chris closed his eyes and listened to their conversation. It was calm, the sea was very calm, but the feeling of approaching danger did not leave the guy standing in the middle of the sea. Ian looked around, some bad feeling troubling him, and as it turned out, not for nothing. With his eyes wide open, he stiffened at the pain piercing him. Ian closed his eyes and clenched his teeth in pain. A huge fireball stabbed into his chest. Ian staggered backward, trying to keep his balance. Bright flashes began to appear around him, which then exploded with a crackle and rumble. Chris and Cheongdo could barely catch between the streams of fire that someone was persistently attacking them. The whole place was on fire and smoke. Chris put up a protective barrier and tried to figure out what was going on, while Cheongdo suggested that it could be a monster, although he had little faith in his version. At sea began a storm. The guys stood in the cold water and saw how they are coming at them a huge fiery monster. A disgusting, disfigured mouth spewed flames of flame, which fell chaotically into the water and with a crackling hissing extinguished, leaving behind a puff of steam. Chris noticed that the monster had moved away from them for quite a distance and thought that he was moving away. But Ian was realistic and realized that he would not get rid of this monster so easily and he would definitely come back. But Ian did not understand where the monster had come from. A new fire attack caught them by surprise. Cheongdo and Chris miraculously managed to dodge the fire stream, but Ian was less fortunate. He got hit again. The monstrous beast was advancing slowly but surely from the open mouth dotted with huge fangs. Dripped green, stinking slime. It was a disgusting sight. Walking monster scattered fireballs ahead of him, which immediately exploded into many small burning shards. From the bright flashes of Cheongdo covered his hand, and Chris put up a protective barrier. Cheongdo looked at Chris and asked him to cover him with protection, so Chris agreed, but he didn't think about it. Ian came over to them, making sure the boys were all right. He wondered why instructor Ruri hadn't warned him that a monster would appear during the training, or if it was a special secret mission, or how to explain it. He didn't know. But then Ian suddenly stopped talking and looked into the distance. What he saw shocked him. Surrounding them from all sides, monsters were approaching them very quickly. There were 5 of them, so you cannot relax and need to prepare for battle. Chris was pissed off. He was damn sick of it, so he decided to use fire magic. And he did it perfectly. The shot hit the target, tearing the vile creature into small pieces. -1. The beginning is made. Ian decided to fight the creatures without a moment's hesitation and asked Chris to use magic to summon a sword. Chris was a little frustrated, because in his magical house, there were only decorative weapons and he didn't know if they would fit Ian or not. The water under Ian's feet began to heat up from the number of fireballs and lightning bolts hitting it. He didn't care what weapon to fight with. He just wanted to stop this horror as soon as possible. Taking his sword in hand and attuning himself, Ian turned to Chris again. This time he needed to fly upwards, as high as possible, without magic. As he flew upwards, he climbed higher and higher to get as close as possible to those ugly creatures. The sword was in full readiness. There was nowhere to retreat, only forward. As he approached the monster, Ian slashed his sword at its ugly face with all his might. The monster howled in pain and with a terrifying cry, it launched a fire trap at Ian, but it was not to be. Ian overcame the obstacle with the agility of an acrobat and was ready for another attack. With his sword arm outstretched, Ian flew straight at the monster, trying to deliver as many precise, deadly blows as he could to finish it off. Chris and Cheongdo froze and watched the fight in silence, thinking that Ian was just a fearless psycho who had dared to do such a crazy thing. Cheongdo sincerely worried about Ian and prayed that he would have enough sense not to commit a frivolous act that could lead to tragedy. While watching Ian, Cheongdo lost his guard and felt something forcefully pulling him under the water. Before he could even yell for help, Cheongdo felt himself rapidly going underwater, desperately trying to fight back. Once underwater, Cheongdo came face to face with the monster, who looked at Cheongdo with his huge glowing eyes, clacking razor-sharp fangs and smacking in anticipation of a tasty snack is slowly approaching Jin Cheongdo. Cheongdo knew that the forces were not equal, but he clenched his fist tightly and prepared to fight. Feeling the monster grab his legs and drag him upward out of the water with force, Cheongdo was confused. Once in the air, he saw Chris directing a stream of fire towards the monster, trying to finish off the monster. Dangling from side to side in the monster's teeth, Cheongdo tried to shoot fire, but he failed. Chris, with the help of magic, began to help and guide him, controlling his hands from a distance. There was a deafening explosion, the flash illuminating everything around it for many kilometers. The monster let out a shriek and Cheongdo fell out of its mouth and flew down. The monster was burning alive, wriggling and howling. There was another explosion that lit up the surroundings, and against this backdrop, Instructor Ruri was running. Cheongdo saw Ruri in front of him and thought he was having a death hallucination. But it was indeed Ruri, and how and why she was here was a mystery. Chris tried to ask her questions. Instructor Ruri asked to wait a bit with her questions, because first she had to deal with all this mayhem and seeing the target she rushed to attack. In a few minutes the monsters were burning and exploding like New Year's fireworks, breaking the silence with a mad howl. Target destroyed. Enemy defeated. All things considered, survival training for the first team ended early. When it was over, Chris hurriedly asked Ruri about the monsters and if it was part of the challenge. Ruri stood aside and wrung out her turtleneck. She was ashamed to admit it, but monsters weren't part of the trial and it could probably be called a force majeure, because this was the first time this had happened. Chris opened his mouth in surprise and anger when he heard that everything that happened to them was called an accident by the camp management. Ruri recognized that both she and all the higher-ups in the camp were to blame for the first team because they had not foreseen all the possible and impossible situations that could happen during the trials. It was their big mistake. Ruri bowed respectfully to the first team, offering her sincere apologies from the entire camp. Ian felt awkward standing in front of the instructor bending down in front of them. He hastened to assure them that everything was fine and his team held no grudges. But Ruri did not accept any objections considering it was not stupidity. Because the guys had really suffered a lot and the team standing in front of her just felt grateful to their instructor for understanding. After answering all the questions, Ruri gave the order to return to the camp immediately. Turning around, she ordered them to follow her and everyone followed without objection. Moving towards the camp, Ian and the team were discussing how lame the tests were in an organization that was considered the best in the world, and they were very lucky that everything had ended safely. Their conversation was interrupted by Ruri's laughter, who could hear them perfectly well. When they returned, they walked down the empty corridor. The camp had long since gone to bed and everyone was quietly sleeping in their rooms. When they got to Ruri's office, she offered to give them some soothing tea, but the boys politely declined. They were so exhausted from the ordeal that they wanted to get to their rooms and rest. In the room, they discussed again what had happened to them, considering it a great life lesson from which to draw conclusions. There was a knock on the door, and Ruri, the instructor, was standing on the doorstep, so she decided to bring tea to the room so that the boys could relax and calm down after all they had been through. When she didn't hear a reply, she walked in and stopped, staring silently before her. Ian, Chris, and Jin Cheongdo were sleeping soundly on the floor before they reached their beds, and Ruri quietly wished them a good night. Morning came, illuminating everything around it with its rays. Through his sleep, Cheongdo felt that something was shining very strongly in his eyes. With difficulty, he opened one eye and saw that it was morning and the whole room was flooded with rays of sunlight. When he woke up a little, he looked around and saw Chris and Ian asleep. Cheongdo didn't understand why they were sleeping on the floor and who had covered them with blankets. When everyone woke up, they decided to have breakfast and invited Jad's team, where they discussed and shared their impressions about their trials for a long time. The guys from the second team were very interested in everything, so they asked about every little thing. Then Jad told the stunning news about how Aka's team had failed the test and obeyed Yuan, abandoned everything halfway through and gave up. Later, Aku quit the military service and no one could understand whether it was so hard for him that he could not pass these tests. Chris was having fun with Sora Moore, who told him that Aka's team had broken up. Chris joked that if he had done the same thing Aka did, he would have been beaten up by now. Sora appreciated his joke, noting that she did too, and Chris summarized that the trials were not difficult, but very boring and tedious. Unexpectedly, Judd decided to find out what each of those present wanted to achieve in their lives, what the main goal was. The first to respond was Koa, who honestly admitted that he had not thought about such a distant future. But in the end, he would like to be a naval officer of the 6th class, but he is not sure about the fulfillment of his dream, because his grades leave much to be desired. Ian tried to object, but he thought it was not what part he was going to get into, but how to make your dream come true. Koa had his own opinion on the matter, so knowing the military part, to him, was a very important point. In his opinion, the Navy was involved in everything from trainee education to welfare and achievement. To build a career as an officer, you have to work on it day and night and listen to sound advice. Never leave a soldier unattended, but never harass others either. Chris also joined the conversation and noticed that his and Ian's dreams and plans were completely different. Chris wanted to be a captain of the 3rd rank, but Ian, with an intriguing pause, wanted to be an operative. Judd's surprise was so loud that everyone paid attention to her, and she really couldn't believe anyone else dreamed of being an operative. Sora, too, was delighted with Ian's desire, but asked him not to forget about them after Ian succeeded. Ian, laughing merrily, solemnly promised not to forget anyone. Jad smiled and remained silent. Somehow she was sure that Ian would succeed. I wished aloud that his dream would come true and he would definitely become an operative. Only Cheongdo was silent because he knew better than anyone that none of this would come true. Lemon had calculated that the opera exams were held every 3 years, but only first-level trainees were allowed to take them, and it took an average of 12 years to reach that level. But Ian was strong and smart enough that if he tried hard enough, he could do it in 9 years. Ian only laughed in response. He surprised everyone by saying that he was going to solve all of this in 3 years. Chris and Lemon were at a loss for words and opened their mouths at that statement. Chris thought he heard what he heard and asked again if Ian was sure he was counting on 3 years, but he only nodded cheerfully. Chris didn't believe it and asked again, but Ian couldn't answer. He covered his face with his hands and laughed. Chris was angry. He thought Ian was messing with him because he didn't understand how he could get a first level in 3 years. So to avoid any hard feelings, he decided to warn Ian that he might not be able to stand it and leave the race early. But Ian was adamantly against it and thought that they should go together until the end. In order not to escalate the situation, Ian decided to end this conversation and switch to Jad, inquiring about her plans for the future. Judd didn't have such grandiose plans as Ian, but she wanted to get to at least level 5, and then as high as she could. Ian was disappointed by the answer and didn't understand why Jad was so unsure of herself and her abilities. Jin Cheongdo, who was sitting quietly beside Jade, advised her to set her goals much higher and assured her that she would succeed. Jade looked at Jin Cheongdo with gratitude. No one had ever given her so much confidence and believed in her like this guy. And then for some reason she laughed merrily and very loudly. For some reason, Jade turned it into a joke. She took Cheongdo's cheek with 2 fingers and praised him for knowing how to flatter others, while humming and laughing and noticing how little Cheongdo had grown. Cheongdo was very angry and asked Jad to take his hand away. He didn't understand the meaning of her prank. He just wanted to support her in a friendly way. After spending all day in the room, Cheongdo noticed that it was already 2 in the morning, but no one was going to leave. After telling Ian that he was going for a walk, Cheongdo left the room. After walking outside, Cheongdo breathed in the fresh night air with a full chest, feeling relieved. He was happy to remember that there was one last training session left and it was time to raise his knowledge to the 6th level. But now that the conversation about the fleet was going on, it was getting harder to lie about the future and Ian didn't know what to do. It was a dead end. A huge drop that fell on his nose brought him out of his thoughts, and when he looked up, he saw that the sky was covered with black clouds and big raindrops were falling faster and faster on the ground. The rain started so suddenly and poured down like a bucket. Cheongdo covered his head with his hands and jumped over the puddles and ran to the camp. Noting that it was very good that he did not have time to go to the shower, he dreamed of how he would now run to his room, take a hot shower and go to sleep in his warm bed. Moving quickly toward the camp, quite unexpectedly, he heard some strange sound again. Cheongdo stood still and listened to the silence. He stood in the pouring rain with his hand over his head, though it didn't save him, and heard the sound again, but this time it was different from the previous one. After looking in the direction where the sound came from and seeing nothing, Cheongdo hurried over there. He walked at a brisk pace, looking around and listening to the silence. Suddenly his foot caught on something and he began to lose his balance. Cheongdo tried to stay on his feet, but he failed and flew forward at a high speed, the boyskis flying in different directions. Cheongdo stood on all fours in the middle of a large puddle, his clothes completely soaked. He lifted his head and looked back, trying to see in the dark what had caused him to fall. But what he saw just shocked him and Cheongdo froze in horror. Right in front of him on the ground was the wet, bloody body of a girl who did not show signs of life. He came closer and was surprised to see Judd lying on the ground, her face covered in blood and a huge gash on her head. Cheongdo froze in horror and didn't know what he should do next. He lowered himself to the ground and just stared ahead unblinking. When the first shock passed and Cheongdo woke up, he didn't know how much time had passed, but he already knew what he was going to do next. Standing up from the ground, he called Jad's name several times, but heard nothing in response and decided to move closer. He walked over and leaned over Jad's face and put his finger to her nose, but there was no sign that she was breathing. Jad was dead. Cheongdo looked at Jade with wide open eyes that were filled with tears and wondered what to do next. He leaned over Jad's body and cried, the raindrops hitting him hard on his back. Then he stood up and without raising his head walked toward the camp. In pain and helplessness, he tried to clench his fingers into a fist, but his body seemed to stop obeying him. Suddenly, he heard the sound again. He raised his head and looked up into the night sky. A meter away from him, in the air, hovered an incomprehensible luminous entity that looked like a tangled skein of thread, with long legs like a centipede. That was the source of the disgusting sound. The front door creaked softly, letting everyone know that Cheongdo had returned. When Ian saw Cheongdo soaked to the skin, he realized that it was raining, so he threw a towel to him and told him not to come in until he was dry. Cheongdo was in a big hurry to share the horrible news, so he wiped himself very quickly. Ian and Chris came closer to Cheongdo and Chris yawned and asked him to tell the story faster because he was already tired. Cheongdo said he had just seen Jade's dead body on the street, and Chris and Ian looked at him like he was crazy but didn't say anything. A ringing silence hung in the room. Everyone fell silent and looked at each other. Cheongdo continued his story as he went for a walk, and when he came back, he came across the dead body of Jade. Ian looked at Cheongdo in silence and couldn't believe what he was saying. It didn't make sense to him. Seeing no reaction, Cheongdo asked Ian if they understood what Jin Cheongdo had told them. Chris was the first to get out of his stupor, and once again asked if he was sure Judd was dead and not just a little hurt. Cheongdo nodded affirmatively once more, but then he added that not only was she dead and not breathing, but she was missing half her head, and he showed me what it looked like with his hand and concluded that it was difficult to survive with such an injury. Ian turned and ran out of the room without a word. Chris rushed after him. Cheongdo looked at the backs of his friends and had a bad idea what was going on. Finally realizing where they had run to, he followed them to show them where the body was. In the pouring rain, they ran to the same spot, Jot's corpse still lying on the wet grass. Covering his mouth with his hand from the horror he saw, Ian stood unmoving. Chris closed his eyes and clenched his teeth and swore foully. Ian reached out and began to lean over Jad's body. Chris pulled him back, realizing that they should not leave their traces, because it could turn against them. Cheongdo stood behind Ian. He wanted to make sure that he was right and Jade was dead. He asked Ian, but he didn't say anything. He asked again, looking for confirmation, but Ian remained stubbornly silent. He was about to ask the question again, but Chris grabbed him roughly by the hair and ordered him to shut up. Without turning around, Ian asked Jin Cheongdo who had found Jade's body first. Cheongdo was sure it was him because as soon as he heard the sound of the explosion, he immediately came running over here. In that instant, Ian's face reflected all the pain and despair he was feeling. He clenched his teeth tightly to keep from howling with grief. But after a moment he had a question. Without turning his head he asked Cheongdo why the latter was acting so calm. Cheongdo started stuttering. He didn't have an answer to that question. Ian turned to Cheongdo and asked why Jin Cheongdo wasn't sad that Jade was dead. Judd wasn't close enough to him to be grief-stricken. She was just a co-worker he had known for less than a year. So Cheongdo didn't see the point of suffering in this situation, because no one asked him how he was feeling or if he was hurt. Chris stopped the conversation with a hand up and advised Cheongdo to ignore it. Chris approached Ian, gently touched his shoulder, and suggested that he report everything to Instructor Rory, because it wouldn't help anyone if Ian went crazy as team captain. But at the same second Ian exploded. He didn't understand how Chris and Cheongdo remained so calm, or they thought Judd's death was just a normal trifle. Chris looked at him with surprise and incomprehension. He scratched his head, wondering how to make his point more delicately. Chris clarified that he didn't feel so good either, but it had been a short time since he'd met Jad, and he hadn't gotten to know her well enough to be heartbroken. Or Ian thought Chris was about to start sobbing with grief. Ian kept repeating the same thing like a broken record, that a friend had died and everyone had to worry, and those who didn't worry were insensitive and heartless chumps. Chris reminded Ian that they were all members of the same team, and if they started fighting, their relationship would only deteriorate, and that wouldn't be good for the team. Chris came over and patted Ian on the shoulder, telling him to pull himself together. Then he added that everyone in the camp, except for the team members, are competitors who need to be kept at arm's length, and if we believe Cheongdo's predictions, everything will soon be fine and everything will be fine. Chris tried to convince Ian that they were just getting rid of a rival without getting blood on their hands. He grabbed Chris by the collar with both hands and shook him as hard as he could. Ian thought Chris must be missing something, so he shouted in his face that Judd was dead. Chris stood there and didn't even move, silently watching Ian's hysterics while he kept repeating the same thing, telling Chris not to say anything about Judd. Chris held himself back as best he could, wondering how it would all end in the end. Chris was frankly laughing at the whole spectacle. He could see Ian wanting to hit him, but for some reason he was holding himself back. Chris reminded Ian of his desire to become an operative in 3 years and laughed out loud. Without choosing words and expressions, Chris concluded that it was unlikely that such a weak-willed bastard like Ian would be offered to become an operative, because in the slightest emergency, he loses control of himself and becomes insane. Chris looked straight into Ian's eyes and said all the things he thought he'd never be an operative in 20 years with that kind of thinking. Chris regretted that Ian was captain of the team because he thought he was a wimp. Chris's words sobered Ian for a second and he thought for a moment. Chris looked at Cheongdo and continued. He shamed Ian for being unfair to Cheongdo, because how can you accuse a person who knows that he never feels any emotion? Cheongdo feels fine because he can't feel anything else. Ian was beginning to realize how wrong he'd been. His hand slowly loosened and he let go of Chris. Ian turned away from Chris and quietly apologized. The rain didn't stop for a minute, and they stood in a big puddle, not even noticing that their slippers were completely soaked. In the next instant, Chris abruptly turned 360 degrees and approached Ian. In complete silence, a loud bang sounded. It was Chris who couldn't help it. He never forgave offenses, even if it was his friends. So he warned Ian one last time to think 1,000 times before he did anything. It was a big surprise to Ian. He was stunned by what had happened, and he hadn't expected this from Chris, so he couldn't say a word. Chris once again warned Ian not to dare to show his strength on him, or he would regret it. Ian looked at Chris, wishing it would all be over soon. His face became very sad. He lowered his gaze and thought. After another minute, he covered his face with his hands and sobbed, apologizing to Jin Cheongdo. Ian sincerely didn't understand how they could let this happen, because not so long ago they were a very close-knit and friendly team. Ian remembered Cheongdo's prediction that Jade would do well in the future and be very active and successful. So why did she die? But Jin Cheongdo didn't know the answer to this question, because everything suddenly went completely different from the book he was reading. He didn't even know why it happened to Judd, because originally nothing like that could happen in the camp, let alone murder. But something went wrong. Cheongdo always thought that from the beginning. The reality in the camp was very much the same as in the book, if you are not very picky about the details. But to be honest, in front of himself, the difference was felt in every day more and more strongly. And then it finally dawned on him that everything was happening in a completely different way, just because of his presence on Ian's team, which is why the future is changing so dramatically. Cheongdo hovered for a moment, pondering his discovery. And then a brilliant idea came into his head, that in this case, to influence history and prevent genocide at the hands of Ian, he is quite able to realize. You just need a little effort. Jin Cheongdo sat silently on the bench while Rin Caro sobbed loudly with both hands covering his knees, and Cheongdo thought it was very suspicious, so he took him outside. Cheongdo looked at Rin Caro with undisguised irritation. He was very annoyed with that whining bastard. Overflowing with tears, Rin Caro stammered his story. When he was training at the School of Mages, he was treated very badly and bullied by everyone. He was called all kinds of names and humiliated by being beaten in the toilet. And this was done by both guys and girls. On one such day, when Rin Caro was about to receive another round of insults and slaps, Jad saw it and defended him, stopping the abuse. A worried Jad went over to see how he was feeling. She was the only one who was genuinely worried about him. She helped Rin Caro clean up. Jad was the only friend who always took care of Rin Caro. Cheongdo was very surprised by their friendship and asked Rin Caro who from their team had been so cruel to Jad and for what reason. Rin Caro started talking nonsense, saying that he should have paid attention to that son of a bitch who did that to Jad, and Rin Caro had noticed his inadequate behavior for a long time, but Rin didn't name any names, which was very strange. Cheongdo watched Rin Caro from the sidelines as he continued his story about how he cared for this man with all his heart, but he was so cruel to him. He covered his face with his hands and burst into tears again, muttering that he wanted to strangle the bastard with his own hands. Sobbing and choking on tears, Rin Caro watched with one eye as Cheongdo reacted to his story. With his head tilted to the side, Cheongdo watched this performance with great interest. He didn't believe a single word Rin Caro said. Wiping his tears, Rin Caro didn't understand why Cheongdo was staring at him so intently. Cheongdo sighed heavily and calmly said that he was well aware that Rin Caro was responsible for Judd's murder. Naturally, Rin Caro pretended to be surprised and very offended by Jin Cheongdo's suspicions, and he was waving his hands in indignation. But Cheongdo was as calm as a boa constrictor and calmly explained that it was just his own conclusions that he made after analyzing different situations. Rin Caro was hysterical again, screaming that he was always being made to blame. Then he remembered Judd was dead and started crying again. After sitting next to Rin Caro for a while, he realized that he wouldn't be able to get anything good out of him. Cheongdo was about to have doubts and thought that maybe he was wrong to suspect Rin Caro of killing Jade, but then he put all the bad thoughts out of his head. Cheongdo is right, and that's it. Jin Cheongdo looked thoughtfully into the distance and noted to himself that Rin Caro was sobbing too loudly. Getting up from the bench, he walked briskly to his room. It would be dawn soon and he wanted to get some sleep. As he approached the room, he tried to open the door as quietly as possible, so as not to wake anyone. Chris and Ian were waiting for him on the doorstep, interrogating him about where he was and what he was doing. Cheongdo did not hide it and honestly admitted that he talked to Rin Caro in an attempt to clear up the situation, as a trainee from his team was accused of the murder. Chris disagreed because he doubted that man's guilt and he never liked Rin Caro. Cheongdo was very surprised at Chris's opinion like that. Did they really both think about it? Cheongdo was curious as to why Chris felt that way and told him in a nutshell about his speculation. Cheongdo was surprised and amazed. Chris thinks exactly like him. Chris was also very surprised by Rin Caro's sudden appearance. It all looked very suspicious. Cheongdo didn't agree, because if you look around, the camp is full of suspicious people. But Chris joked, or maybe not, that Rin Caro looks particularly disgusting and asked if Cheongdo had noticed anything strange in his behavior. Cheongdo made himself comfortable on his bed and closed his eyes and replied in the negative, because he had only had a few words with him, and that wasn't enough to feel anything. He added that Chris should know better, because they had been practicing for quite a long time, and stopped talking. He remembered the strange sound he'd heard first when Chris had talked to Caleb, then again after group practice. Cheongdo jumped up from the bed like a stunned man and looked at Chris, asking himself what was so strange about Rin Caro. Thinking once more about whether Rin Caro had done something that would arouse suspicion and immediately putting Rin Caro out of his mind. He remembered what had been bothering him all this time, and it was very important. Cheongdo shared that he occasionally heard some strange tapping sounds from time to time, and if no one else could hear them but him. Chris looked at him in surprise and shook her head negatively. Jin Cheongdo continued to say, sitting on the second tier of his bed, that he had heard these sounds as if they were following him, but he had only heard them when he was outdoors and when he had met Caleb. But Chris couldn't remember any other sounds, and he thought it was probably just the natural buzzing of insects. Rubbing his stiff neck, Cheongdo realized that he didn't really believe him and blamed it on his sensitivity to foreign sounds. Ian came closer and joined the conversation. He remembered that Cheongdo had asked him about the strange buzzing sound after the group training in the park, but Ian didn't pay much attention to it because he hadn't heard anything. Ian remembered that he hadn't bothered to think about it because he didn't think it was a big deal. But the most suspicious and scary thing was that the exact same sound was at the scene of Judd's murder. Chris thought about it. He liked all these coincidences less and less. Then he wondered if that strange sound appeared when Rin Caro was present nearby, or if it only buzzed in his absence. Cheongdo gave a negative answer, but it didn't mean anything, because there was no sound from the guy who was found guilty, so he closed his eyes and shut up. He was too tired to continue talking today. Ian and Chris heard only a low whimpering sound, which was not the first time Chris had seen it, but each time he was surprised by Cheongdo's ability to pass out and fall asleep in a matter of seconds. Ian and Chris looked at each other in silence, both of them needing time to digest what they had heard and then to draw conclusions, so they didn't discuss it now. Chris was thinking about something of his own. He just stared in front of him and remained silent. Ian stood back and glanced at Chris, but he didn't dare speak first, thinking he should get some sleep first. The next day was Jad's funeral. The whole camp gathered to say goodbye to her. Her faithful friends Sarah and Lemon were kneeling near the coffin, covering their faces with a handkerchief. They sobbed with grief. Cheongdo, Chris, and Rin Caro also came to see Jade off last. Caro was just flooding with tears. Chris silently watched Rin Caro sobbing, determined to keep an eye on him. Chris put his hand on Rin Caro's shoulder to support him. Rin Caro froze for a second and looked incredulously at Chris, who was calming him down. And then, for some reason, Rin Caro stretched his arms out in front of him. Chris suggested that Judd probably wouldn't want Rin Caro to be so sad and sobbing right now. But at the same moment, Rin Caro wrapped both hands around his head and sobbed even louder, saying that he couldn't believe that Jad was gone. Cheongdo stood to the side and watched this concert with great curiosity. Then he turned and looked at Ian. Ian stood silent and there was not a single tear on his face. There was sorrow, there was sadness, there was anything but tears. Despite the fact that there was a murder, the sadness and grief in the camp, the funeral that ended 10 minutes ago, the final training session started strictly on schedule. Sarah and Lemon made a decision and withdrew their candidacy, voluntarily left the camp. The final training session involves fighting monsters directly, and Cheongdo seemed to find it the easiest and most familiar challenge. But there was one thing: they did not know where to go. The team stood and looked ahead, where in front of them stretched an impassable thicket from which you could see the mountains and in the distance a waterfall. Chris stared helplessly ahead. It was obvious that he had no ideas about their route. Ian looked hopefully at Chris, saying that mages had excellent instincts. Cheongdo disagreed with Ian, thinking that it was all stereotypes in fiction. They stood and silently studied the area. It was important to work as a team, to be one whole organism. But Chris and Ian hadn't made up yet, and that spoiled everything. Mountainous, winding terrain, densely overgrown with trees and bushes was not a very easy route, and if you also take into account that the likelihood of monsters at any time was very high, you need to be on constant alert, not relaxing for a minute. Cheongdo expertly jumped above the ground and made a twirl in the air with a single, very precise blow to destroy the enemy. For him, fighting with the monster was a very familiar matter, because in his real life, he faced it every day. The remnants of the monster scattered many meters around, staining everything it reached. After easily dealing with the first monster, Cheongdo was about to go in search of his next victim, but he was stopped by Chris. Jin Cheongdo reminded Jin Cheongdo that it should not be forgotten about and should be taken from every defeated monster. Cheongdo had indeed forgotten about this prerequisite and thanked Chris for reminding him. It was a kind of storage device that contained very valuable information and had to be extracted from each defeated monster in order to report back. In his past life, Cheongdo had never done this. There was no need for it. He just destroyed monsters without any reports, so it was very difficult for him to get used to this rule. Ian's team moved forward. They walked in complete silence, not talking at all, which was very strange and unusual for people who had been talking for days. Cheongdo was very curious when the couple would stop acting like little children, addressing each other only when absolutely necessary. The teen robot was cracking at the seams. A completely useless and uninteresting thought, Jin Cheongdo thought, pushing away his gloomy thoughts. But Ian and Chris were still not talking to each other, and he looked at Ian, who was desperately fighting against the vicious, small, glowing monsters that tried to surround him from all sides, but were quickly destroyed by a precise blade strike. Behind Cheongdo, Chris quickly and deftly sent several more monsters to the grave, which littered the surroundings with their remains. It was quiet. Everyone was silently doing their work. The monsters, like splinters, were flying in different directions, suffering a complete defeat. The team fought just masterfully. The silence did not affect the quality of the battle, so it was even better. Each of them alone was able to deal with the attacking creatures. Cheongdo successfully fought with a huge glowing monster that released fire beams and tried to bind and immobilize Cheongdo with them, but was destroyed in a couple of minutes. Each of them had very high skills, so the monster-fighting robot was in full swing. Chris had just dealt with another foul. Ian's battle was in full swing. He was attacked by a giant-sized monster, which was a very resilient creature. Even though Ian had already dealt quite a few fatal blows, the monster still dodged and attacked Ian. Bouncing back to a safe distance, Ian thrust his sword forward and prepared to attack. He was watching every move of that thing very closely, and was very surprised and confused when he unexpectedly missed a shot of fire that burned his stomach painfully with fire. Ian scrambled backward, feeling like he was going to fall. Unexpectedly, Chris rushed to his aid, putting his shoulder in time and successfully repelling the monster's attack. Ian felt Chris' fingers on his head. He was performing his magical manipulations. Ian felt a great relief, his life energy slowly returning to him, filling his body with strength. In front of them stood a huge mountain dotted with a huge number of warts and chaotically scattered all over the body, eyes of different sizes. From the top of this splendor dangled in different directions black, furry paws. It looked, all he to put it mildly, disgusting. It was a rapine, which had the ability to suck out of a person all the physical strength, so they decided to destroy it with the help of magic. Chris was glad that he was the one to smear this abomination and took aim and fired a stream of flame. The monster erupted in bright fire, scattering tons of flame around it. But after a minute Chris stood in bewilderment, because this monster with pleasure began to absorb his power of fire, and in response to it flew into his paws, which became for a second steel spears. Good thing Chris had time to put up a barrier. Ian, who had been watching this, rushed to his aid with a shout. Chris heard Ian yell and turned to see what had happened, but when he saw him running toward him, he didn't understand why Ian was doing it. As he got closer to Chris, he heard him hiss angrily that Ian shouldn't come near him, but he didn't listen and stepped forward. As soon as Ian's body made contact with the barrier, he was thrown backwards with the force of the discharge, and he fell to the ground, not immediately realizing what had happened. Chris was very angry at Ian. How could he be so careless, not having a protective barrier to put himself in danger? Because Cheongdo had asked him not to interfere. Ian listened silently to Chris's moralizing, and he was hurt to the point of tears for such ingratitude on Chris's part. Ian tried to explain that even if he didn't have a protective barrier, it didn't stop him from coming to his teammates' aid. Ian sighed heavily, turned away, and added that he was just humanly worried about Chris's life. Chris thought he'd heard what Ian had said, but when he realized it was true, he was surprised. But then his gaze warmed for a moment, realizing that it was true. Not knowing what to do with this state, Chris suggested that we split up and go through the ordeal alone. Ian was stunned when he heard that, but Cheongdo objected, noting that this test implies teamwork. Ian did not immediately understand what was said, so he asked Chris what he meant, to which he clearly replied that let everyone take care of their own points and catch the monster on their own. Ian just couldn't believe his ears and got angry, shouting that it didn't matter anymore. and then after a little thought, in a voice full of indifference, he summarized that let everyone do what he thought was best for himself. Now it was Cheongdo's turn to be surprised. He couldn't believe that this was happening to their team, which was collapsing in front of their eyes, and now it was every man for himself. And Ian, as captain, only reminded that the connection was at 9 o'clock and didn't say anything else. The team silently dispersed in different directions without uttering a word. Jin Cheongdo, watching Chris and Ian leave, thought that their team had some clashes and misunderstandings, but it was not serious. And now the situation between Chris and Ian looks childish, because they are both young and not used to giving in. After standing for a while, he sighed and walked forward. Jin Cheongdo was confident in his abilities and knew that he could handle this challenge, but the most important thing was not to forget about the Habens. The day was coming to an end. The sun had set and dusk had fallen on the forest. It was very dark and quiet. Cheongdo's eyes had gotten used to the darkness, so he walked down the path without any problems, still thinking about how he could make up with Ian and Chris. Suddenly someone called out to him. Cheongdo stopped, looked around, and seeing Chris in front of him, he was very surprised. Shifting from foot to foot and scratching the back of his head, Chris made some ridiculous excuses that he didn't want to leave Cheongdo alone, which was very unlike Chris and looked suspicious. Then Chris, with concern in his voice, asked if Cheongdo had hurt himself. Jin Cheongdo didn't really understand what Chris meant and looked at him in surprise. All this seemed very strange to him, and he just waited for what would happen next without saying a word. Chris said that he had already contacted Ian and now he needed to go back quickly, but Cheongdo was still silent and didn't react to Chris. Jin Cheongdo already realized that his silence was at least ridiculous, and he had to answer something. But instead of answering, he tried to smile and he started to look silly and very strange. Chris looked at Cheongdo with concern and surprise. Chris hesitated, taking his chin, and thought he was obviously thinking about some plan. Then his hand flew up in the air and froze in an inviting gesture. Chris invited Cheongdo to follow him while smirking strangely. A nervous chuckle escaped from Cheongdo's chest. He thought for a second about what to say to Chris. Then he thanked respectfully for the invitation to go on the road together. But he had a huge question about who the man standing across from him was. The man across from him said he was Chris, and it was strange to hear that Cheongdo didn't recognize him. Maybe he just couldn't see him in the dark. Cheongdo had already guessed that the magician in front of him was a magician. The mage silently looked at Cheongdo and asked what he was going to do with his face with his eyes. And looking into his heart, he waited silently for an answer. Remembering the past and his very first confrontation with Chris, Cheongdo already really believed that he was standing in front of him. But he heard someone clap their hands loudly and a bright flash illuminated the darkness. Looking in front of him, he saw a fireball flying straight at him at high speed, sparkling and making loud whirring sounds. With great force, the ball flew straight at Cheongdo and there was an explosion, causing Cheongdo to fly up and flip upside down in the air, collapsing to the ground with force, spreading smoke and smoke around him. When he regained consciousness, he felt a pain in his shoulder, and looking there he saw a bloody mess. He was seriously wounded and it was necessary to do something urgently. He heard the mage's voice in the darkness and lurked, knowing full well that he would be looking for him. Cheongdo was silent, afraid to move, and the magician was nervous, not knowing why he couldn't find Jin Cheongdo. Finally, the magician saw where Jin Cheongdo was hiding and went to him. Jin Cheongdo was lying on the ground. His wound was bleeding and he was only interested in one question: why? The mage approached him and began his sorcery again, looking at the helpless Cheongdo with a smirk. Cheongdo realized that he had to run away immediately to save himself. Barely able to stay on his feet, he took a few steps and heard a familiar buzzing sound behind him. He decided to hurry and accelerate, but lost his balance and almost fell forward just in time to put his arm out. Clenching his teeth, he howled in unbearable pain. Then Cheongdo saw the magician slowly approaching him and froze in anticipation as he approached Cheongdo with a casual gait and suddenly kicked him in the wounded area with all his might. Cheongdo's breath paralyzed from the pain and he only sobbed quietly, looking with wide open eyes straight in front of him. As he fell to the ground, he hit himself painfully, but clenched his teeth and did not utter a word. The mage walked over to Cheongdo, who was lying on the ground, and stepped his foot on his shoulder, then clearly mocking him by running the heel of his boot directly into the wound. Cheongdo felt an infernal pain stiffen every cell in his body and tears spontaneously spurted from his eyes. The mage leaned close and watched with undisguised pleasure as he silently watched Cheongdo writhing in pain. At some point, Jin Cheongdo remembered that he had a transmitter that he could use to contact Ian, but the magician was ahead of him, ripping off the transmitter with a piece of his lapel. Clenching the transmitter in his fist, he turned it into ashes with the power of a single spell, so he could no longer count on anyone's help. looking directly into the magician's eyes. He didn't understand why, but an inner voice told him that right now, the person who killed Jade was in front of him, and Jin Cheongdo was 100% sure of it. The mage watched silently as the remnants of smoke from the burned transmitter escaped from his fist through his fingers and smirked. After unclenching his fingers and throwing away the ashes, he cheerfully asked how Cheongdo had guessed that he wasn't Chris. Jin Cheongdo realized that things couldn't get any worse and confessed that he knew that the magician had killed Jade and that Cheongdo would suffer the same fate. The mage stared at Jin Cheongdo in surprise, not understanding how the latter had guessed this. Realizing that there was no point in pretending anymore, the magician decided to reveal all the cards to Cheongdo and forcefully grabbed his cheek with his hand, the skin on his cheek shrinking into an accordion. The mage complained about how hard it was for him, and with 2 hands he was pulling the skin off his face. Only now it was clear that it was only a mask. The magician continued to complain that he was too stuffy and uncomfortable to be in that mask, and Cheongdo waited patiently to see who was behind all that theater, even though he knew that Rin Caro should be there. A moment later, just as Cheongdo expected, Rin Caro was sitting in front of him, smiling nastily and asking him how he had guessed. Cheongdo explained that Rin Caro had gotten caught when he saw a smile on his face and asked if Cheongdo liked to smile. Rin Caro's eyes bulged with surprise. Then he mumbled something inaudible, covering his mouth with both hands. And then he theatrically wiggled, showing great regret, and said that Chris was a complete cat and the relationship between Cheongdo and Chris was not the best. Cheongdo knew that Chris had a very nasty temper, but he meant something else that Rin Caro still didn't understand, because Cheongdo was never in a good mood. Rin Caro began to wonder where else he could have gotten his jokes. Maybe he had overdone it when he was acting sad about Judd's death. Even more furious, he stepped on Cheongdo's wounded shoulder with hatred, trying to make it hurt as much as possible. The latter cried out and asked why Rin Caro was doing this to him. Cheongdo couldn't bear the pain and pleaded with Rin Caro to remove his leg, but he didn't like the way Cheongdo reacted to the pain. He seemed very calm. Cheongdo genuinely didn't understand how a person was supposed to look when they were in pain, and this clown mockingly decided to demonstrate how to properly portray pain. First he squatted down and screamed like a wounded elephant with his eyes gawking with all his might. Then he theatrically covered his mouth with his hand and murmured something ultrasonically, and with his other hand he put his head around his head, as he thought that this was how the reflex to pain should be. And at the very end, Rin Caro fake folded his hands in front of him, as if praying and giving his voice an artificial fear, leaning very close to Cheongdo's face, and asked if it was true that he was the murderer. And this result would be very satisfying for Rin Caro, as a reaction to the fact that he was the murderer. Cheongdo froze in amazement. He couldn't utter a word. What he had just seen looked like an open house in a madhouse. When Rin Caro didn't hear the applause, he raised both hands in the air and jumped and danced, saying that at Jad's funeral everyone was sad, so he could hardly contain himself from laughing. Gathering his last strength, Cheongdo reached out and grabbed Rin Caro by the collar. It was important for Cheongdo to find out why Rin Caro killed Jad. Rin Caro was curious as to why Cheongdo was asking around if he bragged that he had the gift of clairvoyance. Rin Caro forcefully removed Jin Cheongdo's hand from his collar and squeamishly threw it aside while quoting Cheongdo that in the future, Jade would become successful and popular. And then with a wild laugh he summarized that he just wanted to conduct a test of who would prove stronger, him or the successful Judd. Cheongdo looked at Rin Caro with disgust and saw the sick, mentally unstable bastard in front of him. Only now did Cheongdo realize that he was the reason why the future had changed, and he closed his eyes bitterly. It was because of his unceremonious intrusion into someone else's story that Jad died, and a completely different fate in life awaited her. Jin Cheongdo remembered that Rin Caro had told him that Jade was his only friend who understood and protected him. When Rin Caro heard that, he just laughed in Cheongdo's face and called Jade a name and said that she was just playing with him. Judd was always better and more successful than Rin Caro and thus pissed him off. Weeping loudly and nervously biting his fingers, Rin Caro felt sorry for himself, because Jad was better than him in everything and that's why he killed her. Terribly proud of the fact that he killed her with one blow, although he had been hesitating for a long time and did not want to take such responsibility. Cheongdo turned away and asked Rin Caro to shut up, as he didn't find this nonsense interesting, and it really hurt him that Rin Caro was still standing on his wounded shoulder. Rin Caro hovered. He couldn't believe his ears that Cheongdo was being so boorish to him. It wasn't his position to talk to Rin Caro so rudely right now. With a steely voice, Cheongdo demanded for the last time that Rin Kero remove his foot, and without waiting for the result, he gathered all his strength and delivered a devastating blow. Then, overcoming the infernal pain, he rose to his feet and took an uncertain step. Rin Kero shrieked in pain as he grabbed his head with one hand and used his other hand to use his magic. Cheongdo turned back and saw bright flashes as Rin Kero summoned the power of fire. Cheongdo quickened his step and tried to run frantically, thinking of the reasons why Rin Kero was taking revenge on him and trying to kill him. Maybe it's because of the suspicions he voiced to him when Jade died. With this ability to change his appearance, Rin Kero could easily provide an alibi for himself. Young doubts about Rin Kero's strength, but he couldn't understand how Rin Kero managed to kill Jade so quickly. Rin Kero was sitting on the ground. He tried to get up, but he couldn't do so well. Blood was trickling from his cut temple. He finally realized that Cheongdo had hurt him. The fleeing Cheongdo suddenly stopped abruptly, listening to the silence. He heard that sound again, that nasty, disgusting buzzing sound. Cheongdo turned around and Rin Kero was behind him, grinning. Rin Kero had already realized that Cheongdo had matched the appearance of the sound with his presence and praised his ingenuity. But Cheongdo was more interested in why there was a sound but nothing happened. That was what was strange. Cheongdo realized that Rin Kero had an ability that made a certain sound when he used it. It was this ability that he used to get rid of Jade. But even now Cheongdo could clearly hear this sound, and surprisingly nothing happened to him. Jin Cheongdo looked questioningly at Rin Kero, who didn't like what Cheongdo was saying to him. Unexpectedly, there was a huge explosion, blinding everything around him, which Cheongdo did not foresee, and fell to the ground. Cheongdo was sitting on the ground. His wounded shoulder was not good for his energy, and he didn't have the strength to resist Rin Kero. There was another explosion right in front of him, which was many times stronger than the previous one, and Cheongdo thought about running away, but his shoulder injury made him more vulnerable. Cheongdo was nervously thinking about the circumstances and how many times he heard the sound and how many people were present. At this point he finally realized that there were 2 people, 4 people, 2 people respectively 2 times, 4 times, 2 times. Today, Cheongdo was alone, so it was a one-time thing. Each time the continuing sound was heard by a certain number of people. Cheongdo finally understood the algorithm of Rin Kero's ability. For the envious Rin Kero, it was the only way to surpass Jade in something. It was only necessary to create a sound by numbers. But even here he was not all smooth. It for some reason did not always explode. Cheongdo didn't know what definition to give to this ability. Perhaps it was ordinary magic. As he relaxed and let his guard down, he heard the approaching sound already near his very nose. He dodged and rolled backwards, saving himself from imminent death. As he rolled back to a safe distance, he heard an explosion, and Cheongdo barely had time to cover his face with his hand, and his shoulder was still in pain. Rin Kero stood in front of the bright flames and laughed demonically, agreeing that his ability was still flawed, but still working. He confessed that he was always watching everyone, and as soon as the guys got a decent distance away from the camp, he tried to do it, but he failed. He watched from far away and counted how many people there were this time. Then he tried to use his ability, but he was very afraid of being caught, so he tried to be inconspicuous and quiet. But still, Rin Kero worked on his ability, and when it all worked the first time, he was just happy. Interlocking his fingers and resting his chin on them, Rin Kero was so happy and excited about it, considering Judd's death his best achievement. He looked forward with glassy eyes, rejoicing like a maniac that today was the second time he had succeeded again. That is, each time it got better and better. Cheongdo tried to move his right arm, but it was not obeying him, and he was thinking whether he could resist Rin Kero with one arm. Rin Kero closed his eyes sharply and clenched his fists. Then he shouted hysterically that he was very sad that his first target was Jade, because he wanted it to be someone like Chris. Cheongdo doubted that such an ability would work on Chris and take him by surprise. Rin Kero became very offended by such statements. He clenched his fists forcefully and tears glistened in his eyes. He took a step toward Cheongdo, asking why he thought so, and then slapped him forcefully on his injured shoulder. And then he began to squeeze the wound with extreme ferocity, wondering in the process how Cheongdo, who was clenching his teeth in pain, was really thinking, so as not to utter a sound. Cheongdo stood firmly in front of Rin Kero, but he felt dizzy and blurry in his eyes. He thought he would faint in a minute. He was desperately trying to think of something. The communication transmitter was broken, so there was no help from where to wait. And then he came up with a brilliant idea. Rin Kero stopped. Satisfaction and pride in his beloved self read in his eyes. From happiness and such a long-awaited flattery, he, with a smile on his face, sincerely believing in his genius, offered Cheongdo to be his partner. The glade was illuminated with a scarlet red light. In the center of the glade 2 people stood in the darkness. Interrupting the silence was heard the indignant voice of Cheongdo. He could not believe his ears when he heard this madman Rin Caro such a proposal. His indignation was not limited. He looked at Jin Cheongdo with an insane gaze that made his soul go cold and gave him goosebumps, and he imagined becoming the captain of the team, and Cheongdo as his faithful partner. In his morbid dreams, he had already mentally dealt with Ian's team, but what he didn't like the most was Cheongdo's resistance to join him and be his loyal aide. Jin Cheongdo called him a crazy bastard and said that even at gunpoint, he wouldn't help him and considered it a disgrace. When Rin Caro heard this, he became furious. He was raging inside. How dare this puppy open his mouth and scold him? He was ready to turn him into ashes, but he clenched his teeth and swallowed his resentment. He still needed Cheongdo very much. Gently taking Jin Cheongdo by the shoulders, he quietly and calmly began to persuade him, very excitedly describing all the prospects that await Cheongdo once he joins Rin Caro's team, while the magician did not forget to praise the abilities and character of Cheongdo, which simply disappear in such a useless team like Ian. The image of Ian, who was so kind, fair, and almost dear to me, came to my mind, and how could he be compared to this psychopath? Cheongdo was surprised that Rin Caro thought his character was good and why Ian looked stupid, but those were the 2 questions he didn't have answers for. Remembering who Ian will turn into in the future and what will come out of this stupid, as Rin Caro put it, boy, Cheongdo would not wish anyone to meet on Ian's path in the future. The magician rolled his eyes with delight and enviously called the ability to see the future very unique and that one should take it more seriously and develop his abilities, not smile like a fool. Cheongdo watched with what obsession this idiot was agitating him, and he became disgusted to be so close to the magician, especially when he started to talk about how if a person laughs, it means he is very weak. For Rin Caro, only strength was important, and it didn't matter whether that strength was here or there, and he pointed emphatically at his breastplate, probably referring to the training camp, where there was also strength, but in a completely different sense. Rin Caro finished his monologue and froze, waiting for Cheongdo to react. He stared at him for a long time, but instead of answering, there was a ringing silence. He waited a little longer, but the result was the same. Rin Caro opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he interrupted himself. A new burst of anger came over him, and with redoubled vigor, shaking Cheongdo from side to side like a rag doll, he tried to shake out his long-awaited answer that he agreed to join his team. Cheongdo only wheezed in pain, begging Rin Caro to stop his bullying. The magician stopped for a moment and Cheongdo was already confused and did not know what to do. He realized that if Rin Caro did not get a positive answer, Cheongdo would not get out of here alive, but as a member of Caro's team, it is unlikely to expect good treatment from him. Rin Caro's uncertainty in making quick and easy decisions made him angry, and he didn't understand why Cheongdo was hesitant to answer for so long. Rin Caro could not understand what was wrong with him. If this boy thinks he is worse than Chris and Ian, they are losers and losers compared to him. He thought Ian was a pompous turkey who couldn't see or hear anything around him, and Chris was just a trash without a family name, who didn't even have a common surname. Cheongdo listened to Rin Caro's nonsense and tried to move his right hand, but he couldn't do anything. Cheongdo closed his eyes. His strength was failing him. He felt like he had missed something very important, and right now he was faced with the choice of whether to use his life force to heal at this moment or not to do so for the time being. He could still hear Rin Caro's voice, who was very proud of his noble blood and expected only a bright future for himself. Then the magician noticed that Cheongdo didn't open his eyes and started to wake him up. In hysterics, Rin Caro shouted at Jin not to ignore him, then he threatened to throw him into a bamboo barrel, and when he saw that nothing was helping his anger and resentment, he swung around and slapped Jin on the cheek. Cheongdo didn't even move. He was lying on his back like a living corpse, staring straight ahead and whispering in a hoarse voice that Ian was special. Such a statement made Rin Caro fall into a stupor, tight-lipped about why Cheongdo had said this and what he should do with this information. The magician took a few minutes to realize what he had heard, trying to find a trick in this confession, because Cheongdo always claimed so convincingly to everyone that he didn't see any information concerning Ian's future, and maybe he did it on purpose, hoping for some benefit for himself. With a flutter of his hands and a stupid face, he tried to act indifferent to the news, pretending that it wouldn't affect him in any way and wouldn't break him from his goals. Cheongdo said confidently that he would not be abandoned and would definitely be searched for, and he wanted to add something about Chris, but he didn't have time to do so, as a powerful punch took his breath away and he couldn't say another word. Rin Caro sadly said that he doubted Jin Cheongdo's ability to see the future because he had predicted a beautiful fate for Jade, but it turned out to be so sad and uncomfortable that he didn't really believe in Jin Cheongdo's abilities. Then, with a shout, Rin Caro rushed to Cheongdo, demanding that he immediately predict his future as well. The mad magician was beating his chest with his palm like a man possessed, repeating that he needed to know his future destiny. And without waiting for an answer, he imagined himself in the role of the most important mage in the world, because if Jad dreamed of becoming a walking mage of the 3rd level, then he will certainly become the 2nd. Know what to trifle with. Of course he will be a mage of no less than the 1st level. Then after a little silence, with the face of a moron, he laughed and clapped his hands, for a moment imagining that perhaps he had become an operative. But he did not believe in such nonsense and stopped talking. Cheongdo was lying on the ground without moving. He didn't even look at Rin Caro, and when he noticed the disregard for him, he flew up to Jin Cheongdo and frantically demanded information about his future. Cheongdo didn't know anything about the character Rin Caro. The book he was studying didn't have a single word about him, which meant that he was nothing special. Simply put, he was not an interesting character for the story. But Jin Cheongdo said out loud that he didn't see Rin's future. Caro didn't expect this. He wanted to know something about himself, but the bastard can't see anything. So what's the reason? Cheongdo's eyes flashed back to his first conversation with Ian, who was also very surprised that his future was a mystery to Cheongdo. Then he got out of the situation by explaining that he was drawing conclusions with the help of clues, and he also explained everything to Rin Caro, hoping that this trick would work on him too. Caro was visibly cheerful. He had taken the news in his own way, deciding that he was as special as Ian, and the thought made him proud. At this point we should pause to understand more precisely who Rin Caro is and what he is. When he was born, he was the only child in a family that somehow miraculously, unexpectedly, became very rich, but the high hopes and ambitions placed on him were not justified. He grew up a rather mediocre child with no unique abilities. In childhood and adolescence he was very often oppressed and humiliated, so he grew up with a huge pile of complexes. He had almost no friends, and those who treated him well, most likely did it out of pity, so he always considered a stronger person as a barrier to success. Rin Caro hated him and would have been happy to get rid of him without feeling any remorse, but now that he had the slightest resemblance to Ian, he clung to him like a lifeline. He was proud that his and Ian's fate, as Rin thought, was very similar, although if you compare the two, Caro was a loser who laughed like a jerk, had an unusually stupid expression thanks to his eyes, and was a rigid and unstable man, who if he grabbed, it was very difficult to get out of his hands alive. Ian was the complete opposite. He was big, strong and fair. He didn't need to prove it to anyone. That's why Ian looked relaxed and confident. Caro found it extremely difficult to accept this, and everything that had annoyed and pissed her off about Ian was now starting to look majestic. Thinking about it, he concluded that Ian was a very cool and positive guy. To be like him, it was even quite cool. Covering his eyes, he flattered himself, thinking that they were born for each other, having such a similar fate, and choosing Chris as a partner. Ian just pretended to be happy about it. But his happy thoughts and dreams were interrupted by the quiet voice of Cheongdo, who quickly put Reno down from heaven to earth, believing that Caro is nothing, an empty place, which is so unimportant to people that he does not even have a future. So Cheongdo does not see anything. When he finished his speech, he looked at Rin Caro defiantly. He didn't care how Rin would react to his words. He was so tired of what was happening that he was happy with any outcome. Rin Caro sat with a petrified face and a blank, glassy gaze staring at one point. It had been a long time since he had been humiliated like this, so he was a little confused and did not know what to do next. But a moment later, out of resentment and anger, he thought of nothing better than to strike a fist in the jaw of the man who was already a living corpse from wounds and injuries and could not answer Rin Caro in the same way. Jin Cheongdo's eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. When he saw that Cheongdo did not react, he sat on top of him and with the words, "You son of a bitch," methodically beat him with both hands without stopping. He did not stop even when the blood in huge drops and clots flew in different directions. The pain was unbearable, and to distract himself, Cheongdo wondered why that fucking bastard who had never caught a single monster in his life was so full of energy and strength. But now Cheongdo only wanted Rin Caro to finally shut up and not hear his disgusting screams. Cheongdo thought for a second that maybe he should use his vitality regeneration and heal up a bit, but he immediately changed his mind, deciding to ignore his body condition and try not to pay attention, but only if Caro would shut up. Rin Caro's hands were already covered in blood. Like a madman, he was flailing them indiscriminately, not stopping for a moment. Now he had only one desire: to kill Cheongdo, who dared to mock him like that, and he foolishly offered this scoundrel to be his partner. The mage stopped. Tears were covering his eyes. Cheongdo had humiliated him. Rin Caro was not going to forgive him for this. He decided to inflict the harshest punishment for his abuser. Suddenly, a very bright flash illuminated Rin Caro's silhouette for a moment, and a gust of wind blew his hair. Then there was a red, fiery ball, very similar to a ball lightning, which slowly floated just a few meters above the ground, illuminating everything around him in purple. Approaching Rin Caro, ball froze in place like a stumbling. Jin Cheongdo, beaten and bloody, unconscious, was lying on the ground, with his arms and legs spread wide apart, and Rin Caro was sitting on top of him, his hands in uniform thickly stained with the blood of the unfortunate Jin Cheongdo. The fireball burst with a crack and a sword fell out of it, which hovered near the mage, and the latter was speechless with surprise. Without expecting it, he heard footsteps approaching in the darkness. Then someone called his name. The magician shuddered and became wary. The man, covered by a fire shield, stood a few meters away from Rin Caro. He quietly ordered to move away from Cheongdo, and the mage obediently got off the exhausted body and took a couple of steps back. From the voice he realized who it was, so he tried not to anger Chris. Rin Caro had no doubt that Chris would fulfill his promise. Chris asked if Rin wanted to go home. Rin was afraid of being prosecuted for what he had done to Jin Cheongdo, but he was even more afraid of being sued by the police. Hiding behind the bloody body, he was not the least bit sorry for what he had done. Most of all, he was afraid for himself. For his own skin, and in his eyes he could clearly read the animal fear. Fear for himself. Cheongdo heard Chris's voice, but he didn't have the strength to open his eyes. He was nervous, afraid that it was just a hallucination, so he called out to Chris in hope. Chris, seeing the condition that bastard had brought the unfortunate Cheongdo to, couldn't even imagine what he was going through, so he suggested for the last time that he leave Cheongdo alone and just get the hell out of here. Jin Cheongdo opened his eyes with great difficulty. His face was a bloody mess. He could hardly speak because of the pain, but when he saw his long-awaited friends in front of him, he couldn't believe it and was surprised, not understanding how and when they appeared here. When Rin Caro saw Ian approaching, he was even more frightened, and he clutched Cheongdo's throat, stammering and stumbling backward, hysterically shouting to stay away from him. Jin Cheongdo began to choke. He was desperately short of air, and he thought he was finished. When Ian saw this, he grabbed his sword and took a step toward Caro while calling Jin Cheongdo by name. Ian wondered if Cheongdo would be able to escape from the mad magician's clutches. Ian resolutely drew his sword and walked forward. He was sick of this idiot and was going to get rid of him as soon as possible. The captain moved slowly, but very confidently, not stopping for a second. His eyes filled with blood and hatred for this beast. He was ready to cut Rin Caro into small pieces, to the extent that he was disgusted by this subhuman. Ian was close enough. There was no way to save Cheongdo, not even a second more. He clenched his sword tightly in his hands and prepared to act. Rin Caro was very disappointed that such an ingenious plan, in his opinion, had fallen apart. He was bitter and did not understand how it had happened, where he had screwed up. Tightly clasping Cheongdo's head with both hands, Rin prepared to snap his neck if anyone dared to approach him. Chris decided not to risk Cheongdo and take a little time to figure out the best way to disarm Rin Caro. He assured the magician that he had no intention of approaching him, but he was deciding what magic to use in this case. In an instant, a blinding light flashed between Rin Caro and Cheongdo. A shock sounded, and they bounced away from each other like an electric shock. Cheongdo didn't even realize what had happened before Rin Caro pushed him away, mumbling something unintelligible. Cheongdo felt a non-human strength instilled in him from some unknown source, and he decided to immediately take advantage of such a state of being. Lightning spun on the spot. He made a twirl and kicked with all his strength and hatred, hitting Rin Caro, who hiccuped in surprise and flew several meters away with speed. A sharp pain pierced through Cheongdo's entire body. His wounded arm hurt treacherously, and he clenched his teeth to keep from screaming at the pain that returned with triple the force. Chris, who was standing in the distance, saw Cheongdo's strength leaving him again and decided to use magic to bring him to the place where Chris was. But he was in a bad mood because he had to psychogenesis him to help Cheongdo get free from Rin Caro's clutches. Rin sat back and couldn't move away from the blow. He held his hand to his chest while breathing heavily, each breath he took with great difficulty. when Cheongdo was at a safe distance from his friends. Chris landed him on the ground and asked him to come closer to look at him. He and Ian were very worried about how Cheongdo was feeling. Suddenly, Rin Caro was hysterical, screaming like a madman, trying to find out how those two knew where Cheongdo was, because he was sure that he had destroyed the transmitter and could do whatever he wanted with impunity. Ian looked at Rin Caro and then looked at Chris without understanding, realizing that he had done it. Chris didn't even deny that he had a way to set it up. Cheongdo was also very curious about how the team came to his rescue, and he assumed that they had just cast bonding magic on him. Chris stopped the flow of questions coming from Jin Cheongdo and said that he would explain and tell everything later, because the most important thing at the moment was to heal Jin Cheongdo and make her well. With a hateful look at Rin Caro, he decided that he would also go with them, so he shackled Cheongdo and Rin with magical threads. Then he lifted them in the air, gave them a direction, and they slowly followed Chris and Ian, so they went straight to the camp. Chris had a great desire to hand over that bastard Rin Caro straight into the hands of Instructor Rory. Cheongdo could not calm down and wanted to know how Chris and Ian had found him, so Chris decided to tell him everything in detail. Chris never liked Caro. He always thought he was a petty little bastard, and after Jad's death, he became even more suspicious, and Chris decided to watch him. Seizing the moment at the funeral, Christopher cast an eavesdropping spell on him to bring Rin Caro out into the open. Now Cheongdo understood how Chris had come to his rescue, only he thought that eavesdropping magic was illegal and therefore forbidden, and Chris had done it only to find out and punish the real culprit. And Ian came to the rescue by the usual message that Chris sent after unsuccessful attempts to contact Cheongdo. Cheongdo, who had been out of contact for a long time, worried Chris, and to be on the safe side, he decided to listen to what Rin Caro was doing at the moment, and when he heard it, his hair just stood on end, and then it all came together. Without thinking, Chris rushed to his aid, and when he heard this story, Rin Caro was angry because he had stupidly screwed up and turned himself in. Chris smiled broadly, turned and winked at Rin Caro, then Riley asked him how he had failed to figure out what was planned against him. Rin Caro almost burst with anger. He had never been caught so stupidly before, and that made him even angrier. And Chris did not stop mocking Rin Caro. He laughingly added that he had a great sense for good mages and he always believed in Rin. All these mockery and jokes hurt Caro's ego. Jin Cheongdo, having remembered some very important information, hurriedly warned the guys that they should be as careful as possible with this guy, because he was using probability magic and Cheongdo had already experienced the effects of it. Cheongdo briefly explained how it worked, showing his wounded shoulder as an example while writhing in pain. Chris hastened to say that he'd been listening to it in great detail as he rushed to help. And now everyone realized that the sound they heard when they met Caleb was just an attempt to get rid of Caleb as an overly knowledgeable witness. Chris couldn't control himself anymore. He was ready to kill the insolent bastard with his own hands, to the extent that he had already annoyed everyone. Rin Caro yelled something incomprehensible and clapped his hands with all his might. Cheongdo froze in place. He knew exactly what was going to happen after that unfortunate clap. Laughing hysterically, Rin Caro froze in anticipation of what would happen next. Then with his arms spread out to the sides, he was laughing demonically, happy that everyone was afraid of him. Cheongdo was watching Rin Caro cautiously, and Chris looked at Jin Cheongdo and didn't understand why he was reacting so nervously to Caro, who was in a very high spirits, wondering if his probability magic would work this time or not. Chris didn't immediately realize that he was being hit by an explosive, and he cursed and hurried to put up a protective barrier. Rin Caro looked at his probability magic with great hope, and when he directed it at Chris, he wanted it to work more than ever and clapped his hands together loudly. Chris, Ian, Jin Cheongdo were standing behind the protective barrier and were sure they were safe, but when the explosive ripped through the protective barrier and hit Chris with all its power, everyone was shocked and frozen in a stupor. A bright flash illuminated the surroundings. An explosion went off and Chris flew off the ground. When Ian and Cheongdo came to their senses, they saw that Chris had flown a few meters away and called out to him, but there was only silence in response. And at the same second, Rin Caro attempted to repeat his probability magic on Ian and Cheongdo, but he failed and ran away to a safe distance. Ian and Cheongdo looked around for Chris, trying not to think about the worst that could happen to him after such an explosion. Rin Caro ran away to a safe distance and sat down to catch his breath and gather his strength and thoughts on what to do next. He covered his mouth with both hands to keep from laughing. Caro was very happy with today's result and the way Chris had flown away from his attack. He didn't understand why, but today everything was working out especially well. Ian and Cheongdo quietly approached Rin Caro and silently watched him. They didn't know what to expect from this psycho in the next minute. At this moment, Rin Caro felt like a king. He was extremely proud that he was able to defeat Chris, who had always considered himself very tough. The mere thought of Chris being defeated made Rin so happy that he let his guard down and relaxed, thinking he was invincible. Without wasting a good moment and without waiting for Rin Caro to do something bad in the near future, Ian swiftly and clearly struck with his sword. Rin Caro howled in pain and his left arm easily separated from his shoulder and flew into the air. After finishing, Ian remained standing with his sword in his hands. He was prepared for any surprises, so he waited with his eyes on Rin Caro. Caro was in a state of shock. He stood there with a glassy stare and could not understand what had happened to his hand, instead of which was now gushing blood in all directions. When he finally realized what had happened, he felt a hell of a lot of pain and a grimace of hate. Pain and fear froze on his face, and at the same moment, he wailed with bitterness, realizing that he had lost one arm, slowly shuffling his feet and bleeding away from Ian, not stopping to scream at the forest. Ian had no intention of letting go of Rin Caro and quickly followed him to finally end it once and for all. He had already caught up with the bastard and was ready to finish what he had started when he heard a loud shout from Cheongdo, who warned him that a huge monster was approaching from behind and to be careful. Ian was very angry because the monster had shown up at the wrong time. The captain realized he didn't have time to finish Rin Caro off and he pushed him back with anger and desperation with his foot. Rin Caro turned around to see what was going on behind him and saw the skull of a monster with huge scary teeth, which creaked and clicked approaching him, and Ian forcefully pushed off the ground and flew high up. As he neared the top of the monster's skull, Ian drew his sword and swung with all his strength. From the force of the blow, the skull of the monster cracked exactly in half and making terrible sounds. Ian went down to the ground with a victorious face. He had unfinished business waiting for him. When Rin Caro saw that he had been left unattended, he took the opportunity to escape and quickly crawled on all fours into the darkness to save his own skin. Rin wanted to defeat Ian and show that he was the best, but now he had to flee in shame. He remembered his hand and froze for a second. He didn't know if he could put it back on and what to do. Just as Rin was about to crawl further, he ran into someone's boots. Slowly raising his eyes, he met Ian's stern gaze. Rin Caro clearly realized that this was the end. Ian looked straight into his eyes, and there was no pity or doubt in his gaze. He knew he wanted to end Rin Caro once and for all, to rid the world of that psychopath. Rin looked up at Ian, his eyes full of tears, his eyes full of fear and horror, and he looked at the captain pleadingly. Ian didn't say a word. Then Rin bent low to the ground and covered his mouth with his palm, sobbing and choking on his tears. Holding onto his bloody shoulder, he began to apologize and promised that such an outrage that he was doing will never happen again. Tears flowed down his cheeks in hail, from sobs and hysterics. Some words could not be understood, but he did not stop begging for mercy. Ian just stood silently looking at this lowlife, wondering how pathetic Rin Caro looked now, not even able to accept death like a true warrior. Ian was tired of watching the snot and thought he had to end it, so he drew his sword over his head, determined to end it here and now. Rin Caro cowered in a ball and shook with fear, occasionally howling softly as he swayed from side to side like a madman. Ian calmly and clearly asked his last question. Why Rin Caro, who had been through some bad times in his life, had gotten so saved and become such a lowlife? And without waiting for an answer, he swung his sword sharply. An unexpected force, unknown to Ian, knocked the sword out of his hands. Quickly looking around and seeing no one, he was at a loss to guess who had done it. With a swift movement of his hand, he raised his sword and stood, ready to fight. Ian assumed it might be Rin Caro's assistant. Peering into the darkness, he pondered that it must be a rather strong opponent if he had swung his sword away with such ease. The silhouette of a man stepped out of the darkness and called Ian by name, heading in his direction. The captain was alert and grouped, fully prepared for any development of events. Chris slowly emerged from the gloom and insistently asked Rin Caro not to touch Rin Caro as he wanted to do it himself. Ian's surprise at Chris's appearance could not be described in words. His face was filled with joy, amazement, shock and bewilderment, but he was damn glad to see Chris alive and well. Chris leisurely walked over to Rin Caro and leaned low and hissed at him and stopped talking. Shouting that Rin Caro had ruined his hair, he began to beat him with his legs, doing it clearly and methodically, without stopping or slowing down. Then coming closer, Chris grabbed Caro by the collar and called her a fucking bastard and lifted her off the ground, then threw her to the ground with force. Rin Caro tried to get up, but he had no strength, so Rin froze standing, on one knee and making gurgling noises. Chris ordered him to get up immediately, but Caro couldn't do it, which made Christopher unusually angry, and he flew up to him like a kite and started beating Rin Caro with his feet. Chris warned Rin that he was in a very nasty mood today, so he shouldn't expect any mercy. but then he remembered how he had been hit in the face by Rin and anger seized him with renewed vigor. Chris pinned him to the ground with one hand, and the other monotonously began to strike him in the face. He had never forgiven anyone for such a thing. Reminding Karo of all the nasty words that came out of his filthy mouth against Chris, he beat Rin even more intensely. Ian and Jin Cheongdo stood aside and watched Chris with their mouths open in astonishment, as they had never encountered such an angry friend in their lives. The beating didn't stop for a minute. As soon as Chris remembered how that son of a bitch talked about him, a new wave of rage enveloped him and he thrashed Rin Karo with redoubled energy. Ian, who had been watching from the beginning, concluded that Chris had chosen to specialize as a magician for nothing, because judging by the way he beat up Rin Karo, he would have made a great fighter. Holding Rin Karo's head by the hair at the level of his face, Chris angrily tried to explain to him how disgusting the probability magic had been that Chris had almost thrown up the food he had eaten the day before. Chris clenched his teeth and continued beating the bastard, but it didn't get any easier. On the contrary, this could have gone on indefinitely, but Ian decided it was time to call it a day and picked Chris up under his arms, pulling him away from Rin Karo, who was lying motionless on the ground. Chris tried to pull away and wanted Ian to let him go, but he squeezed him even tighter, blocking his movements. Ian asked Chris what exactly he wanted to do to Karo, and if it was better to leave things as they were for the moment, because a few more minutes of such beatings and Rin would just pass out, at best. Jin Cheongdo stood back and heard what Chris and Ian were talking about. He was so disappointed that no one was going to kill Rin Karo that he probably said it too loudly. Because Ian and Chris, upon hearing that from Cheongdo, synchronously turned towards him with very surprised eyes. They really didn't expect that the quiet and modest Jin Cheongdo would be so bloodthirsty, so they just kept silent and didn't know what to say to him. Ian hurried to defuse the situation and change the topic of conversation. He asked Cheongdo how things were going with his injured shoulder. He felt guilty for suggesting to split up, but what was his surprise that going in different directions was a well-planned action of Chris, who expected Rin Karo to attack him, but only on himself, not on Cheongdo. Ian was stunned by this statement, for he really thought that Chris was in a nasty mood and that was why they had all gone in different directions. He fell silent, contemplating their course of action. Ian decided to consult with the team because he didn't understand what would happen to them if they killed Rin Karo. Cheongdo didn't understand why they should feel sorry for Rin, because he was threatening not only him but everyone else as well. Jin Cheongdo was sure that if Karo had a little more power, they would not have been able to get rid of him and he would have done it without hesitation. Cheongdo thought to himself and looked at Ian with one eye because the other was swollen and wouldn't open at all, and asked if they were even mad at Rin Karo. Ian was naturally very angry with Rin Karo because he wanted to tear Rin Karo to pieces after what he had done to Jin Cheongdo, but he had one thing in mind. He faltered and looked away from me and fell silent. As he waited for Ian's response, Cheongdo tensed up, hoping that Ian didn't have a secret desire to kill. Ian continued that he believes his mission on Earth is to help people, not kill them. Cheongdo finally exhaled quietly. Ian thought about it again. He continued with a smile as he said that he thought that he would have to discuss this with Ruri's instructor, and that only she could decide what kind of punishment Rin Karo should receive. Knowing Ian well from his past life, he was very surprised at this decision and just couldn't believe his ears, so he just didn't say anything. Chris interrupted his thoughts. As usual, he asked Cheongdo cheerfully that he probably wanted to kill Rin Karo because he was in a lot of pain from the beating, but Cheongdo assured him that it wasn't true and everything was fine. Chris looked away and added that Rin Karo wasn't worth getting his hands dirty over. Rin was lying on the ground. His face was covered with bruises and bloody wounds from which blood was slowly oozing out. His teeth were knocked out, and tears were streaming from his eyes, but he made no sound at all, probably afraid of attracting attention. In order not to stall for time, Chris suggested just contacting Ruri's instructor, and Ian was happy to support the idea. This was how the punitive training of Ian's team was completed, and as it turned out, its results left much to be desired, because the Udo, the object that kept the Habens in itself, was, to put it mildly, a little out of order. Simply put, he was destroyed by Rin Karo's attack, so all the monsters he defeated in a fair fight were not counted against Cheongdo. Cheongdo repented and sincerely asked for forgiveness from the guys, because of him, everything went wrong and he was very worried about it. Rin Karo, for all his evil deeds, was imprisoned and sentenced to life imprisonment, and it seemed a just punishment. A new day came, the weather was just fine, the sun was shining brightly, and the sky was clean without a single cloud. In the courtyard of the camp, 3 people were sitting on a bench and discussing something animatedly. Koa was very glad that justice had finally been served and Rin Karo had finally paid for all his sins. Cheongdo stood there silently. He didn't know what to say to this kind, open-minded guy, because he had a different opinion about Rin Caro's punishment. Koa continued sadly, even though Caro had been punished, and he went quiet as he chose his words and whispered that Judd was not coming back. He stammered as he chose his words. It was obvious that he was still very upset about Judd's death, and Koa fidgeted nervously with his fingers, obviously wanting to share something, but terribly shy. Ian decided to cheer him up and gave Koa a friendly pat on the shoulder. A tear slowly rolled down Koa's cheek, and he admitted that he liked Judd a lot and exhaled with relief, realizing that he could finally say it out loud. The tear flew down in a large drop and hit the ground with a loud slap that was clearly audible in the complete silence. As if to confirm his words, Koa shouted a few more times how much he liked Judd, and now he was crying without holding back his pain. Ian was surprised to hear this. He had never realized that Koa had feelings for Judd, but from the outside they had always seemed like good friends. Ian wondered if he had always liked Judd, but he didn't know the answer to that question, and he pushed away those thoughts, which were not so important now, and began to calm Koa, who kept roaring, covering his face with both hands. Ian comforted Koa as best he could, but it seemed to him that Judd would probably hate to see her friends like this, and especially not to be killed like this. Cheongdo didn't know how to help this guy. He felt sorry for Koa, but Jin Cheongdo can't help him. And then, he silently went over to him, put his hand on his head and started stroking him, the way his mom used to do when she was soothing him as a child. Ian stroked his shoulder and Cheongdo's head, each of them thinking about something else. But no one even realized that Jin Cheongdo was also very sad and he couldn't do anything about it, no matter how hard he tried. And the sun continued to shine brightly in the courtyard, illuminating and warming everything around him. After Ian's team returned to the camp at the end of the trial, Chris wanted to know how Cheongdo realized that Chris wasn't real. Cheongdo didn't know what part of the conversation Chris was listening to, so he said that he had doubts and suspicions right after Chris started worrying about whether Cheongdo had hurt himself, which the real Chris would never allow himself to do, and that seemed very strange to him. Chris didn't believe it and asked again, then wondered if he was really so cruel. Seeing how upset Chris was, Cheongdo hastened to smooth things over by adding that Chris' face was blurry, while the real Chris' face was a bit sharp and refined, which is why Rin Caro couldn't copy him 100%. Chris was quiet and still. He must have had a lot to think about. His silence lasted unbearably long. Just as suddenly, he slapped his hand on his forehead, as if condemning himself for something, again without saying a word. Then covering his eyes, he began to make some strange sounds, which scared Cheongdo, who wanted to call for help. Then just as suddenly, as if nothing had happened, he praised Cheongdo for being so attentive and his eyes were on the spot, noticing even the smallest details. A sign on the wall in the hallway clearly showed how to get to the dining room. Ian, Chris, and Jin Cheongdo sat at the table and ate their breakfast in silence. Cheongdo devoured the food with great appetite. He was very hungry for the delicious, hot food that was missing during the ordeal, so he didn't notice Chris and Ian looking at him strangely. Ian was the first to break the silence. He turned to Chris, but he didn't understand how to start the conversation. Finally, he pulled himself together and suggested that Chris discuss what was bothering him so much. Chris mumbled something without a definite answer and continued eating. Ian was very insistent. He was determined not to put this conversation off any longer and to set the record straight today. But for some reason Chris was acting weird, like he was taunting me. Ian tried to continue eating his breakfast, but there was no appetite and he picked sluggishly at his plate with his chopsticks. In a tone that wouldn't take no for an answer, Ian confronted Chris with the fact that there was a problem and it needed to be solved. It was as if Chris didn't understand what Ian wanted from him, or maybe he was just pretending to. Ian began to boil and raised the tone of the conversation. Not expecting this, Chris was startled and stuck both sticks into the fish steak, accompanied by a very loud sound. Chris wanted to say something to Ian, but he looked at the unsuspecting Cheongdo, who was chewing leisurely, and said nothing. Then he just told Ian that Jin Cheongdo was still eating breakfast, implying that he wouldn't be able to talk in front of him. Cheongdo was eating his breakfast quietly and he could see the two of them looking at each other, so he didn't show it. But why didn't he just say that they needed to talk face to face? Chris was at it again. Wait, Cheongdo had the brilliant idea to give them privacy and then just overhear what they were saying and voila, he would know all their secrets. Perhaps they only pretend not to talk to each other, but when they are alone, they talk cheerfully. We need to check this urgently. Cheongdo tried to grin and decided to put his plan into action, making his voice as indifferent as possible. He said indifferently that he could have breakfast alone and if they had to go somewhere, he would not detain them. Ian didn't have to be persuaded for long. He jumped up from the table and called loudly to Chris, heading for the exit. Cheongdo looked at his friends and continued his meal as if nothing had happened. After quickly eating the rest of his meal, he was ready to find out what secrets Chris and Ian were hiding from him. Standing up from the table, he wasted no time in going to find his co-commanders and follow them properly. The weather was beautiful outside. The camp building was flooded with sunlight. Jin Cheongdo quietly crept to the corner of the building where Chris and Ian were talking, trying to make as little noise as possible and remain unnoticed. He began to listen. Ian got up the courage to apologize to Chris, thinking that he had been wrong about the conflict between them. He realized and thought it was right that Jad was not their teammate, but rather their rival and competitor. So Ian's hysteria at finding the corpse was unnecessary and inappropriate. But still he looked straight into Chris's eyes. No matter what, they could regret that Jad had died. Chris listened without interrupting, giving Ian a chance to talk. Ian put his arm around his shoulder and continued that it didn't matter who Jad was to them, but he believed that love and respect for such a fleeting human life should be present in everyone. Jin Cheongdo listened very carefully, analyzing every word, and these words he had heard Jongmyeon say before. Ian was becoming more and more emotional. He believed that everyone should behave appropriately. Even if you are a murderer, you must behave according to that title, without pretending. Cheongdo listened attentively as the events unfolded and couldn't believe that what Ian was saying was coming from the man who had organized the genocide, and wondered what would happen next. Ian said that he does not support the public opinion that the common soldier is not important and is a pawn and a bargaining chip. He finds such statements ridiculous and unfair. Ian is totally against it. He doesn't think people deserve to be treated like that, because they're not tools. No matter what status a person has, everyone should be treated with due care and respect. Listening to Ian's reasoning, Cheongdo was in complete shock, thinking his duplicity was simply world-class. He realized that people can change, but this is a completely different degree of pretense, lies and cruelty. Chris listened to Ian carefully with his arms folded across his chest without interrupting him, and now it was his turn to speak. He looked at him, gathered his thoughts and words, and began. He didn't beat around the bush and directly said that he didn't like Ian's attitude towards him in general and that he had never been happy about Judd's death. Chris continued that he had forgotten the last time he had felt truly happy, but that didn't automatically make him nothing and he didn't have to walk around in sadness. His sad reflection was carefully listened to by the empty windows of the camp. Ian also listened silently and didn't stop Chris from making his point. Chris was the way he was and he wasn't going to change anything about himself. He was happy with everything, but he didn't know how Ian felt about it. So he directly stated that if Ian had something wrong with him, and he kicked the paving stone with the toe of his boot until a piece of it fell off and landed with a thud. Chris advised Ian to be more tolerant and restrained towards other people. Ian didn't agree with Chris. He had no intention of belittling him. He was just expressing his opinion and nothing more. They probably didn't understand each other. Still, Ian decided to apologize to Chris for all the misunderstandings between them, because he thought he'd overreacted. He didn't know how Chris would react, but he hoped they would understand each other. Chris stood silent, because he didn't know what to say to Ian, and lying and hypocrisy were not in his rules. And he began to speak carefully choosing each word, and it seemed that he stuttered and nervous. Ian didn't understand why Chris was reacting so strongly to his apology, and waited for an explanation of his position. Chris knew exactly what Ian meant, but he was totally against all this pussyfooting and sentimentality and thought that every misunderstanding between them was an experience to be learned, understood and moved on. People are all different, respectively characters too, so conflicts cannot be avoided, and with such success, apologize to each other can be a lifetime. Ian sighed heavily and stated the fact that they were very different and unlikely to understand each other. Chris reminded him that Ian had promised not to preach and try to remake him, but to accept everything as another person's opinion, which simply didn't coincide with his, but that didn't stop them from being friends. Ian listened to Chris very carefully. He did not interrupt him, but on the contrary gave him the opportunity to speak to better understand his position. Chris made a very valid point that the more people are around each other, the more misunderstandings can arise because there is a melding of characters. So what's the point of apologizing every minute now? He put his palm forward and made it clear to Ian that he didn't want him to apologize to him, and he wouldn't do it himself. Chris was against apologies. Ian was frustrated because he didn't understand how to resolve the conflicts. He didn't want to pretend that everything was fine and he was okay with it when in fact it wasn't. Chris put his hand on Ian's shoulder in a friendly way, looking directly into Ian's eyes. Chris reminded him that he'd always wanted their team to be like one big, close-knit family. And in every family, too, things are not always smooth, and just as surely there are their quarrels and conflicts. Ian understood where Chris was going, but didn't interrupt, letting him finish his thought. Chris continued that in a family, even through conflicts, one does not stop loving, respecting and supporting the other because it is a family. Here their team should be like such a family is exactly what Chris wanted, and he extended his hand for a handshake with a smile. Cheongdo leaned against the wall of the building, thinking about the day he joined the service and couldn't understand why Chris and Ian were alone together, talking about nonsense and not discussing important topics at all. Chris took the opportunity to find out who Ian was seeking revenge on, because he didn't look like a man who wanted revenge, so he asked him directly. And to his surprise, Ian didn't answer honestly, but rather ineptly began to make up excuses that he'd just misspoken, that he was talking about revenge in general, and finally added that his main goal was to save people. Jin Cheongdo, after listening to Ian's excuses, didn't really believe it. On the contrary, it seemed suspicious to him. Ian thought that the profession of a soldier combines exactly what he was striving for, that and helping people, plus a pretty good salary. But Chris was still wondering if revenge and salvation could coexist, and he looked at Ian questioningly. He just smiled and joked that if only instead of both. He was silent and his face tensed, remembering the not-so-great story that had happened in his life. And once again a blurred silhouette appeared before his eyes, asking longingly the same question, why he had been treated this way, and next to him a battered and bloody Ian, who couldn't answer it. He pushed those terrible memories away and summed up that helping people and living a good life was the best revenge he would ever want to see in this world. Chris wanted to say something more about it, but a strange sound caught his attention. Someone peeked out from the corner of the house and immediately hid. The hair braided into a tight braid flashed for a few seconds and disappeared, and it was a very familiar braid. Chris didn't even have any doubts who it could be. He knew 100% that it was the sly Jin Cheongdo who was following them. Chris also decided to have fun, and so that Jin Cheongdo wouldn't overhear or hide from them, he used the power of air, lifted Cheongdo like a feather and slowly and very carefully carried him, placing him right in front of them. Cheongdo realized that he had been exposed and there was no way to escape, but there was no way out. He had to save the situation. He thought that it was very bad to be discovered and that he had to do something about it. And Cheongdo thought that he also wanted to participate in the conversation, but they had such serious faces that he didn't bother them, and it was a pity that they had already finished their discussion. Ian knew exactly what the liar was telling them and decided to change the subject. He asked if Cheongdo had eaten well. Cheongdo was delighted with the breakfast. He hadn't eaten so good in a long time, so he said he would like to eat like that every day. Chris watched Cheongdo carefully and wondered how to teach him a lesson. He pretended to care and began to shake off Cheongdo's collar, which was supposedly stained with food, but in fact he slapped him, before Cheongdo even realized why. Ian also did not expect this from Chris and asked Cheongdo if he was okay. He did not answer. He wanted to understand why Chris was so cruel, but Chris did not even try to justify himself, because everyone knows that he is as he is and is not going to change. So they stood under the walls of the camp, thinking about their own things. The morning at the camp began as usual. The time flew by and it was not long before the end of training at the camp. Cheongdo will be a soldier of the 6th grade one day, just waiting for the grades to be announced. Gathered in the room, Ian's team was discussing who would be in second place, because the first place, they rightfully considered their own. Ian and Chris stared at Cheongdo with interest, letting him know that they were expecting to hear his predictions, so they just kept silent and waited patiently. Jin Cheongdo was silent. He was stalling for time because he didn't know what to say to them, because he was now very aware that the past he knew was very different from the present, and Cheongdo might not be able to guess when they would finally stop asking him about it. Chris and Ian waited patiently. The silence in the room seemed unseemly, and Cheongdo didn't make a sound. Chris was the first one who couldn't stand it, and as usual, he mockingly stated the fact that Cheongdo must have run out of the gift of foreseeing the future. Cheongdo nervously thought about how to get out of this situation. He had to think of something urgently, otherwise he would be dead. He put his fingers to his temple and asked for a moment's silence to concentrate, then stood still, pretending to think. Cheongdo realized that he couldn't stand like this forever, so he had to think of the next step. So he swayed and fell forward. When they saw Cheongdo's pigtail flashing in front of them, Chris was frozen in a stupor, not realizing what had happened, and Ian only managed to shout Cheongdo's name. Jin Cheongdo was on the floor on all fours with his head bowed low, and Ian rushed over to see if he was okay. Cheongdo sat on the floor and showed that he was very sick, then said that his head was splitting and he couldn't see anything because there were too many options. Cheongdo made a suggestion to apply and prioritize first, and only after that would it be possible to look at the future again. Ian didn't really need to know that, so he calmly asked Jin Cheongdo not to exhaust himself, but Chris didn't say anything at all. But from his look he could tell that he thought the whole show was very suspicious. The maximum number of points that could be obtained in the camp was 1,650 points, but that was in the past and Cheongdo knew about it from books. The present did not look so rosy and it caused mixed feelings. Their team earned 1,530 points, but thanks to that, the whole team gathered around the table. They had to fill out an application, but none of them knew how to do it. And the first item confused Ian, because it was necessary to specify the Jia. But according to the law it is forbidden, and then what to do? Cheongdo knew that if he specified Jia, there was a high probability of being caught, so he suggested that we only consider the second and third options. In general, the first option was a Jia Goodman and it was the most ambiguous. The second option Assolini and it was considered very risky. The third option Suicide Simon, he was lower in rank, but the performance is not bad. Ian was very interested in the others' choices, but they decided to choose someone. After filling out and submitting the applications, Cheongdo felt the pressure to predict the future intensified, so something had to be done immediately. Using logical thinking, he began to analyze the current situation and immediately dismissed the first option as the most impossible, and it was obvious. The third option was 100% guaranteed, he was sure of that, but the second option seemed possible, but with some doubts, and still he thought he might be wrong. Cheongdo was terrified of making a mistake and picturing the faces of Ian and Chris at the same time. The thought of it made him feel creepy. Between the second and third option the odds were equal, that is 50-50ths, and he had to dare to try. Chris's voice brought him back to reality. Chris was curious what Cheongdo would predict and what the result would be, so he asked the same question again. Cheongdo was tired of the constant questions and he was fed up with it all. He would like to just turn around and walk away, but he can't and needs to think of something quickly. Cheongdo touched the scar and tensed up, giving the impression that he was trying to contact the future. He had just promised Chris to try, so some result was needed. He was well aware that he was playing with fire and he was expected to respond adequately, but he didn't know which option to choose so that he wouldn't make a mistake. Chris watched Cheongdo closely. He had no right to make a mistake, because then he wouldn't be able to justify himself. Cheongdo put his hand to the scar on his forehead and wrinkled his forehead for a second as if in pain, pretending to feel bad, and then he breathed loudly and heavily. Chris saw Jin Cheongdo's condition and decided to ask what was wrong again, why he was feeling so bad again. But Jin Cheongdo didn't say anything and just kept breathing very loudly, leaning forward slightly. He finally figured out how to get out of it this time and said that it wasn't about his abilities, it was just the severe effects of his injury. Chris, who had been listening to Cheongdo's constant excuses, asked him to explain more about the relationship between the two. Cheongdo sighed heavily again and thought to himself that Chris was so meticulous and clingy. Why didn't he just believe him without asking any questions and what to make up again? He was sick of all the lies. But Chris was unwavering. He stood like a rock, with a very serious expression on his face, and waited for an explanation. He was terribly tired of Cheongdo's constant excuses. But after waiting a couple of minutes, he realized that there would be no explanations this time, so he just turned around and headed for the exit. On his way out, he muttered through his teeth, not even turning his head so that Jin Cheongdo could rest better. And Ian added that they would go to the self-study so that Jin Cheongdo could rest in silence. In parting, they advised him to just stop worrying about nothing and stay in the room and calm down by himself, and then left, leaving Cheongdo standing in the middle of the room. Jin Cheongdo sighed heavily after the door closed behind them and sank to the floor right where he was standing, feeling like a broken and depressed beast that had been cornered. He was really at a standstill and was at a loss, not knowing which option to choose in order not to get into a trap. The second option seemed more promising to him, but the choice of Ian as a third option, in his opinion, just did not make sense. Only now he realized what a difficult situation he was in and how difficult it was to make the right decision literally on the fly. It seemed to him that if Chris and Ian found out that Cheongdo lied to them, it would cost him his life. And he began to think about what to do and how best to act. The first thing that came to his mind was that he could just drop everything and leave. He got up off the floor and clenched his fists with determination, realizing that this would be the best option. He realized that if he left everything here, he would probably live in less comfortable conditions, but his life would be safe and sound. Besides, he had no guarantee that he would be able to prevent genocide, and if he wanted to leave, it was unlikely that anyone would let him go voluntarily. Cheongdo thought that just running away would look like cowardice, so he decided to write a farewell letter. In the letter he wrote that he wanted to voluntarily leave their team, because he was tired of following someone's orders and tolerate sometimes not very fair punishments. Cheongdo urged not to even try to look for him, and he in turn will sincerely pray for their health and well-being. He wrote quickly, afraid to miss something very important, putting all his pain and soul in these lines, and when finished sighed with relief, sealing the letter. He thought it would be better and decided to leave it in the most prominent place on the bed. He rubbed the collar of his uniform, noting the very good quality of it, and wondered if he could keep it and not change. He went to the chiffonier, looked at what he could take with him, but then decided that nothing but his training uniform would be of any use to him and hurried to the exit. The door came ajar with a long creak, as if it too was saying goodbye to Cheongdo. Jin Cheongdo cautiously looked out into the corridor. The last thing he wanted to do now was bump into someone, and after seeing that the corridor was completely empty, he took a quick step towards the exit. He paused once more and looked around the room with a farewell glance, remembering how many good and bad things he had experienced within these walls. As he approached the stairs leading to the street, he thought about how he would have to live now, because he had to figure out how to make money to support himself. Stepping from step to step with a quick stride, he concluded that it was certainly 1,000 times better than simply losing his life. When he jumped outside, he breathed in the fresh air and put his hands in his pockets and walked down the alley, thinking that he needed to get away where no one would ever find him. Cheongdo thought of options, what he could do for a living, but regretfully realized that he did not have much experience in life and could not come up with something so quickly. He even decided to try to get a job at a private company, but when he heard someone discussing Ian's team and how their results were not in line with their abilities, Cheongdo froze in place, afraid to move, and listened. There was silence all around, and he thought that maybe he was hallucinating and imagining things, but suddenly he heard the conversation continue. A man and a woman were talking and the voices seemed painfully familiar to Cheongdo. The woman couldn't make a choice that matched her skills and regretted it, and the man wasn't happy about the low results of Ian's group either. Jin Cheongdo carefully and silently tried to peek out from around the corner, so as not to reveal himself, and saw instructors Ruri and Caleb. Now he understood why the voices seemed familiar to him. He hid and listened further. Caleb threw his arms out to the sides laughing and joked that Ruri shouldn't even hope to get Ian's group because it was his third choice and that it was already decided. Cheongdo was just so happy that he was so lucky and he found out that Caleb had chosen the third option, so it was a great luck. Cheongdo decided to rush back to his room to tell his friends about the news. He turned and strode toward the camp, and then he remembered the letter he had left in his room. He stopped and thought he should get rid of it before Chris and Ian found him. He sprinted with all his might, hoping to get to the room faster than his friends would. He ran, trying to speed up even more, mentally scolding himself that he had rushed the letter and if they found it, it would be very difficult to justify himself. When he got to the main entrance, he saw Chris and Ian, who were leisurely returning from their classes. After cursing, Cheongdo realized that he wouldn't be able to get ahead of them. He didn't expect them to come back so early. Cold sweat covered his face. He was frantically thinking what he should do and how to fix the situation. He had only one option left and looked up at their window, which was unlocked. He didn't see any other way to get to the room faster than the guys, so he clung to the wall and crawled up to the top. His arm was still very weak from the injury and had not fully recovered, so Cheongdo was in terrible pain, but he had no other choice. So he clung to the wall with his hands and tried to get to the window. When he got to his target, he climbed onto the windowsill, hitting his hand on the windowsill, but Cheongdo was in such a hurry that he didn't even pay attention to it. Looking around and seeing that no one was around, he grabbed the letter. Cheongdo tried to destroy it and started nervously tearing the paper into small pieces. After he looked around and couldn't think of where to hide the leftovers, he heard that the guys had already come to the door. So Cheongdo put the leftover letter in his mouth and started chewing it quickly. They poured into the room, discussing the results of their fight, in which Chris promised to use his sword next time. Ian decided to play a joke on him and laughed, saying that he would be the winner. They wanted to talk about something else, but looked into the room and froze in place, their mouths hanging open. In the middle of the room, near the open window, Jin Cheongdo was standing there, his hair disheveled, and he was breathing heavily with his mouth open, his arms and legs shaking visibly. Not a good sight at all. Cheongdo looked at them with an intense gaze and put his hand forward showing 3 fingers and said hoarsely, "Third choice and that's it," and then fell silent without saying another word. Chris didn't understand what had happened during their absence, but after looking at Cheongdo again, he began to worry about his well-being. Cheongdo stood there with his eyes half closed, whispering nonsense. His face was very pale and covered with sweat, and looking at him from the outside, one would think that he was a crazy person, continuing to mutter something absurd about a very strong consumption of something. Suddenly, he shrieked, sharply lifted his head up and began to fall backwards. Losing consciousness, he collapsed to the floor with a clatter and lay unmoving. Ian and Chris were very frightened, not understanding what happened to Jin Cheongdo, because they had never seen such behavior before that day, and it was the first time they had seen such behavior, and that was the price Cheongdo stayed in the team. It was dark and quiet outside. Only somewhere in the distance you could hear someone breathing heavily. The sighs became more and more audible, and soon Caleb appeared on the path, out for his evening jog. He stopped running when he saw someone in the distance. Looking closely, he recognized Chris and squinted slyly at him, suggesting that maybe Christopher had something else to offer him, hoping it would be money. Caleb was glad that Chris was doing him some good, earning him some very good points, and he thought that maybe Christopher would want to thank him in some way, but Chris was quietly smoking away, not really paying attention to what was going on around him, so he didn't even notice that Caleb had come very close to him. Chris turned slowly at the sound and saw Caleb waving at him, not reacting at all. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and continued to watch. Pausing, he reluctantly asked for a second and leisurely finished his cigarette. After finishing his smoke, he tossed it away with a slight movement of his hand and walked toward Caleb, asking him a question as he went. Stepping closer to him and smiling his charming smile, he grabbed his hair with one hand, still smiling inquisitively as to why Caleb was so pleased. And then, without waiting for an answer, he swung his free hand sharply and hit Caleb's insolent face with all his might, which flew off to the side with a whoosh. Caleb landed painfully on the asphalt, confused by the unexpected greeting, and grabbed his head, moaning softly. But no sooner had he regained consciousness than Chris came up close and kicked him with his boot with such force that the crunch was clearly audible in the silence. The instructor thought that maybe Chris didn't recognize him in the dark, or even worse, mistook him for someone else, so he tried to speak up and introduce himself, but Chris didn't listen to anything and began to beat Caleb methodically with his feet, not really knowing where he would hit. He only managed to cover his head with 2 hands and squeeze into a lump. Chris didn't stop for a minute, beating Caleb with fierce ferocity. Who thought that for the first time in his life, someone dared to raise a hand against him, and even with such special cruelty? Unable to bear the pain any longer, Caleb shouted with desperation in his voice for Chris to stop, covering his bloody face with his hands. Chris stopped and, still smiling, explained that he never forgives offenses and always remembers them, and if possible he returns them tenfold, so it's a return of a debt, and laughed. Caleb, the instructor, was lying on the ground with his hand over his face and trembling with fear, his eyes full of terror and fear for his life. He was afraid to even move to avoid provoking Chris again, so he lay very quietly without making a sound. Chris, seeing how pathetic Caleb looked, raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly, heartily, and his laughter sent shivers down his spine. There was something demonic about it. Chris laughed for a while longer and couldn't calm down. Finally he let go and fell silent. Leaning over to Caleb, he said loudly and clearly, so that he understood him very well, that he knew why the instructor did not even try to resist. It was very simple, because Caleb was weak and a coward. Caleb sat down beside him and asked a question he'd been wondering for a long time, whether Ruri was following him or not. Caleb tried to feign surprise, but he failed utterly. Chris had long ago guessed that Caleb had Ruri following him. He thought Hugh was worthy of more than being an instructor at the training camp, which meant that she was just following Caleb, but he hadn't figured out what was keeping the two of them together. Caleb lay very still, like a gorilla, not moving, only 2 eyes glowing in the darkness. Chris squeezed Caleb's wound with effort, noting that Ruri had been very patient and why Caleb was always hanging around where he wasn't welcome and where he didn't belong, and now with his face all messed up. Caleb tried to pull away from Chris to a safe distance and crawled away, wiping his bloody mouth with his hand. He glared at Christopher with a fierce anger and hatred. But Chris came closer, squatted down and continued to mock Caleb, propped his head up with his hand, pretending to be bored. He decided to open up with the instructor and, showing interest, asked how beautiful he thought Ruri was. Caleb hadn't expected such a question. He hadn't even realized that Chris liked Ruri, and he'd asked him directly. When he heard that question, Chris made his silly, love-struck face to play along with Caleb's, and smiled idiotically, silent. But he didn't last long and laughed so hard he couldn't stop. Caleb stared at Chris, startled and uncomprehending, and he laughed, trying to say that Caleb was stupid enough to think that he liked Rory and that Chris wanted to date her because of that unfortunate compliment Christopher had given her. Caleb didn't like what Chris had said, but he kept his teeth clenched, and Christopher added that he wasn't the kind of guy who planned to date anyone anytime soon. Caleb humored Chris by attributing the affair to Rory's instructor, but he didn't know Christopher well enough to please him, especially when it came to choosing a girl. Caleb's eyes welled up with tears from resentment and humiliation, but he clenched his teeth and kept silent, so as not to give the bastard an excuse to mock him again, and prayed that the bastard would get tired of having so much fun and leave him alone. But Chris didn't even seem to think about finishing, patting the instructor on the shoulder like an old friend. He decided to give him some advice for making him laugh. Caleb was surprised, thinking to himself that Chris really thought he had the right to give advice, but he continued to listen in silence. Chris came very close to Caleb, so close that he could hear the instructor's heart racing in the silence, and calmly, without much emotion, recommended that he live honestly and then no outsider would be able to control his life. Caleb was on his knees in front of Chris. No one had ever humiliated him as much as he had been humiliated today by this upstart. Christopher stood there for a couple more minutes and he had had enough, so he said, as if nothing had happened, that he had to go. But no sooner had he turned around and taken a few steps than he heard the curses against him. Caleb did not choose his words and hissed with hatred that Chris would not get away with this prank and he would report it to the chief tomorrow. Not a muscle on Chris's face, he walked back and stopped in front of Caleb, and then in a calm voice warned the instructor that it would be better if no one knew about this incident. Otherwise a lot of unnecessary information could come out, which would definitely affect Caleb's reputation, and not in a good way. Caleb bitterly realized that he had lost the fight to Chris, both physically and mentally. Christopher had completely trampled him into the mud, and the instructor was well aware that he was in no position to fight back. He imagined with horror what would happen if the camp would find out that he was a bribe taker. Then from an instructor, he would instantly turn into a former employee of the 6th rank and accordingly would be left without money, without friends and parents, as well as without any support, and he shuddered imagining all this shame. Caleb himself realized that he looked like a pathetic loser, who instead of building a career and achieving something in life, became a pathetic instructor at the camp, and only today, he first seriously thought about it. Chris tried to convey to Caleb that he should stop taking bribes, because if his superiors found out about it, he could hardly avoid very serious problems and trouble. Caleb remained seated on the ground without making a sound, realizing the gravity of his situation. Chris considered his mission over and left without saying goodbye. Instructor Caleb sat alone in the darkness for a long time, plenty of time to think about his life and prioritize his priorities. The door to the room where Ian's team lived swung open abruptly and slammed back shut. Jin Cheongdo was sitting on the floor by the window, Ian was on the bed, and Chris, who had suddenly entered the room, thought that something had happened to Cheongdo again and asked him anxiously, but he hurriedly reassured him that he just needed to talk to both of them. Cheongdo wanted to discuss his ability to predict the future very seriously with his teammates, but he didn't know where to start. In order to avoid suspicions and misunderstandings between them, Cheongdo wanted to warn in advance that he had just recently begun to study his abilities, analyzing and comparing all possible risks. Because his abilities have certain limits, using his experience, Cheongdo got the results, based on which we can draw the following conclusions: that the future shows only very important moments in life, completely ignoring all the trivial things like what food is for dinner tonight and other nonsense. The criteria of importance is also not in his competence, does not see the future of Ian as a separate object, but sometimes slips pieces where he and Chris as members of the team. Any questions that appear can be asked, and if it is within the visibility of Cheongdo, he will gladly answer them. That's exactly what it is. After listening to Jin Cheongdo carefully, they were silent, digesting all this information, and Ian felt that it was more complicated than he had imagined, and Chris was silent, trying to distract himself from such a flood of information. Chris asked how old Cheongdo was. Jin Cheongdo tensed up when he heard this question. He didn't understand why Christopher was interested in it, so he didn't know how best to answer. Not wanting to arouse unnecessary suspicion, he decided to answer as he was and said that he was 29 years old. Cheongdo was frightened when his friends' faces twisted when they heard the answer, so they repeated the number several times, hoping that they had just heard it, because Jin Cheongdo can't be that old. Chris was thinking how ancient Cheongdo was. Ian couldn't believe it even now, because Jin Cheongdo had always been so polite and respectful, so the commander had always thought that he was much younger than him, but this was news to him and he asked him not to address him like that anymore. Cheongdo was shocked that he could address the commander as you. He didn't know if he would be able to do that. Christopher was born in 1802 and Ian in 1803. They were still very, very young. Jin Cheongdo, who heard when his friends were born, was uncomfortable with his 1821 birth year, but there was nowhere to go. After a little thought, Chan brought to the attention of everyone that let everything remain as it was. He had already gotten used to it, and again he did not want to change anything and asked his comrades not to worry about his age. Realizing how old Cheongdo was, Chris had a fair question as to why he hadn't checked and studied his abilities in detail for so many years. Cheongdo said that he had never even thought about it because he didn't need it, and only after meeting Ian did he think about it more seriously and decided to study it thoroughly. He realized how stupid and unfortunate it sounded, and if he had heard it from someone else, he would not have believed it. Cheongdo saw how suspicious and distrustful Chris looked at him, but he had no choice but to say it. Chris, though not very convincingly, suggested that it was possible and advised that from that day on he should think more about himself and his health, because it was very important.